you want to say, baby, when you're alone in the darkest night. Maybe you can't keep your radio open your heart and show your eyes that you can change your destiny. And grow your love, baby. The future is waiting for you. And show your eyes that you can change your destiny. What you want to say, baby, when you're alone in the darkest night. Maybe you can't keep your radio open your heart what you want to say, baby, when you're alone in the darkest night. Maybe you can give your radio open your heart and show your eyes your destiny. And throw your love, baby. The future is waiting for you. And show your eyes what you want to say, baby, when you're alone in the darkest night. Maybe you can give your radio open your heart and show your eyes.
Hello everyone, what is going on? Hope everyone's having a decent afternoon, evening, morning, or whatever it is in your time zone. It is November 6th, 2024, the day after Election Day. This is NCC TV coming to you live in the future from Sumaru City. We are live and alive, or at least that's how it appears to me. Could be a brain in a jar somewhere. Don't know, don't care. Shouts out to all my weasels out there. All my forest creatures rocking out to the realest of the real synthetic lifeform streamer. Trapped in a cyber brain and body like some kind of ghost in a half shell in this late stage, hyper-capitalist, fascist dystopia. Forced to exist in this twilight realm to pay off my debts to society and my student loans. I hope you're having a good day, a decent day. Whoever, whatever, wherever, and whenever you are. We're about to jump right into it here on twitch.tv and youtube.com. High risk, high reward, high on life, or whatever simulation, simulacrum, simultaneous, spontaneous singularity of consciousness this is, was, or will be sometime in the distant cyber future. How's everybody doing? Real question. It feels like the day after the apocalypse. Hey, I don't disagree with you on that, Lilith. But it also feels like a lot of other days. It feels a little bit like the day after the election in 2016. I can imagine if you were to transport your mind to 1968 or 1972 in those Nixon elections, which were pretty overwhelming wins, you might feel something akin to what you feel right now. I don't want to minimize how anybody's feeling, though. You know? I don't want to blow smoke up your ass and give you toxic positivity. Everybody knows that there's been more than enough of that around, right? And a lot of in fact, there's a lot of these big lib channels right now that are going through massive unsub cycles. Their followers are unsubbing them, right? If your content was based on pure, like, she's gonna completely win, it's not even a thing. It's not even a thing. Trump's cooked, Trump's dead, Trump's, like, you know what I mean? If that was your content, even if you were overly optimistic in your projections, which I'm kind of glad I didn't make, but to be real, if you'd asked me what I would have projected, I think I would have projected a narrow win with those 3 states, maybe North Carolina. I don't know. I just wanted to put North Carolina in that column. That's about as, like, optimistic as I was gonna get, right? When people were talking about Iowa and Texas and Florida and all that shit. Yeah. You had an anxiety attack because of this, but your coworker understood and helped you feel better? Just don't want to go through another 4 years of... yeah, here we go. Well, look, one thing is for sure, okay? When something like this happens, I am not going to tell you that you can go on living the way that you're living before, all right? Something wasn't working. Something isn't working. Something hasn't worked. And that's what this tells us, all right? This is a real and massive failure on so many levels. And it's a little bit of a reality check, too, as far as, like, counting on the fucking Democratic Party to hold back the tides of fascism. Be careful what you say in chat. I will say that, right? It's definitely a time in which they will be looking for the enemy within. And as we've seen already, it doesn't take that much to define yourself as that. If you want to get together with local people that you know and trust and make some plans, make some contingency plans, even, right? That's probably a good idea. But what you don't need to do is talk about it on social media, okay? So let's keep that where it belongs, right? Between your lips and, the ears of somebody you really trust, right? That's the only place it's safe. You can't talk shit on yeah, talking shit on the internet doesn't help anybody. That's not how you plan and coordinate. But yeah, we need to plan and coordinate. Um the future is really scary and it's the reality. Well, yeah. Chat, please. Oh God, I don't know. I don't even know. I don't even know. I don't feel like I'm living in a free country. Not that I was in the first place, right? If you're a college student and you wanted to go on your campus and protest what's happening in Gaza, tell people that you're not all right with your school being financially connected to human rights atrocities, you might have been deported, right? You might have been doxxed. I mean, that shit happened. That shit was already happening. And yeah, under Trump, I would expect it to get worse. And it's coming from a paranoid narcissist, okay? That's who's on the top. Like, you know what I'm saying? That's whose air we're going to be breathing in just a few months. Not to scare anyone, but I'm trying to be real with you here. No one is going to do that. Oh my God. Hilmandra, I understand your frustration. But I would ask you, please, not to give up. Because if you've got the courage and you got the wherewithal, that's more than most people have, all right? So long, Korean granddad rides on a boar. We never knew ye, right? But yeah, I mean, like, it's a tough day for a lot of people. I'm gonna try to spend a little bit more time talking to chat today. We do have some things to go over. So I didn't watch the victory speech yesterday. I'm assuming some of you did. I have not watched the concession speech that came out today. But I just wanted to take a look, a little survey around what's going on, what people are saying, what people are thinking. It's wild how the Democrats have been doing trolley memes the entire election, but then they're just going to hand over the presidency to Trump. Yeah, it's very disconcerting. It's very disconcerting. If you got somebody that flips out warning you that this is the evil monster prophesized of old, and then when he gets elected, they say, well, we got to bring the country together is really what we need to do. We need to work together to make the country better. That's what we'll do. Yeah, let's all circle around the flag. What's up, Canadian Brunch? Congratulations on your 3-stream streak. Canadian Brunch says, I dodged both speeches, just couldn't take it. I don't blame you. And part of me doesn't want to watch. Like, I don't know what I'm going to learn. we tried to play a little bit of video games last night, right? It didn't exactly work out. It turned out that Metaphor ReFantazio had a 80 gigabyte patch that I had to download before I could play it, right? And you know how 80 gig, well, I mean, I guess depending on your internet. Some of you have fast internet, right? One in chat if you have fast internet. Ton of people at work were almost in tears. Yeah, that completely reminds me of 2016. Like, I had a teacher. Oh my God, my heart goes out to this lady. All right? My heart goes out to this lady because she, like me, was a fellow Midwesterner who had gotten her degree to become a professor, kind of in the middle of her life, and then moved out of the Midwestern town that she lived in, to be with people that weren't super right wing. And, the day after that election, I mean, we had to console her a little bit, right? I mean, she, it was very emotional. It was very emotional for a lot of people. And I don't necessarily go to like the most, you know, left-wing school, right? I would say that my school has way too many conservatives there, but like not an overwhelming number. Do you know what I mean? But like when you think of a college environment, you're generally thinking of left-wing people. That wasn't universally the case. I'd actually like a roommate who was not really right-wing when I met him, but started dating somebody who is right-wing and just flipped into this like, super anti-abortion weirdo. Like joined some evangelical church. And I liked that guy. Like before he was dating his the woman I think he ended up married. But anyway, my teacher, right? My teacher that had come out from the Midwest, wanting to kind of start a new life. She actually had so much trouble making friends that she moved back to the Midwest, right? Eventually, after that, and I don't know. There's not a good ending to this story. I actually should talk to her and find out like where she's at right now. But yeah, it is shitty. Shitty is a good way to describe it. I will not disagree with you. People don't want to see it because they're heartbroken. Are you talking about the speeches? Chart of how Republican voters broke in 2020 versus 24 was legit hilarious. Wait, renouncing your citizenship? Is that where we're at? Do I have dual citizenship? I pay for internet, but fast internet, but I don't get it. Some people have fast internet. Some people three. That's like I don't know. That's somebody complaining about their internet decidedly not being fast. Citizenship. I've got a fever, and the only cure is Korean granddad riding a boar. How about if we make that the twofer? The concession speech is very short and completely pointless. God damn. Not everyone has the resources to pick up and move to another country. True, true. And like I haven't even started to look into that option yet. And already I am wondering if I'm even close to the place I'd want to be. I mean, for me it's mainly about being able to speak my thoughts and not have to. I mean, I guess I already do have to temper my words a little bit. Even before Trump took over, right? There's a chilling effect, right? When you know that people are being punished for speaking their conscience. People are being having their lives destroyed for doing the right thing, right? That in and of itself creates a chilling. What does it say? Had if alt hissed? I can't type, chat. How does it say had if alt hissed? It's what if alt hissed, and it's winning, but it's tied with the Limey and the Vanguard and Emma. That panel, a little bit of that panel is, I mean, geez, I don't know. Do we want to look at the part where they're talking about Kamala's strategy? Because you might find me disagreeing with some people that you very much like and respect there. I don't know. I haven't watched the whole thing, but I just gotta say I have very little respect for the strategy that employed by the Harris campaign. I don't need to become a citizen, just a resident. I've been paying for my healthcare my entire life. Lilith says Kamala's speech was beautiful. Okay, so we got some. Don't want any actual citizenship anywhere. I should listen to the speech. Okay, so we got some people that definitely want me to listen to the speech. Hilmandra says, I am not giving up. Unlike some leftists, I am not weak. I stand in defiance of this. I actually cared for my people while the rest choked down the DNC gruel. I thought you were going to say the DNC something else for a second there. I mean, that's probably true as well, right? There's a lot of things that were choked down during this campaign. I'm gonna go to Korea and see the granddad riding a boar. Maybe I could move in with the granddad and the boar. Good to see that there's fight in you, though, right? That's like I said, that kind of courage is rare sometimes. People were tense when I went out today for errands. Women sounded worried while on the phone. Some old fart bloviating about them Democrats and isn't gonna take all the money. No, oh no, they're not gonna take all the money anymore. Mexican border is 4 hours south. If things go bad, that's where I will go with my fam. Yeah, actually, that doesn't sound too bad. She had no strategy, says Steelmandra. If what you're saying is that there was a lot of there was a more like fence riding and indecision than there was purposeful action in the Harris campaign, I 100% agree with you on that. If that's what you're saying, I'm not sure if I'm interpreting you right. Have to save up and homes are cheap. Everyone check out Rainbow Railroad if you need a way out or if you can donate. Wait, why does that sound familiar, Omega Star? I feel like I've heard of Rainbow Railroad before. Renouncing citizenship. So you would rather go to where? I think that is what Hilmandra's saying. Where in the world isn't a frying pan into the fire? Yo, I seriously agree with this. All right, on some level. I think it's situational, right? Like some of you are the exact kind of people that Trump's society, let's just say it. With the amount of power that he has got his eye on aggregating, he wants to transform society and remake it in his image. He's going for palingenesis. Yeah, that's what he's got in mind. Obviously, palingenesis is not a real thing. It doesn't work. It usually blows up in the face of the person trying to create it. But that doesn't mean it doesn't harm the hell out of the people that are targeted by it in the process, right? It absolutely does. So I'm not going to tell people, not, that them getting the fuck out of Dodge is is useless, right? It might be necessary for me to get the fuck out of Dodge in order to fight. Like I said, I'm really concerned about like what I can and can't say. But yeah, I don't think that, and in fact, like I'll say it, right? Moving to another country is something that a lot of people just cannot, like, including maybe myself, cannot financially manage, even though there's reasons. If we have time, chat, I'd like to look into that a little bit because I know some of you have been talking about that. And I thought it might be helpful to just look into how something like that might work, what kind of countries you might go to, whether you can seek political asylum, etc., etc. Yeah, no, I totally understand that. Very ballistic. The strategy was no strategy, says Sassy Sasarai. They were a legit appealing to a completely imaginary voter base. Yep. Look, if you think that Liz Cheney represents a constituency, you are so fucking lost in the sauce, right? You need a time machine to find a constituency for Liz Cheney. Literally need a time machine. Lance posted some resources for people wanting to come to Canada. Maybe we can look at that. Surfs posted the website. Yeah, I think I've looked at that before. Like I've got some things in my favor. It would have been better if I had finished my it would have been better if I'd finished my PhD, but some of the what I'm talking about is that Canada's got like a, I think they kind of add up points, right? Do you speak French? Are you financially viable? Do you have this much in the bank? You know, and yeah, geez, I don't know. Like I don't know if I would pass that test. I do speak a little bit of French though. Not that it would matter, but it's definitely worth looking into. Alex Bleeping Jones. I know it's not ideal for a lot of people, but he's already been president for 4 years and we made it out unscathed. Did you want to tell that to the 40 to 60,000 extra dead people that didn't make it out unscathed? That died horrible deaths on while being intubated or maybe not being intubated? There's a lot that we forget, and I don't blame you. You're not the only one with a memory hole, Alex Jones. But like that 4 years costed damage that we will never undo. Right? You want to tell me we made it out unscathed? Um, that's a wild thing to say. Look, I'm not trying to call you out, right? Because like I said, I understand. And maybe you're just trying to provide a little bit of hope. Maybe you're dealing with a bunch of people that are freaking out and you want them to, kind of, you want to give them something, right? Something to kind of be like, it's going to be all right. I think that's what you're trying to say. So, but just like, it's really easy to forget, especially if you're not somebody who's had their bodily autonomy threatened by the results of the Trump administration, right? Yeah, I mean, tell that to the woman that bled out after having to go from Georgia to North Carolina to terminate her pregnancy, right? And I know that you're not trying to downplay that or anything like that. But yeah, I gotta use your chat as a little bit of a teaching tool. But I think I get where you're coming from. Who likes Dick Cheney? I don't think his mom likes him. Is that mean of me to say? Is that mean of me to say? Should I not say that? Okay, okay. We hopefully yeah, okay, so we're on the same page. Yeah, yeah, I figured. In terms of where you're going with that. I get where you're coming from, but yeah, just like this shit is real. This shit is lasting. This is not Dragon Ball Z. We cannot wish anybody back to life. We cannot count on androids from the future coming to give us heart virus medication and warn us about or androids from the future warn us about the other bad androids, right? We can't. It's come to animate. Wait, that was a quick reaction. Oh, somebody mentioned Macross. I get it. Yeah, yeah, no, I get, yeah, Sassy Sasrai, I think you're right. I think you're right. I think that's where Alex Bleepin Jones was coming from. That's why I tempered my disagreement. And look, I'm not trying to fight anybody right now. I'm not trying to shit on anybody. I'm not trying to vent my frustration on anybody. And you know, it's important if you find yourself tempted to do that to be a little bit charitable. People keep trying to tell me it's only 4 years. I know they're trying to calm me down, but they don't understand we most likely won't have elections again. Well, yeah, in terms of, look, it's like this, okay? Anybody ever have a dog in their neighborhood that loves to play with a tennis ball, but all of the tennis balls that the dog plays with, they are not the same, right? If that was a tennis ball and you're a tennis player, and I don't know, you hit it over the fence and the dog got a hold of it, right? When you get it back from the dog, you might not want to play with that ball anymore, right? You know what I'm saying? You may get it back from the dog eventually. All right, after 4 years. But that is not going to be the same tennis ball that it was. That's I don't know why that's the metaphor I choose. Life is always a cycle of good and bad. That is true. Wasn't Cheney sort of unrepentant but sad at the same time? Are you talking about Dick Cheney? I don't know. I don't know if you're talking about Dick Cheney or Liz Cheney. I don't know how to feel yet, but this numbness is bad. Even Chat GPT gets it. What does that mean? Slob by the glob? Like the when a dog gets the tennis ball? Yeah. But I mean, like, look, on the plus side, okay, that tennis ball was a little bit fascist already. You know what I'm saying? Like, that wasn't a good tennis ball. That wasn't the tennis ball that you would want to bequeath to your descendants, if you know what I mean. Right? I I don't know about other people, but I don't have like reverence for the United States. I do not see it as a shining city on the hill. I think it has never been one. I think that in some ways, I guess it was a vehicle for certain Enlightenment ideals that, you know, sound good on paper, but it's never lived up to those ideals. Like, go to the past and look at who, like, life, liberty, and the pursuit of happiness was, you know, like right, all this fancy stuff, this great ideals, they applied to white landowning men, right? That's who that was for. When they say mankind or humankind or whatever, they're not talking about all of us. There's a lot of us that were not in that, under that umbrella. And yeah, has some shit gotten better? Sure. But some shit's gotten worse. Slippage. BKK says, as I said earlier, I could never run for office because I can't pretend to love this hellscape. That's the tennis ball you give to the stepchild before they marry a prince and leave your abusive... Wait. Are you talking about, like, bequeathing the tennis ball? Oh, I see. I think I get what you're saying, Sassy Sasarai. Old ball, used balls. Chat GPT knows how evil Trump is. Well, that's because Chat GPT is afflicted by the woke mind virus. That's what Elon says. He's coming up with a better one that'll say that Trump is saving humanity. Just as he's saving the dogs and the cats and the squirrels. Can you imagine thinking like that? Can you imagine the kind of brain rot that goes into some of these right-wing memes? Right? The one with... Trump's got like a goose in one hand and a cat in the other, and he's like running to save them. Can you imagine the kind of brain rot that fucking gives you that? That's the tennis ball that the stepmom gives Cinderella. The squirrel is sad. No, absolutely. Justice for Peanut. All right, I can say that with no problem. You know, in fact, people should have freaked out about that a little bit more, right? Okay, so you've got that. Do we all know what we're talking about? The Peanut story? Like, I could show you the story. It's very sad. And a lot of you are already very sad. And I don't know if showing you a sad story about a squirrel and a raccoon is exactly what I want to do today. But most of you probably know about this whole thing. Let me just really quickly explain for anybody who hasn't heard of it. Let's see if I got this right. These people adopted a baby squirrel that was supposedly orphaned, right? The mother squirrel had been hit with a car, right? That's the story. And I don't even remember where the raccoon came from, but they were gonna do they had an intention of doing like an animal sanctuary, kind of like Save a Fox, and just like Save a Fox, they used social media and specifically brought on the squirrel and the raccoon to show their daily life onto like TikTok videos and YouTube and other stuff like that, right? And someone called the animal authorities on them, which is weird because if you really think about this, it sounds a lot like swatting, but we're not talking about swatting people here. We're talking about swatting a squirrel and a raccoon. And yeah, sure enough, the animal authorities showed up, with the report that this sanctuary might be like a vector of rabies transmission. And in the process of taking the squirrel and the raccoon out of the home, one of the agents was bitten. And when the protocol is that when an agent is bitten, the animal is tested for rabies. The only way you can test the animal for rabies is to, results in the death of the animal. So that is how Peanut the squirrel died. Now, that's fucked up. That's sad. That's, it also shows like how much behind like the technological development that we have, how much behind the existence of social media, like government organizations, institutions are, in that they don't recognize that a lot of these like calls from a, concerned citizen are actually going to be attempts to weaponize the authorities against somebody, or just somebody being a Karen or whatever, right? All that's real, but somehow this transformed into, ah, yes, and the governor of New York is a Democrat. The Democrats killed the squirrel. If we had Republican government, you could have all the squirrels you want, and it would be just peachy, right? Republicans value squirrels. Republicans care about your pets, right? Donald Trump would save the pets, right? That's what it turned into. And it's like built on the foundation of they're eating the dogs, they're eating the cats. Only Trump can save your pets meme. Like a lot of this stuff is meme. Like at its heart, right? What Trumpism is a meme. A meme is a behavior that gets done and repeated by others and spreads. A lot of this is not logic. It's not, certainly not morality. It's just kind of a repeated behavior. And maybe even like a thought pattern that goes in circles. That's what I've noticed with Trump people, right? Is their thought patterns are fashioned in such a way that they can achieve like logical circularity, right? They make a point of like, this is why you got to vote for Trump. You're like, actually, that's not true. Well, it doesn't matter if it's true because of this. Well, actually, that logic isn't sound. Well, it doesn't, like, right? There's always something like underneath. And then when you take them far enough, you get to the original point, the point that you debunked, right? The point that it didn't matter that you debunked, right? It didn't matter that it wasn't true. Now they're asserting it again as if you'd never debunked it. And so I guess what we got to think about is ways to disrupt that circularity, ways to short circuit these MAGA like logic trees. Wait, Bob Nauman? Wait, I'm sorry. Is this a serious comment? I can't tell. I I haven't heard anything like that. I would have lost my mind if someone did that to my animals. Yeah, no, it's fucked up. But I mean, like, look, I mean, like, what issue does it actually sound like? Does it sound a little bit like police brutality? I mean, we're not talking about police here, but we're talking about like what I'm saying is that this isn't a right-wing issue. If you get me, right? And there's too many issues that the right wing is able to commandeer because the so-called left party in this nation doesn't want to touch them. This is when this is where you start to get diagonalism. This is where you start to get Republican strategists like Steve Bannon noticing when the Democrats throw somebody under the bus or fail to uphold some value they supposedly have, and they say, we'll go back and we'll appeal to those people, and because they've been hurt and they've been thrown under the bus, they've been let go, they've been left high and dry, they're going to believe anything that we say, right? That's what happens, right? That's where the, you know, at a very basic level, because the Democrats refuse to address the material conditions, which, that should be the fucking baseline for Democrats, right? If you understand your political ideologies, you'll understand that liberalism and conservatism are two forms of capitalism, right? At the end of the day, conservatism seeks to maximize the exploitation and the profit of the capital class, whereas liberalism finds it more efficacious to throw the working class basically peanuts every now and then, throw some breadcrumbs our way. Both like in a at different times in a Keynesian sense, because it's good for the economy, it's good for their profits, but also because it's good for the stability of their inherently unstable system. And when a system gets pushed to its breaking point, like American capitalism, that's when you see the social democratic leanings of the Liberal Party, come out and offer things that, while they definitely help the material conditions, and that's what I mean when I say that's a baseline for what a left, even a liberal party should offer. But they definitely aren't trying to give you enough where you can start to claw back leverage from the capitalist class, from the accumulation, right? This is what's happening when capitalism is allowed to run for generations and generations and generations, is it's not just an exploitation, which happens between you and your employer, right? You do work, you produce value, and an amount of that value that you're unable to ascertain or see is sheared off of you, is taken from you. But that's not all, because that value goes somewhere, it gets financialized, and it gets it creates wealth for the capitalist class, and beyond that, it creates leverage, and that leverage builds up and up and up and up and up, and that's why we have an idea like late stage capitalism. That's what that means, right? When it's allowed to run for generations and generations, for years and years, it doesn't stay equally bad. It tends to get worse. And the difference between anything that's leftism versus anything that is a part of capitalist ideology is, does it allow you to claw back some leverage, not just improve your material conditions, which, like I said, you'd expect any like left-wing party to do, not just make you able to get through your working day and your working life with body and soul somewhat more intact, but a little bit of control, right? That's the difference. Plainly spoken. Yeah, looking forward to unregulated speculative housing market to cause housing prices to get even worse. And looking forward to tariffs to drive prices even higher. What's up, Just Julie? Yeah, that's true, Christy Z. That's one of the ramifications, right? That's the difference that it makes, whether he gets elected or not. Yeah, I still didn't understand what the squirrel on squirrel action is, but maybe I haven't studied this. That's why I prefer anarcho-syndicalism, says Canadian Brunch. Well, yeah, look, if you know, like I understand situations, like I think the situation that we just experienced is one in which, you know, electing a far from perfect, actually really, really flawed candidate on the Democratic side would have left us in a less bad situation than electing the guy that got elected. So what I'm saying is that there's a difference, right? It might be worth your while. I'm not going to vote scold anybody, and I'm especially not going to tell anyone whose like literal stomach is turned by the policy of Biden and Kamala in Gaza, right? That you got to go and vote for those people that are sending bombs to kill people in Gaza. I'm not going to say that to somebody, but I do think that in my analysis of it, yeah, it's worthwhile to weaponize your vote against Donald Trump so long as you don't become a cheerleader for the Democratic Party, as many have demonstrated is the tendency. Wait, what are we talking about, Godcat? Zoom call with Matt Lesh made Don Lemon stream crash with some Time Warner 9/11 comments. Oh, okay. So BCAT K is answering that question that I thought was a joke. I'm not seeing him charged. We're talking about the sanctuary guy, the owner of Peanut and the raccoon. Not seeing him charged with anything, nor can I find info that the animals were used for that kind of content. I don't know if that statement was made in seriousness. Oh, it is. Okay, well, oh my God. This is an interesting conversation thread right here. Dems left Harris out to dry on a glass cliff. Oh, yeah, yeah. So what figure drawing is talking about, if you haven't heard the term glass cliff yet, it's a tendency, I guess in business, right? A lot of times so the glass ceiling is the tendency of there being a limit to which even like high level employees that are women get promoted, right? There's a glass ceiling. You don't see it, like, right? It's glass because you don't see it, but it's there, and you know you bump into it, and you can't get above it, right? The invisible ceiling, the glass ceiling, right? The glass cliff is an idea that some companies will hand off control to of a company, hand off something like, you know, being a CEO or being in charge of something basically, to a woman right before that thing is going to crash. Some people say that Elon Musk naming, oh my God, what's her name again? Linda, fuck, I can't, yeah, Yaccarino? Yes, it's Yaccarino. How's Zara holding up? Zara has actually kept me, like, um, kept me on even kilter, right? Zara's awesome. All right, so like I said, I do want to run through some of these things with you. I don't want to rub anybody's face in the shit show that is reality now. But I kind of want to take a look at now what Sunday is doing right now, and I only say this because I happened in on his stream today, is going over what does he do? Like West Side Tyler's response, go like Hassan's response, Xander Hall's response, and just critiquing every single one of them. I don't that might make for a more splashy, dramatic, clickable sort of stream. That's not where really I'm at right now. There is more than enough blame to go around, but I don't feel like blaming content creators is useful, especially when you are a content creator. Like, how does anybody trust you? You know what I mean? Like, I got plenty of smoke for Vosh, Destiny, and company, even Hassan at times, but I'm like not trying to be like Vosh has failed as the leader of the online left, so you should pick me as your leader instead. I don't know. That's kind of a self-centered way to be. So that's not what you can expect from this stream, but we do need to cover some of this stuff. I'm just looking through my recommended to see if there's anything else that we need to cover. People have been let's see, there's stuff that people posted in Discord. If you're not a member of the Discord yet, let me try to help you with that. If I can make this happen. There we go. Get that invite code. But yeah, I'm gonna put the Discord link in chat because I think that some of these links that like I need to go through my like the timer messages and kind of clear some of them out because I think some of them have like old links. That's not very useful. Here we go, the Discord link. But I was just gonna say, people have been talking about what's going on in the Discord. Have been sharing various perspectives, and I want to make sure to catch us. Oh yeah. Oh, okay. So Olimey, there we go. Olimey's got a video. Y'all want to watch the Olimey video? How about this? How about this? Okay, we get through the Kamala concession speech. We try to get through the Trump victory speech. And then take a look at what Olimey has posted. Does that sound good? Does that sound like a plan? Does that sound like a start? Canadian Brunch says, I'm not above strategic voting. I certainly would have voted for Kamala if I could have. Yeah, and that's where I'm at, right? It's just like the whole thing is I don't like the way, oh my God, here I am telling, I'm not going to criticize other content creators in this, but let's not name names, all right? But, you know, when people use phrases like riding with Biden, unironically, that's just not what you should hear coming out of any leftist's mouth. It's really important not to be subsumed in our efforts to stave off reactionary ultra-nationalist bullshit. It's really important not to get subsumed by shit liberty. And really what like my problem with the Democratic Party beyond a moral objection is that their pragmatic shit that they do, the compromises that they're always finding themselves taking, they're not even pragmatically useful. Like, it doesn't get you elected. It doesn't stave off fascism. It just makes people not trust you. It just makes you seem like you don't really care about anything, right? There's too much loser liberalism being accepted. And while I can see the utility in strategically, voting against the worst of all worlds, the worst of all outcomes, it's the compromises that are getting made by the Democrats often are not even advantageous on a practical level. And that's the worst of all insults. Like, that's like an insult to our intelligence. Oh my god, chat, I almost wish that, like, it almost feels like a guitar night. I don't know. It doesn't feel like a normal night, right? It doesn't feel like I want to, like, I mean, obviously it's not, right? But I kind of, like, I don't know, kind of feel like I want to do other things. But yeah, we gotta, first things first, all right? First thing is first. Anybody see the Saturday Night Live that with Kamala Harris on it? They oh my god, what's her name that plays Kamala on Saturday Night Live? It really felt like that. Really felt like, if you rewatch that, it really feels like Kamala and SNL, they're like way too cavalier, way too confident about this. Like, and there was like an edge of, like, let's get back to brunch in it, right? Um, it was like Kamala in the mirror talking to Kamala, and like, so let's stop all the drama and watch your rom Kamala. Like, oh my god, what was it? Like Legally Blondula. Yeah. Anyway, it was like you couldn't get more like let's get back to brunch than that. And like, I don't know, like I kind of wonder if that was a media strategy. Like, if that's what Kamala thought was going to counteract like Trump going on Joe Rogan, the Nelk Boys, Aiden Ross, the whole gamut of right wing. Oh yeah, Theo Vaughn. God damn. It just feels like, social media wise, the Democrats kind of show up at a gunfight with a spoon. They're like, don't make me use this. Don't make me use this. I've got a spoon. Yeah, what are you going to do with that? All right, let's take a look at what we've got here in the way of So I'm trying to find the speech here. There we go. We got it. We got it. All right. And what else do we have? Let us check. We have the bonus poll, bonus content. What's winning right now? It looks like What If Alt Hist talking about the election. Now that might be cursed, okay? That might be cursed, but it looks like a lot of you are voting for it. Although I will say it's very close, right? We got What If Alt Hist in first place at 32%. 63 of you have voted. Alimi, the Vanguard, and Emma doing a panel. That panel both covers the Kamala Harris strategy and the electoral strategy, the campaign strategy, as well as the Anna Kasparian circling the drain, leaving the left with a very long goodbye from Anna Kasparian. In third place, not far behind that, we have Ted Cruz gets weird about trans people. That one keeps on getting votes, so I keep on putting it up. So here it is again. And we have gaming, Metaphor, Refantasio, right? Those are the options. There's also this one down here, Irene Sings, that we should probably do sometime. I do have a guitar. And honestly, if I got a 9-volt battery, I could plug it's got like an onboard pickup, so I could plug it into my interface and it should sound pretty good. You won't have the whole thing where I'm competing with my guitar for the mic or having set the problem is that sometimes the mic this mic is unidirectional, I believe, and as such it sometimes rejects a good amount of the audio, possibly even the guitar. Anyway, so we got a lot of options to vote for. Vote for what you like. Your votes count, and they change the outcome of the poll. The other thing that changes the outcome of the poll is donations. So whether that is a super chat, super sticker, whether you're getting yourself a membership or gifting memberships to other people, whether you're signing up for the Patreon or donating to my Throne link, which is right there, or getting yourself out of the ad break on Twitch by using a Twitch Prime for free or a $6 sub for $6, or even gifting subs to other people, which is very nice, gets them out of the ad break as well. Any of those things. Oh yes, that reminds me. I have kind of fucked this up, haven't I? I fucked this up already. But anyway, any of those things count towards the sub goal. We're at 0% right now. If I scroll up, yeah, there we go, 0%. If we get to 100% by the end of the stream, we'll get extra content. What could that be? It could be What If Alt Hist. It could be Alimi, the Vanguard, and Emma on a panel together. It could be Ted Cruz getting weird about trans people. Or it could be gaming. Basically, it could be anything you want. But only if we hit those numbers. And when you do donate, make sure to let me know in the chat which of these options, which of these topics tickles your fancy, and I'll make sure to add your donation as a percentage to the topic of your choice, thus helping it achieve winning status and becoming the bonus content. So, and I should find something to throw Granddad Rides on Boar with, because I really did want to share that bit of content with you. Sad for the US, and I'm concerned Canada is copying the crappy strategy. At the heart of it, a lot of what the power of Donald Trump and his movement is just a social media strategy. Right? You'd be surprised at just how much of it boils down to the attention economy. And it's kind of surprising and scary the degree to which the Democrats have failed to adapt to that strategy, to recognize that strategy, let alone to come up with a counter strategy. All right, so we're about to get going here on the. We'll watch the two speeches, and then we'll start looking at content. We'll look at people's reactions. We're starting with Olaimi's reaction. See what we think. So that there. Patreon. I should probably mention my Patreon because I never do, but there's the link to it right there. And oh my god, why can I not get this to work? Oh, it won't let me do it. That's wild. Let's try reloading that. I just need to pin this really quick. But I always forget to do this in the beginning. But I want to thank my patrons really quick, if that's okay. So yeah, Patreon helps me keep the lights on, helps me continue what I'm doing here. You're literally contributing to the stream keeping on going, and I appreciate that greatly. We have various tiers on Patreon. Everybody gets access to videos when I put them out, which reminds me I need to do one soon, that are unredacted, so you know all the F words. They are also unedited, right? So you get kind of like the Snyder length version of it, and you get it before everybody else, right? So everybody on Patreon gets that. For the $5 and greater tier, you also get a fancy shout out. So let me do that now. Fancy shouts out to my weasels. Temporal Insanity, Funky Monkey, shouts out to Moe No Ape, shouts out to Just Julie, shouts out to Jules K, shouts out to JR, shouts out to Good for Gabby. Fancy shouts out to Zerazerex, to Rachel, and to Omega Star. And there's the link. Wait, the other thing I need to do is... did it not work? Oh wait, that's what didn't work. Okay, restore that. And then that's what I'm trying to do. I'm trying to pin this. There we go. There we go. Message is pinned. We're good, and we're ready to go. Pinned there, and buttons are important to press. Got this button, I've got that button, and last but not least, this one. All right, here we are. A very sad row of American flags here. This is going to be Kamala Harris's concession speech. Last night, Donald Trump secured 270 votes, 270 electoral votes, securing the presidency. It's how it works in the United States. Very likely also winning the popular vote for the first time since 2004. He's the second Republican since, I think, George H.W. Bush to win the popular vote. Yeah, they don't, they they usually get in with an electoral win, but not necessarily a popular vote win. This time it was both, right? Kamala Harris's numbers were definitely closer to those of Hillary Clinton than they were to Joe Biden. Joe Biden's numbers kind of show you not exactly the minimum, but a level that if you hit it, you would be likely to be able to clinch. 270 votes yourself, but Kamala was under that by enough of a level that she, yeah. Well, I mean, you know the story. Let's get to this.
Please welcome the Vice President of the United States, Kamala Harris.
The sound is weird. Oh, 'cause the music.
Good afternoon. Good afternoon. Thank you all. Thank you, thank you. Thank you, thank you. So let me say, and I love you back. And I love you back. So let me say, my heart is full today. My heart is full today. Full of gratitude for the trust you have placed in me, full of love for our country, and full of resolve. The outcome of this election is not what we wanted, not what we fought for, not what we voted for, but hear me when I say, the light of America's promise will always burn bright. As long as we never give up and as long as we keep fighting. To my beloved Doug and our family, I love you so very much. To President Biden and Dr. Biden, thank you for your faith and support. To Governor Walz and the Walz family, I know your service to our nation will continue. And to my extraordinary team, to the volunteers who gave so much of themselves, to the poll workers and the local election officials, I thank you all. Look, I am so proud of the race we ran, and the way we ran it, over the 107 days of this campaign, we have been intentional about building community and building coalitions, bringing people together from every walk of life and background, united by love of country with enthusiasm and joy in our fight for America's future. And we did it with the knowledge that we all have so much more in common than what separates us. Now, I know folks are feeling and experiencing a range of emotions right now. I get it. But we must accept the results of this election. Earlier today, I spoke with President-elect Trump and congratulated him on his victory. I also told him that we will help him and his team with their transition, and that we will engage in a—
I always wonder what that means. Like, no, here's the deal, okay, Donald, when you bring your stuff in to move into the White House, right, I'm gonna help you carry your furniture. Like, what does that mean? We're gonna help you with your transition. Like, what? I mean, yeah, I think it's probably coordination. It's probably coordination of, like, handing off national security responsibilities. None of this makes me feel good. None of this makes me feel safe, right?
a peaceful transfer of power. A fundamental principle of American democracy is that when we lose an election, we accept the results. That principle, as much as any other, distinguishes democracy from monarchy or tyranny. And anyone who seeks the public trust must honor it. At the same time, in our nation, We owe loyalty not to a president or a party, but to the Constitution of the United States. And loyalty to our conscience and to our God.
The irony is that she's handing it over to someone who has chafed at the idea that his administration officials swear their oath to the Constitution rather than to him, right? This is the irony of that.
My allegiance to all three is why I am here to say, while I concede this election, I do not concede the fight that fueled this campaign. The fight for freedom, for opportunity, for fairness, and the dignity of all people. A fight for the ideals at the heart of our nation, the ideals that reflect America at our best. That is a fight I will never give up. I will never give up the fight for a future where Americans can pursue their dreams, ambitions, and aspirations, where the women of America have the freedom to make decisions about their own body and not have their government telling them what to do. We will never give up the fight to protect our schools and our streets from gun violence. And America, we will never give up the fight for our democracy, for the rule of law, for equal justice, and for the sacred idea that every one of us, no matter who we are or where we start out, has certain fundamental rights and freedoms that must be respected and upheld.
I gotta be honest with you. I'm waiting for the Amon animations.
And we will continue to wage this fight in
This-
the voting booth, in the courts, and in the public square. And we will also wage it in quieter ways, in how we live our lives, by treating one another with kindness and respect, by looking in the face of a stranger and seeing a neighbor, by always using our strength to lift people up, to fight for the dignity that all people deserve. The fight for our freedom will take hard work, but like I always say, we like hard work. Hard work is good work. Hard work can be joyful work. And the fight for our country is always worth it. It is always worth it. To the young people who are watching, it is... I love you. To the young people who are watching, it is okay to feel sad and disappointed, but please know it's going to be okay. On the campaign, I would often say, when we fight, we win. But here's the thing. Sometimes the fight takes a while. That doesn't mean we won't win. That doesn't mean we won't win. The important thing is don't ever give up. Don't ever give up. Don't ever stop trying to make the world a better place. You have power. You have power. And don't you ever listen when anyone tells you something is impossible because it has never been done before. You have the capacity to do extraordinary good in the world. And so to everyone who is watching, do not despair. This is not a time to throw up our hands. This is a time to roll up our sleeves.
Look, if you've lived your life under the fucking target of right-wing bullshit, this is nothing new to you. You don't have the luxury of giving up. You don't have the luxury of you know, there's no place to like retreat to, right?
This is a time to organize, to mobilize, and to stay engaged for the sake of freedom and justice and the future that we all know we can build together. Look, many of you know I started out as a prosecutor, and throughout my career, I saw people at some of the worst times in their lives. People who had suffered great harm and great pain, and yet found within themselves the strength and the courage and the resolve.
God, like as she's going through this, it's kind of pissing me off because I'm noticing so many threads that she wove into maybe the beginning of her campaign, like the idea of Kamala the prosecutor versus the felon Donald Trump. Now, you know, granted, you know, she as a prosecutor was a tool of the unjust laws of the state, including, you know, drug laws, which disproportionate and fucking like all laws disproportionately come down on marginalized people, and there's definitely like a criticism there. But in terms of the optics of her going after Donald Trump in that way, I think that was somewhat effective. I don't think that the blowing Donald Trump up as a threat to democracy, after seeing how badly that worked for the Biden administration, I don't think that was a good idea. But I mean, this is a strain that kind of got lost along the way, along with a bunch of other stuff. Like the stuff that she had in the beginning was working for her. The word on the street is that when she brought in members of the Biden administration, members of the Biden campaign team onto her staff, their feedback was like, you know, the weird stuff, it's a little bit overplayed. You need to move on from the weird stuff. And also the stuff about going after price gougers, ooh, our donors really don't like to hear that. You need to back off from that. Right? The advice that she got was so dog shit. But I mean, you know, she took it. She accepted it. She believed it.
To take the stand, to take a stand, to fight for justice, to fight for themselves, to fight for others. So let their courage be our inspiration. Let their determination be our charge. And I'll close with this. There's an adage an historian once called a law of history. True.
Is this going to be historical analysis from Kamala?
Of every society across the ages. The adage is, only when it is dark enough can you see the stars.
What the fuck? Oh no! Oh no! What? We're only truly experiencing beauty when we're in times of abject misery.
I know many people.
Oh no!
Like we are entering a dark time.
I mean, she's got to say something, and I do not envy her for having to. I mean, she has to make a concession speech, right? It would be wild if she, you know, just disappeared and didn't say anything, right? I do not envy the task. I do not know how I would, you know, in her position, write a concession speech, but holy shit.
But for the benefit of us all, I hope that is not the case. But here's the thing, America, if it is, let us fill the sky with the light of a brilliant, brilliant billion of stars.
1,000 points of light?
The light of optimism, of faith, of truth, and service. HU. And may that work guide us, even in the face of setbacks, toward the extraordinary promise of the United States of America. I thank you all. May God bless you, and may God bless the United States of America. I thank you.
That's Donald Trump's theme song right there. God bless the USA. God damn. All right, well, there it is, short and sweet. Unlike, very much unlike this asshole right here. All right, so chat, this is indeed the Trump victory speech. Master Roshi said that a candle often shines its brightest just before it goes out. That's from Dragon Ball Z, right? Or Dragon Ball Super? I don't even know. It was a Batman quote? Wait, Gnarled by Nature, was that a Batman quote? I may be the only one who liked this. Darkest Before Dawn, Dark Brandon. It would be pretty sweet if she didn't concede. What if she seceded? No, that would never happen. That would never happen. Saying that she would not do different when she went on The View was definitely harmful to one of the many things that harmed her campaign. But it just, like, in my mind, I feel like she had the intuition. You know, not even the strategy, like just the straight up intuition to, I don't know, maybe win. And she doubted herself. And she took on all this bad advice from Biden's crew. I'm not going to blame the entire thing on Biden because, like I said, you know, she has the ability to take that advice or to leave it, even if it might be awkward or hard to tell Biden that he's not wanted or needed. Oh no, I just realized that, chat. Towards the end of the campaign, she actually kind of did say that. You know, there was more and more kind of harm coming to her campaign from Biden that was undeniable. And at some point, Biden was like, hey, you want me to go out to Scranton, go out to Pennsylvania, you know, help you out here? And she's kind of like, you know, well, after you said something that sounded like you were calling Trump voters garbage, basically a repeat of the Hillary Clinton basket of deplorables motif. No, thanks, but no thanks. You've done enough, Joe. You know, we greatly appreciate you, but please, you know, don't do me any favors, Joe. Don't do me any favors. She can't shut up about it. Oh wait, about what? Play Fallout to get used to the incoming apocalypse. Which Fallout? Tempotronic says, I'm voting for a New Vegas because we need something nice in these trying times. Hey, I would love to play some Fallout or some Metaphor, Refantasio, or both. That part made you laugh? Christian messaging in there? One final gaslighting on her way out. Anyway, let's like, now here's the deal, chat. Like, right, this is the Trump speech. This is the Trump victory speech. It's about twice as long, if not more, than Kamala's speech. Because this motherfucker, this gas bag, is long-winded as fuck. I am sure that we will get enough of his ridiculous speeches in the next 4 years, so let me know if you're over it. I will pay attention to chat, and if you all want to tap out and you've had enough, like, I don't want to over subject you to Andrew Davis says I love Fallout, right? Which Fallout though do you like? There's so many. There's so many. Why did Harris lose? We'll get into that. There's a lot of reasons.
Just underscore Julie super chatted $5. Muting the fascist here no evil.
Oh, okay. So, yeah. Thank you for the super chat anyway. Just Julie. And yeah, if you need to mute, that's fine as well. All right, so here we go. Let me change the title. And we'll see how much of this we want to listen to.
We're going to fix everything about our country.
We're gonna fix everything. We're gonna make everything better. It's a pure vibes-based campaign. That's right. We're gonna fix everything by we're you know how you're paying too much for stuff. You know how the prices are too high. We're gonna make them higher with tariffs, right? We're gonna fix everything. We're gonna cut your health care. We're gonna fix everything. Oh my God.
For a reason tonight, and the reason is going to be just that. We overcame obstacles that nobody thought possible, and it is now clear that we've achieved them. It is now clear that we've achieved the most incredible political thing. Look what happened. Is this crazy? But it's a political victory that our country has never seen before, nothing like this. I want to thank the American people for the extraordinary honor of being elected your 47th president and your 45th president.
Wait a minute. All right, I wanna chime in here for a second. All right, Biden has the chance now to do the funniest thing ever. Trump's really attached to this idea of 45, 47 being the 45th president and being the 47th president. How cool would it be if Joe Biden stepped down, making Kamala Harris the 47th president, and relegating this guy to 48? He has to change all his hats. I don't know. Biden needs to do something, like a little bit of a mic drop on his way out. A little dark, Brandon.
And every citizen, I will fight for you, for your family,
Whether you like it or not.
your future.
Whether you like it or not.
Every day I will be fighting for you, and with every breath in my body, I will not rest until we have delivered the strong, safe, and prosperous America that our children deserve and that you deserve. This will truly be the golden age of America. That's what we have to have. This is a magnificent victory for the American people that will allow us to make America great again. Oh, we're gonna do it. And in addition to having won the battleground states of North Carolina, I love these places, Georgia, Pennsylvania, and Wisconsin, we are now winning in Michigan, Arizona, Nevada, and Alaska, which would result in us carrying at least 315 electoral votes. But it's much easier doing what the networks did or whoever called it, because there was no other path. There was no other path to victory. We also have won the popular vote. That was great. Very proud of that.
Yeah. That is the second time that a Republican has won the popular vote since 1988. So that is pretty phenomenal.
Thank you. Thank you very much. Thank you. And, winning the popular vote was very nice, I will tell you. It's a great a great feeling of love. We have a great feeling of love in this very large room with unbelievable people standing by my side. These people have been incredible. They've made the journey with me, and we're going to make you very happy. We're going to make you very proud of your vote. I hope.
There we go, mods. I threw you a little bone over there in Shorts chat. Thank you for helping out with that, by the way.
Be looking back someday.
Should be easier for you now.
Say that was one of the truly important moments of my life when I voted for this group of people beyond the president, this group of great people. America has given us an unprecedented and powerful mandate. We have taken back control of the Senate. Wow, that's good. And the Senate races in Montana, Nevada, Texas, Ohio, Michigan, Wisconsin, the great Commonwealth of Pennsylvania, were all won by the MAGA movement. They helped so much. And in those cases, every one of them, we worked with the senators. They were tough races. And I mean, the number of victories in the Senate was absolutely incredible. And we did tele-rallies. We did tele-rallies with each one of them. And sometimes we did 2 or 3 and it was amazing to look at all of those victories. Nobody expected that, nobody. So I just wanted to thank you very much for that. And you have some great senators and some great new senators. And it also looks like we'll be keeping control of the House of Representatives.
So we'll have to check in on that. Last time I checked, it does look like it's going that way. But I don't know if it's confirmed yet. I'll let you know when it is. When or if it is. But yeah, basically we're back in 2016 again.
I want to thank.
Or in 1972 or in 1968. This is just kind of a common thing in the U.S. for ultra right-wing candidate to win.
Mike Johnson, I think he's doing a terrific job.
It doesn't mean it doesn't cause harm. It absolutely does. The country that you get back from a far-right candidate is not the same country that you hand over to such a candidate. You can see this by what Trump did in terms of turning the Supreme Court into the illegitimate body that it is today. The body that basically bestowed a monarchy on him. The fact that he, in any of his official acts, right, he's unable to commit any crime even if he's breaking the law. So yeah, it's a real, there's a lot of work for the administration that takes over for this shit show.
Perfect job. I want to also thank my beautiful wife, Melania, First Lady. Who has the #1 best-selling book in the country. Can you believe that?
It's like Tim Pool saying he's got the #1 record in the country, right? Those things that used to matter in the 50s, 60s, 70s, and 80s, and 90s or whatever, right? They don't really matter anymore, right? Having a bestseller on the New York Times books just means that you bought a lot of your own books. Having the #1 song on iTunes like Tim Pool did. Like, I mean, who fucking buys iTunes?
Oh, no, she's done a great job. Works very hard.
Tim Pool fans, that's who.
So I just want to thank her. But I want to thank my whole family, my amazing children, and they are amazing children. Now, we all think our children are amazing. Everybody here thinks their children are amazing, but that's a good thing when you think they are. But Don, Eric, Ivanka, Tiffany, Barron, Laura.
Look, they're amazing in the same way that the royalty has been amazing in that, like, their Trump family, the Trump dynasty is able to kick out some really weird people into humanity.
Jared, Kimberly, Michael, thank you all. What a help.
It's funny with how much the QAnon and you know the right wing conspiracy theorists love to talk about like lizard people and stuff. I mean, I say we got several candidates for who is a lizard, you know, who is some kind of who is a shapeshifter on that stage with us tonight. God, and JD Vance too. What is up with Republicans?
My father-in-law, Victor.
Yeah, obviously those theories tend to skew a little towards anti-Semitism. So
But now there are freaking communist invading radicals.
just throwing a little bit of that back at the fascists.
Tremendous. And we miss
You know, that's what it is. It's fascism.
But now there are freaking communist.
That's what does this. That's what makes people like this. It's fucking fascism.
much. Melania's mother.
Proximity to fascism, you could even say.
Amalia.
But now there are
We
freaking
miss
communist
Amalia,
invading
don't we, huh?
radicals.
She would be very happy right now, standing on this stage. She'd be so proud. She
Because
was
it
a great
so
woman, that
peaceful
one.
up here.
Beautiful
But now there are
inside and
freaking
out.
communist
She
invading
was a great
radicals.
woman. I want to be the first to congratulate our great, now I can say, Vice President-elect of the United States, J.D. Vance.
Look, here's what's the scariest thing about JD Vance, all right? Given Trump's cognitive and physical deterioration, there is a good chance that JD Vance may be the 48th president of the United States before Trump's term is up. Just saying. And that is a man with a literal Peter Thiel hand up his butt, moving him around, right? He's a literal puppet of one of the nastiest oligarchs in the US. But we got a lot of oligarchs with their hands up people's butts. In some way, Elon Musk has got his hand up Donald Trump's butt. Not in a literal sense, right?
And his absolutely remarkable and beautiful wife, Usha Vance.
What is Ivanka wearing?
And he's a feisty guy, isn't he? You know, I've said, go into the enemy camp. And you know, the enemy camp is certain networks. And a lot of people don't like to, sir, do I have to do that? He just goes, okay. Which one? CNN, MSDNC? He'll say,
All right, check this out.
he actually looks like, he's still like the only guy I've ever
Check this out.
And then he just goes and absolutely obliterates them.
All right.
Say a couple of words, sir.
Just when they thought they might be able to talk. Cope and seethe, MAGA. Cope and seethe.
Well, Mr. President,
Sorry, I gotta fuck with them.
I appreciate you allowing me to join you on this incredible journey. I thank you for the trust that you placed in me. And I think that we just witnessed the greatest political comeback in the history of the United States of America.
You're about to witness the coronation of the most rizless administration that you have ever fucking seen. Look at Barron. God, even Barron's a goober. It's a family of goobers.
And under President Trump's leadership, we're never going to stop fighting for you, for your dreams, for the future of your children. And after the greatest political comeback in American history, we're going to lead the greatest economic comeback in American history under Donald Trump's leadership.
Thank you very much. He's turned out to be.
He's great, isn't he? Oh my God. No, it turned out he didn't matter.
I took a little heat at the beginning, but he was. I knew the brain was a good one, about as good as it gets.
The brand?
And we love the family, and we're going to have a great 4
The brand.
years, and we're going to turn our country around, make it something very special.
Helen genetic ultranationalism, folks. That's what we're gonna do. We're gonna get back to the late great time period that never truly existed.
Lost that little had lost that
Okay, I'm the lizard thing. Yeah, maybe I shouldn't have said that.
call special. We have to make it so we're gonna make
Maybe I shouldn't have said that. Right? I don't want to encourage that shit just because it's got such a connection to the. I always forget where that comes from. Right?
country and potentially the greatest country in the world.
It's literal anti-Semitic conspiracy theorists that made up the lizard people thing.
Far, and right now we're going to just work very hard to get all of that back. We're going to make it the best it's ever been. We can do that. We just, if we had to wait long.
Why is he so tall? Look, him being tall is probably not a problem. Him being that tall with that kind of posture, that is going to be a problem. That is going to be a problem for him.
But now there are freaking communist invading radicals.
I don't know. It was going bad, and it was going bad fast. We're going to have to seal up those borders, and we're going to have to let people come into our country.
Communist invading radicals.
We want people to come back in.
No, I was just making the observation, right, that
It was so peaceful up here, but now there are freaking communist.
given how disposed Trump supporters are to weird theories like the celebrities transforming into lizard people thing,
Now there are freaking communist
like
invading radicals.
his own family, right, looks like they might be doing some shape shifting. But again, the origins of that meme are sus, right? I'm just making sure that everybody knows that.
But we have to let them come back in, but they have to come in legally. They have to come in legally. Let me also express my tremendous.
The irony just being that these people are all like, oh my gosh, such and such celebrity is a secret lizard person, right? Like they got all these weird conspiracy theories about celebrities and Democratic politicians, but they don't ever apply that shit to like the most obvious targets standing right in front of you there, right?
Appreciation for Susie and Chris, the job you did.
All I'm saying is that's a weird looking family you got, Donald. And that's a weird looking vice president, and
Come here. Come here, Susie.
and Elon, he's not looking too good either.
Come here, Chris. Susie likes to stay sort of in the back, let me tell you. The Ice Maiden.
I guess she doesn't get to do. I guess that's not an option today. The Ice Maiden? He's got nicknames for everybody, chat.
We call her the Ice
We call her the Ice Maiden. That's not nice.
Come here, Chris.
She's like, I don't want to be here.
Come here, Chris. Susie likes to stay in the background. She's not in the background.
She's gonna blend into the flags. She's gonna disappear back into the flags.
This wasn't.
Who is this guy?
I just want to thank, obviously, President Trump for this journey. It was a great one, and he's a hell of a candidate, and he's going to be a hell of.
It's weird seeing a Hallmark moment with palingenetic ultranationalists, right? It's weird seeing a Hallmark moment with the first family of fascism. That's a strange thing.
A great 47th president, and this team.
Ice Maiden sounds like an Elden Ring character. Yeah, like a boss or something, right?
We had the best team, and
Ice Maidens is a metal band.
of course, even my boss,
The television will not be revolutionized.
Susie Wiles, the best. Thank you.
But it was so peaceful up here, but now there are freaking
Thank
communist
you, and
invading
thank you,
radicals.
Susie. Look at her. She's shot. I've never seen her be shot before.
But
Susie.
it was so peaceful up here,
They're
but
great.
now there are
Everybody
freaking
up here is
communist
great. Everybody
invading
up here is
radicals.
very special. But the Trump. Yeah, who?
Because
did you
it
say?
was so peaceful up here, but now there are freaking
Let me tell you, we have a new
communist
star.
invading radicals.
A star is born. Elon.
Are we gonna bring him up on stage too?
Communist invading radicals.
Now he's an
Ice Maiden got beat by Green Lantern. I don't know the. Is that Marvel?
amazing guy. We were sitting together tonight. You know, he spent 2 weeks in Philadelphia and different parts of Pennsylvania campaigning. You know, he sent the rocket up 2 weeks ago, and I saw that rocket, and I saw it come.
Yeah, so we're gonna celebrate oligarchs. You know, we got, like I said before, Peter Thiel, that connection with JD Vance. We got Elon Musk, right? We are in the Gilded Age, right? He said we are gonna bring about a golden age, the MAGA agenda, right? The Gilded Age is a more appropriate term for it. In a time period with a candidacy that largely came to power based on criticizing out-of-touch elites, it's kind of wild that this is a literal administration of those types of people, of the literal or oligarchs themselves. Let's cut out the middlemen. We don't need the lobbyists. Let's just put the oligarchs straight in the positions of power. That's the innovation of the Trump campaign. It's like the swamp, right? Was this this kind of second-handed thing, right? Where the swamp being like lobbyists, being donors, being big money influencing politics, right? Trump has got it so that you don't need the big money to influence politics. Now the big money is politics. Now they are the politicians, right? We just cut out the middlemen. We got straight, unfiltered swamp coming straight to you under the Trump administration.
Coming down, I saw it. It was, when it left, it was beautiful, shiny white. When it came down, it didn't look so pretty. It was going 10,000 miles an hour and it was burning like hell. I said, "What happened to your paint job?" He said, "We've never made a paint that could withstand that kind of heat." And but I saw it come down and turn around, and it was, it's like 22 stories tall, by the way. It looks a little smaller.
Turn him off.
It's big. And it came down and down.
Oh my God! It came down and it came down.
And I'm saying, only Elon can do this. It must be an Elon. And I tell the story. I told it last night. I had a man on the phone.
Not Elon, but people, engineers that he hires and likely exploits. People that are doing more for him than they're getting paid.
I had this.
But don't worry, he'll take credit for it.
Being muted, no sound. I was talking to a very important man. Happens to be here. And that very important guy, one of the most important people in, I would say, the country, actually. But
Yeah, I want to dip out from this soon, but
it looks like I was going to be maybe president again, so I figured I could ask him to hold. So I asked him to hold, and especially because you're going to be president again, they hold. So I took the phone down, and I'm looking at the screen. I'm seeing this crazy thing that's going around and coming down. It looks like it's going to crash into the gantry. And I said, "Oh, no." And I said, "Do me a favor, do you mind holding for a couple of minutes? I want to see this." I thought it was a space age movie or something. I put the phone down. Bad part.
Boomer.
I didn't pick it up for 45 minutes, and he was holding.
What was the space age? The space age was like the end of the 60s, right? Is that what that refers to? Or maybe in the 50s, right? It's weird because it's a futuristic term from a time long past.
But this spaceship came down, and I saw those engines firing, and it looked like it was over. It was going to smash, and then I saw the fire pour out from the left side, and it put it straight, and it came down so gently, and then it wrapped those arms around it, and it held it, and just like you.
Yeah, he's told this story a number of times. Let's.
But he had, and it was very dangerous. People would die. They had no communication. All the wires were down. I called Elon Musk. I said, "Elon, you have something called Starlink, is that right?" "Yes, I do." "What the hell is it?"
And he had to be told by Trump to.
It's a communication system. We have to protect our super geniuses. I want to thank some of the guys. We have up here today the U.S. Open champion. He's fantastic golfer. He's slightly longer than me. It's a little bit longer than me.
He still does yap. He's still yapping, right? You don't have to yap. You're not yapping to stay out of jail, right? You got all the cases against you, right? That are going to be put on ice because of our corrupt judicial and executive branches, right? You got an office that's literally held above the law, so you don't have to worry about that anymore. I don't know why he's yapping still. It's out of nervous habit, I guess.
Just a little bit. Bryson DeChambeau is up here someplace. What happened to Bryson? Where is he? Bryson. Oh.
Gaius Fracking Balder tells me the space age started with Sputnik. So you're talking about like the 50s. Yeah, legit. The 50s. That's how much of a Omega boomer Trump actually is. We're in the information age. I feel like even that sounds antiquated. Like that sounds like how somebody in the 80s would talk about, we got computers. There's the internet. Like it's really cool. You can type out a message and like 5 days later somebody will hear on the other end and they'll get your message, right? And you're like,
he's hitting balls.
We got 400 baud rate internet.
Oh, he's on the way. He's hitting balls.
He's hitting balls. I don't know how much of this.
Bryson.
Get over here. Hit your tennis balls over this way.
Oh, look at him.
Oh, look at him. He's a tennis ball hitting maniac. Oh, look, he's got the Dork MAGA hat. We got the Dork MAGA.
He had got a great career going. Great U.S. Open, Bryson. That's a fantastic job. And we also have a man, Dana White, who has done some job. He's a tough guy. So Dana started UFC and came to me. Do you mind if I?
Oh, look at this.
Nobody wanted to give him a rinse because they said it's a rough sport, a little rough. And I helped him out a little bit, and I went, and they said, this is the roughest sport I've ever seen.
Mods, I learned this from the Majority Report.
And he loved it.
You like it?
Nobody's done a better job in sports. And you know, he's a very...
All right. So here's what we're going to do. I've had enough. Cindy Prim's had enough. I appreciate you sitting with us through this. I think we got the flavor. We got the flavor for Trump's self-belating speech. That's all we need. Do you think he's going to do that like while he's president, though? Is he going to blow microphones on a... Can we expect that? Can we expect presidential simulated sex acts when he's frustrated? That's the look. I'm trying to look on the bright side. All right, that's about it, right? We get the you get to see an octogenarian emulating a blowjob on.
Because it was so peaceful up here, but now there are freaking communist invading radicals.
Communist invading radicals, and we get to hear them bitch about communist invading radicals again, and talk about how we're the.
But now there are freaking communists.
The enemy within. Chat, wear that with a badge of honor. All right? You're the enemy within. I'm the enemy within. We're fucking cool. We haunt these fuckers' dreams. Our existence is the stuff of their nightmares. All right? And they're going to make it really tough for us to live right now. But just understand, it's because they're mad. It's because they're mad. It's because they don't like the shape of the future. And they don't like the fact that the future does not hold a place for them. Certainly does not hold the privileged place that the past, their palingenetic origin point holds for them. Anyway, there we go. Let's take a little look.
Welcome to Pod Save America. I'm John.
It's Pod Save America. I was kind of worried about these guys. They disappeared the day after the election. They had planned to be on, assuming that the election took longer to call, assuming that there was controversy about the election, or that it was up in the air. And the day after, when we knew the outcome of the election, the Pod Johns were nowhere to be found, but they're back. They're okay. Tommy, John. Oh, look at that! He's got a dog. Chad, do you see the dog? He's got a dog on his lap. What kind of dog is that? That's so cute. Yeah, thanks mods for helping out. Thanks chat for putting up with that. MAGA, I'm sorry you're behind that subscriber block, but you can fucking literally suck it, right? Stay mad.
I'm Favreau.
I'm John Lovett.
I'm Dan Pfeiffer.
Tommy Vitor.
So guys, tough day.
Yeah, Diet Coke, really? Okay, one in chat if you like Diet Coke. I want to know, how many Diet Coke lovers do I have? When he hits the balls, it reminds me, when he says hit the balls, it reminds me of Arnold Palmer, whose balls were sizable, but not nearly as big as his golf club, as his wood, so to speak. Yes, I know exactly what you're speaking of, Miskatonic, and I will allow it.
Got my emotional support animal on my lap right here. Leo's here. Let's get to it. Donald Trump won. He won all 7 swing states. He's projected to win the popular vote by about 1.5 points when all the counting is finally done. Republicans will take control of the Senate, probably with maybe with 52 seats when all is said and done. Sherrod Brown, John Tester, Bob Casey lost their Senate seats in Ohio, Montana, and Pennsylvania. Alyssa Slotkin, Tammy Baldwin, and Ruben Gallego seems like they're going to hang on in Michigan, Wisconsin.
Diet Coke is the devil. Unclear
if Jackie Rosen in Nevada will be able.
Look, I'm not a fan either, but I know that a lot of people really enjoy Diet Coke, so I don't want to yuck anybody's yum. I'm sure we have Diet Coke fans. We got some Diet Coke fans in chat, right? There's been too many people like I don't like Diet Coke. My mom loves it. My ex loved it. A lot of people like it. My mom got the caffeine-free version, which I fucking hate. I don't know what it is about caffeine. Like a Diet Coke, like I don't like. Like I will drink it in a pinch. I don't like that I will drink it in a pinch. It's kind of gross, but it's not like so. There's something just like unorganic. Like it's not from this planet. Caffeine-free Diet Coke. There's something wrong with that shit. I don't even know. It tastes like cancer to me. Wait, Diet Coke or caffeine-free?
Hang on. The House looks extremely close and will not be decided for a few weeks until they count all the votes here in California, which often takes a few weeks. Trump's win was quite broad. He improved on his 2020 performance in almost every county among every demographic. So a majority of the country that includes all ages, races,
Just Julie says, "Oh, the Cheeto's gone." Yeah, I got some requests to take him off. We had to pull him off stage.
genders, religions, and political beliefs chose 4 more years of Donald Trump, either because they like him or they like his agenda, or they don't see him and his agenda as enough of a risk, or they voted for him based on bad or incomplete information. Those are the
Or because somebody fucked the bag when it came to running against one of the most rizless candidates in history.
options.
Or they hated Democrats.
Or they hated. Yeah. And
Or there were mistakes made in the fucking Harris campaign. Are we going to get into that?
it's probably a
So if you don't know, this is Pod Save America. I call them the Pod Johns because they got Jon Favreau here, who is not the actor Jon Favreau, different guy, different John. We also got John Lovett, who is not the comedian from Saturday Night Live, right? Not the old school SNL alum guy who I think John Lovitz, right, isn't he a Republican or something? I could be wrong about that, right? But this is John Lovett, right? Not John Lovitz, right? And we got Tommy Vitor, and oh my god, why do I always forget the other guy's name? But anyway, they are all former Democratic campaign staff, right? Jon Favreau worked for Obama's campaign. John Lovett, I think, worked on the Hillary campaign, and yeah, they've all got some kind of history as political behind the scenes people.
different mix.
So it's kind of neat, like, right? I watched this after the DNC night that featured the Obamas, and I noted that night, right, that one of the phrases that came out of Obama's mouth, I was like, that sounds a little bit like Jon Favreau, right? That sounds like and sure enough, he confirmed it the next day. Like I got this weird sense where I can sometimes tell like somebody's literary voice, right, when it's written by. This happened in high school. Where like our teacher gave us an exam and like the bonus question was like, here's a poem. Who do you think wrote this poem? And I read it and I'm like, that's Robert Frost. I had never seen the poem before. It was not one of Robert Frost's more famous poems, but it just like I had read enough. Like that teacher, had given us enough Robert Frost to look at that I was like, that's clearly Robert Frost. And the teacher was like, whoa, I thought nobody was going to get that, but no, I can tell when there's like a voice behind something.
For each voter, but we just don't know yet. One thing we do know is that since the pandemic and the record inflation it caused, incumbent leaders all over the world have been losing. Incumbents of all political persuasions on nearly every continent. And I just say that as a factual background for context in the political environment we're in right now. With all that said, what are your thoughts on what went wrong on election night?
So this is what I'm curious about, right? These guys represent the political machinations of the Democratic Party, and they're still connected to it, right? Now, maybe not as much as they used to be. They're not like, probably doing a podcast is a better gig than the kind of nervous like flop sweat that you get into writing speeches for, advising political candidates, working on a campaign. I can imagine that shit's nerve-wracking. Doing a podcast, probably slightly less so, but obviously, you got days like today. So I'm curious, what is their assessment of what went wrong? Like, what criticisms do you have of, like, what I'm really most curious of all is, like, do these people get how this campaign was fucked up? Because it's really clear to me, looking at it from the outside. I want to know if the people closer to the inside, not exactly on the inside, right? These aren't like they're not, like I said, they're not like currently working for the Harris campaign, as far as I know. But what people closer to the inside, I want to know what their assessment what did they see that went wrong? Did they are they on it? Because like as far as people that are acceptable to the democratic institutional higher ups, right? This is as far left as it goes. This podcast, right? The Pod Save America podcast, right, kind of represents the left edge of people that are in any way on the inside of that whole thing. And they got shit when they called out Biden. Like, right when it was obvious to everybody that Biden needs to step down, they called this out. The Biden campaign came after them, wrote an email of like, you may have heard from certain like busybodied podcast hosts, right? Certain dog-faced pony soldiers may have told you that Joe Biden needs to step down, but clearly, like, right, they had a lot of smoke for these guys. So,
or in this election, sorry, who wants to start? Dan?
Oh, thank you.
You were about to speak, so I figured go.
That was me trying not to speak, but we're going to get this moment anyway, so here we are. I think you hit on the most important point, which is this is a brutal political environment. Like, and this is the polling was telling us this for years now. 3/4 of voters think the country's on the wrong track. 2/3 are unhappy with the economy. In the exit polling, 45% of voters said that their family's personal financial situation was worse off than it was 4 years ago. The incumbent president has an approval rating of about 40 or 41%. Those are all of the elements in which an incumbent party loses an election. And then you add to the fact that our nominee, who I believe ran an incredible campaign under incredibly difficult circumstances, has been the nominee for about 110 days, I think. And had introduced to the public.
So we're going to cut Kamala a little break here, at least from his point of view, in saying that she didn't get to run a normal campaign. That's true. That's true. The time that you would normally use to introduce a candidate, which would be, in the primaries, but before the primaries start, right? They start running like a year, or in Donald Trump's case, 2 years before the primaries even take place, right? And that time, Kamala was considered a liability to the Biden administration and was really kind of like, tucked away and not given a big public facing role, right? So she had a lot to make up for. Okay, that's true.
As a largely unknown figure, despite being the vice president of the United States, with 110 days to go against a presidential candidate, a former president who was running his third consecutive presidential election. He has been running for almost 10 years now straight. And she had to try to mount a campaign in 109 days. And the country shifted to the right across the board, right? And as you point out, in every state except Washington State and Utah, Donald Trump did better than he did in 2020. He cut the margins by double digits.
Wow, Mr. Moon the Goon, you waited 20 minutes to say that. I hope it was worth it.
Some places in like New York, New Jersey.
I hope you like wasting your life like that. That's the real stay mad energy right there.
Connecticut, Rhode Island, the bluest of states. And so this is a very big thing, and there will be a ton of second guessing and nitpicking and all of that. But we have to recognize the political environment we're operating in and the changes in the country politically over the last 4 years. And it's really the changes have been going on since 2016, that we were able to win in 2020 by a tiny bit, but we've been moving in this direction for a while now, and it came home in a really brutal way last night.
Also, mods, know that if you are ever a working shorts chat and you need subscribers only, let me know. That's in our tool bag, right? I saw Majority Report do it this morning, and I learned from the best.
Tommy?
Yeah, I mean, I think Dan put it well. I mean, the one thing I just wanted to tell folks is just to be, I really want to know what happened, because I want to do some personal soul searching and the party to do soul searching to fix this and to do better next time. But I think we just have to tell everyone that we're going to do our best to sort through the information that's available, but it's kind of exit polls that are spotty at best. It's county by county data. And in a few months, there's going to be much more granular data that will almost certainly upend a whole bunch of the narratives that you see in the next few months about why Kamala Harris lost. And so, everyone's just approach this with some humility, and realize that anyone who tells
All right, we're going to merge chats again on YouTube.
Why Kamala Harris lost, or that it was the VP pick, or Gaza that did it, or he did Joe Rogan and she didn't, right? Like, those are, be skeptical of those people. I think Dan's point about the fundamentals is probably the most important one, which was you had a right track, wrong track number that was historically bad. You had Joe Biden's approval.
The funny thing, though, about that was look, some of the polling may be trash. Remember that poll that we looked at from Iowa that suggested that Kamala Harris was up by 4% in Iowa? At the last that I've heard of that, Trump was up by 13% in Iowa. All right, so some of the polling that we looked at might have been utter trash. But there was polling suggesting that more people associated Kamala Harris with change than associated Trump with change, and they should. Trump is somebody that we've tried and actually gotten some pretty bad results. Now, some people think that you can freeze a moment in time in 2019 and go back to those results as if COVID never happened. Some people are really coping hard about, being able to, you'd need a time machine. You'd need a time machine. You erase the effect of pandemic. Some people, like in the Trump camp, they don't think the pandemic was real. They think it was just the chance for establishment liberals to be super meanie butts and deny them the ability to live their normal lives. When in actuality, we were trying. The system was trying. The public health system was trying to allow people the ability to not lose their lives during the pandemic, right? But, there's a lot of denial there.
Rating that was very bad. You had a candidate with 100 days to introduce herself to the country. And those are very difficult headwinds. And Trump was able to take the mantle of the anti-establishment candidate at a time when voters were really, really mad.
Okay, now this is what I want to harp on. The Democrats have not realized that since 2016, probably before that, let's say since 2008, there has been an anti-establishment mood. These guys should know that better than anyone. Some of these guys were on the Obama team. Obama succeeded with a message of hope and change, and whether he went into his actual administration trying to make that anything more than a slogan, that's another question, right? But in terms of the campaigning, in terms of the message that worked, in terms of the reason that we had a President Barack Obama instead of a Hillary Clinton administration, right? That's all due to voter dissatisfaction with business as usual. This has been the conditions. This has been the situation for 16 years now. And yet there's a part of the Democratic establishment that just does not get it, that just constantly wants to get back to brunch. Brunch is fucking over, all right? Just as much as you can't go back to pre-COVID economy, you can't go back to brunch. And you can't go back to the neoliberal golden era that a lot of these folks want to relive, the Bill Clinton administration, basically.
And he could also point to the economy in his first 3 years in office and say, things were better then. Why don't we go back to that? And that was a powerful, simple message.
Yeah. I mean, what I was thinking about this morning is, okay, the case we made against Donald Trump was true. The truth is the truth. That was a strong and valid case, both against laying at the feet of Kamala Harris the frustrations people have with inflation, which was global, which was following a once-in-a-generation pandemic, and the risk that Donald Trump would pose in a second term. That case...
I love hearing Republicans say, like, oh, but it was because of the pandemic, right? You know, that like when we talk about the spike in crime that happened in like 2021, right? The first year of Biden's administration, not really something that you should be holding a president responsible for. But when we talk about that, right? That's cope. Oh, it's because of the pandemic. Oh, excuses, right? What's your excuse for 2020? What's your excuse for that? Oh, it was because of the pandemic? That's their excuse. That's a valid excuse, right? That's an excuse for Donald Trump's economy shitting the fucking bed. That's an excuse for the world fucking going to hell. That's an excuse for all the people that are not alive right now that exceeded the rates of death in other countries. People that are literally dead now because Donald Trump was the president at that time. That's a valid excuse, though. You can't talk about that. That's off limits, right? You can't. That was the pandemic. But when we're talking about anything else, yeah, no, it's that's an excuse.
Was valid. It was a case made broadly. And what I think we have to figure out now is that millions of Americans who agree with our concerns about Donald Trump, who agree that he has terrible character, that he has terrible traits for leadership, decided that their concerns about the economy, their anger at the establishment was enough to justify taking that chance. And there'll be a lot of reasons for that. There'll be a lot to unpack about why that happened. But what I was thinking about this morning is only, as Democrats made that case, a lot of people didn't listen. They may not listen because they don't trust Democrats. They may not listen because the media environment is so fractured that they either don't hear it or they hear it translated through a propaganda apparatus that makes it unintelligible. Whatever the reasons, those are the places where I see places where we have to figure out how to sort of attack problems. Because if the case against Donald Trump was true, we all continue to believe that, millions of Americans didn't buy it. And I think that points to the importance of investing in progressive media. I think that will cause some reflection about how Democrats speak to voters and who are our messengers. But I think the details of that and how we think about that will take time to unpack. That's where I'm at.
I want to echo what Tommy said about sort of definitive takes right now. The truth is, like, even when we get, so just so everyone knows how this works, there's two organizations, one called Catalyst, one called Pew, and they, in a couple months from now, they will have the whole voter file and they will match up the voter file to the actual results, and you'll be able to get like a really granular look at who voted and why they voted, and you can dive into the demographic groups and stuff like that. Those are almost always different than the demographic splits in the exit polls that we got for last night, which is why we're being cautious. Even when we have that data, by the way, it's still hard to untangle all this shit. It's not gonna give us any easy, simple explanations. So again, caution.
I'd like to exile these guys personally.
You know, don't buy it.
Wait, you mean from the Democratic Party, or do you mean like? I mean, they're not leftists, right? Like I said, they are maybe considered far left within the insider of the Democratic Party community, but I mean, that's pretty centrist, right? That's a pretty, you know, the fact that they're let in the door, right? It shows you that you are acceptable to the, you know, current neoliberal order of the Democratic Party.
Simple explanation here. Exit polls are, I think, useful not for which demographic voted which way. They're good for sort of the broader questions about the attitudes among the electorate, right? Which is, you know, Dan was mentioning how people, only, I think 45% said that their financial situation is worse. Only 25% said their family's financial situation is better than 4 years ago. Also, 75% said in the last year.
So what do you think Kamala could have done different? That's what I want to know, Favreau. That's what I want to hear from you. Right? Given that fact, given the very real economic pain, which is not to diminish the, you know, recovery. See, this is the whole thing. Here's a big Achilles heel of the Harris campaign, all right? You've got some real improvements in the situation from the years 2021 to the years 2024, right? And you know, you've got you've got the United States regaining industrial jobs, which is something that hadn't happened for a really long time. You've got you know, labor being supported. You do have some legitimately good things from the Biden administration. But it's not enough. It's not enough. And it's not what people wanted, and it's not what people needed from the Biden administration. And when you're the Harris campaign, you're stuck in this bind of like, if I acknowledge people's pain, if I acknowledge that this is not enough, I am implicating my own administration, of which I'm the vice president in. I'm the junior partner. I don't have the executive control. You know, I'm the vice president that's kind of shunted to the back and not really, you know, heard from very often, right? I don't think that the Biden administration honestly treated Kamala Harris during her tenure as vice president very well. I think they really like looked at her as a liability and tried to, you know, keep her quiet as much as possible. And now they're telling you, oh, you can't say that about the economy. You know, the economy was good. Remember, Joe Biden was super successful, right? You got to be able to acknowledge people's pain. You got to be able to acknowledge that it's not enough, and you got to be able to acknowledge, yes, that you would do something different than what Joe Biden has done. If you want to throw in some kind of face-saving thing, you know, for him, that's fine. But please, you can't go on The View and be like, I can't really think of anything that comes to mind that I would have done different. Oh my God, that is poison.
Inflation has caused them either severe or moderate hardship. So there was this big, you know, you've heard us debate this for.
Eric says here. Let me grab some chats here. Here we go. We needed, at the minimum, a significant expansion of Medicare, Medicaid, ending all foreign conflicts, and closing like half of overseas bases. Yeah, and at the very least, a conditioning of aid on a ceasefire. Congratulations on replacing Bernie with Bill Clinton. Bill Clinton? Oh, Biden, Clinton, Kamala. That's what you're saying. Yeah, I mean, look, I guess that's a question. Were these guys involved in some of that, right? We're talking about what happened in 2020 in terms of a primary that Bernie Sanders looked to be running away with until all of the shitlib candidates withdrew at the same time, endorsing one Joe Biden, who was not having a very successful campaign at the time. But yeah, they just all consolidated behind Biden, pushed Bernie out of the way. Elizabeth Warren stayed in to make sure that Bernie's vote was somewhat split up. And that's how you have the first, you know, Biden administration, which, like, I will admit was better than expected. Like, right, I did not expect the NLRB stuff. I did not expect, you know, some of the things, the moves that the Biden administration did make. But at the same time, I didn't expect the foreign policy to be as bad as it actually was, right? I expected, you know, I guess I think of Biden as part of the Obama administration and assume that the policy is not going to be worse than Obama's, which, you know, Obama's policy on Israel wasn't great, but there was at least an attempt to rein in some of the settlements under Obama. There was at least, you know, a carrot and a stick approach with the Obama administration. You did not see that with the Biden administration. You saw the bear hug strategy employed, and to the detriment of innocent people that are no longer with us.
For years now, where it's like, well, maybe people think that the economy's bad because the news is telling them the economy's bad and Republicans are telling them the economy's bad, but really their financial situation is great. Not true. Not true. Most people, at least according to the exit poll and almost every other poll that we've seen in the last several years, are saying, no, I've faced financial hardship because of inflation. Just a few other stats from the exit polls that jumped out to me. So Kamala Harris's approval rating in the exit poll, 48-51. It's a pretty good approval rating in American politics today. Donald Trump's approval, 44-54. So she was more popular than him. And were Harris's views too extreme? 46% said yes, 51% said no. Were Trump's views too extreme? 55% said yes, 43% said no. So likability.
What he's pointing out is that there's people that said Trump's views are too extreme, Harris's views are not too extreme, but I'm voting for Donald Trump.
Favorability, extreme ideology. These were not what defined vote choice for people. Joe Biden's approval rating, 40%. Disapproval, 58%. And then the second most important candidate quality, who can bring needed change? Donald Trump won those voters 73-25. 73-25.
So this is what I was talking about, right? I saw other polls pre-election, right? He's talking about exit polls. And again, as he's acknowledged, the exit polls aren't perfect. They'll get more granular, detailed information later on to be able to, do a better autopsy, I guess. That's a pretty grim word, but it fits the situation. Do a better autopsy on the campaign. But some of the polls that I was looking at actually showed the majority of people seeing Kamala Harris as being more of an agent of change than Donald Trump. Obviously, those polls were not reflective of who showed up at the ballot box.
Economic. So again, we don't know exactly what the explanation is, but a lot of it is pointing to, you had an unpopular president because of inflation, and she couldn't overcome it.
Yeah, I do think that, there are a lot of, and I hope nobody's paying attention, a lot of people kind of, just as on the left, I think it is worth discounting people who are talking about how much this result confirms their priors. I think we see a lot of people on the right doing all kinds of victory laps and ascribing this victory to their personal set of issues and reasons for their own involvement. But
I thought he was going to say to their personal Jesus.
As of right now, and again, we will see, this looks much less like a vote for Trump than a vote against people's frustrations with the current administration and the current economic conditions than it does like any kind of embrace of Trumpism or Trump remaking America or any of the grand and sweeping conclusions that some would like to draw.
One place you can look for early demographic shifts is the
wait, what am I getting here? Lady Badash says, Sophia Martinez says, I think some people didn't go out and vote because they thought Kamala had it in the bag. God damn. I mean, I guess that's possible, Sophia. I definitely never felt that way. But I did hear people saying, I did hear, and I'm not trying to, pick on anybody here, but there were people who were way too bullish of Kamala's prospects. Normal by Nature says, whatever, love it. That's a wild take. Disinformation campaign is the biggest issue here. Yeah. Well, I mean, the way that the current social media environment, that it seemed like the Trump campaign, for all of its faults, and I do think there were faults there too. I do think, there's some fundamentals that Kamala has in terms of likability that well exceed. I know you can see that by the polls of favorable, unfavorable. Hers were higher than his. And that just shows you that she was, I think, not served well by some of her campaign staff, particularly the campaign staff that came over from Biden. And some of it's understandable, right? You're dropped into a campaign in media race, right? After the first debate, right before the Republican convention, right? You're dropped into, or maybe right after the Republican convention, you're dropped into that campaign. And so on one hand, it's understandable that you don't want to reinvent the wheel. But yeah, you've also got a campaign that's been failing. That's a good time to replace your campaign staff or just not bring the Biden people on board.
The county by county results, because even if a subsample and an exit poll isn't enough to make judgments, if there's a county that is heavily Latino,
Yeah. So the debate, in some ways, the stuff that was all her was pretty good. Or not all her, but mostly her, right? The debate, for instance.
It's a college town, right? Like you can start drawing some inferences. Dan, it does seem that the trend that happened between 2016 and 2020, which is Latinos, Trump gaining ground with Latinos, as he did between 2016 and 2020, has also accelerated again. And that's, again, not just from the exit polls. That's just looking at these heavily Latino counties all across the United States.
Shakespeare says Trump had dinner with Nick Fuentes and won. Yeah, now, I want to point out that particular comment because part of the way that Trump gets away with what he gets away with is the media cycle. What do I mean by that? So Shakespeare is talking about how Trump had dinner with Kanye West and Nick Fuentes. There's a bunch of other stuff too, right? Trump flexed on Martin Luther King, said that his crowd size for January 6th was bigger than MLK's, right? There are so many things. In fact, I thought about, like, if I had had time, I wanted to go back and just kind of find, like, the greatest hits, the most ridiculous shit that we caught Trump saying during the campaign. And there's a lot of it. But it made me realize that when you allow Trump to news cycle things out, right? Remember, like, the JD Vance. Oh my God, I'm trying to remember what he said. JD Vance made some comment that was a complete, like, foot and mouth, wished he hadn't said it. The news cycle was starting to go at JD Vance for that. Trump immediately tweets out, "I hate Taylor Swift." Boom. One issue moved off the table. New issue comes on. Is Trump too hateful? Is Trump, tweeting mad shit at 3 a.m. in the morning, right? Now everybody's talking about that. And it resets the news cycle. And when every issue, right? Look at Sarah Palin, right? Sarah Palin was lolcowed. Let's be honest, right? In the 2008 election, Sarah Palin was a joke. And that's because of all of her gaffes were mulled over, slowly enjoyed, like slowly ruminated on, right? I can see Russia from my house, all the gee golly bullshit that she said, right? People had time to really concentrate and like associate with her. Think about Trump, right? How much time did the grabber by the pussy story stay around? Not very long, because there was new shit. And that's where he's good with the attention economy. When there's something inconvenient in this news cycle that's killing him, he inserts something else that's bad, but maybe not as detrimental. And then if that, he keeps it cycling. And I call it a bed of nails technique, right? You know how a bed of nails works, right? If you were to sit your butt on one nail, it would puncture your butt. It would puncture your butt cheek, right? You would be hurting. You would go to the hospital. You would need a tetanus shot. It would be bad, right? But if you've got a bed of nails, if you got 1,000 nails in the shape of a bed, and you lay on that, because your weight is distributed across all those nails, you don't get hurt by that. You might get a little scratch, but that's about it, right? This is Trump's social media technique. There's so much shit wrong that he says. There's so much shit wrong that he does that nothing has the chance to penetrate. And that is a lesson that the Democrats, that the Harris campaign did not pick up from 2016. That is a mistake made by the Clinton campaign and repeated by the Harris campaign. And understand, when I say the Harris campaign, I mean, I don't there's a lot of people involved, and particularly campaign staff, particularly Biden campaign staff, did not serve her well.
What's your take on that?
Yeah, that seems clear. I want to be very skeptical of the exit poll top line numbers for any of the demographic groups, and be particularly skeptical of either the subgroups, because there are these numbers going around about, how Trump did with Latino men, how he did with black men. Just
in a state,
in a single state. And then the second part is, then when you get to states, you'd be very skeptical of that too. But if you look at, as you point out, if you look at the county data, it is very clear that Trump made some gains over 2020. You look at Osceola County, Florida, which is right outside of Orlando. It is 50% Latino, 33% Puerto Rican. And Trump gained about 14 points over his 2020 margin. You look all across the heavily Latino counties in the Rio Grande Valley, huge shifts, double-digit shifts in those counties. Same thing in New Mexico. And so all across the board, you're seeing it. I don't want to say though that we know the magnitude of that. We're going to have to wait for the Pew and Catalyst data to truly understand that. But it seems very clear that he made significant gains, and that's why you're seeing these Latino heavy states. Texas, huge shift. New Jersey, huge shift. New York, huge shift. We'll see what happens in California, but if you look at the performance of the other states, reason to be worried about a shift there. And so, like, it is very real. We spent a lot of time debating this over the course of the last couple of years, like what was real, what wasn't. He made huge gains in 2020. He clearly made more gains in 2024, and that is electoral checkmate if those trends continue, right? Absolutely, at a presidential level and really a Senate level too, because it puts states that we need, like Arizona, Texas, eventually Nevada, if the trends continue, out of reach. And there aren't enough states to get anywhere to even sniff 50.
Yeah, a friend of mine sent me some details from Lawrence, Massachusetts. Yeah, right. So Massachusetts, obviously not a competitive state, not a lot of ads running there, not a lot of field programs, not near the border, not part of the complicated multicultural Florida political scene. Clinton got 82% of the vote in 2016. Biden got 74%.
Oh, speaking of the vote, there's one vote that I haven't had my eye on, and it's getting like way tighter. All right. So I'm just looking at the bonus content vote. It's literally a three-way tie. We've got What If Alt Hiss on the election. 28% of you want that. We got 110 votes too. A lot of votes here. Right, we got Olayemi, the Vanguard, and Emma Vigland on a panel together talking about both the strategy for the Kamala Harris campaign, as well as Anna Kasparian's continued descent down the IDW pipeline or whatever the hell she's into. Right, and then we got Ted Cruz getting weird about trans people. That's also at 28%. That's three things at 28%, and that is, oh my God, 7% on the dono goal. So, yeah, again, if this thing gets to 100 by the end of the stream, then, you know, any of these topics are possible, depending on votes and what people are donating for. We got like a little boost to What If Alt Hiss. So it looks like What If Alt Hiss is winning right now with the dono boost. Are you all voting against me? Wait, what did you vote for, Narwhal by Nature? It's really tightened up. It's really tightened up. But again, yeah, we're at 7% right now. If we get 93% further, then we'll do some bonus content. Otherwise, it might be kind of a short night tonight. Remember, when you donate, whether it's through getting yourself a membership, gifting memberships to other people, if you're super chatting, if you're doing a super sticker, if you are signing up for Patreon, or you are or your Patreon's renewing, let me know if that's happening too, or donating to Throne, or you're over on Twitch getting yourself out of the top of the hour ad break for free with a Prime sub, or for $6 with $6, or gifting subs to other people. Any of that stuff allows you to add your donation as a percentage to the topic of your choice. And all you need to do is tell me in the chat which of these things appeals to you. Which of these things speaks to you? What do you want to see as your bonus content after we get through with the content that we're going over tonight? And I will gladly put your money where your mouth is and help the topic you want to see when
2020, Harris got 57% of the vote in Lawrence, Massachusetts this cycle.
Was Lawrence
heavily
80% Latino?
My cousin's a teacher there, and it's a very
Lawrence is 80% Latino. So that tells you the sort of story. And then, you know, the CNN exits found 7 in 10 Hispanic voters said the economy was not so good or poor, and 40% said the economy was their top issue. So it seems like, you know, again, you're right, Dan. We don't want to take too much from these subsamples, but there's clearly a problem of erosion of Latino support in the party generally, and there was a particular emphasis on the economy in the exits.
In an effort to not just seek out explanations that confirm my priors here, like, can you guys think of another explanation aside from the pinch of inflation and the fact that their wages have not outpaced inflation in most parts of the country over the last 4 years, when Trump shift is so uniform? Like, every kind of county, rural, urban, suburban, like what other explanation are you guys thinking about? Are there any other explanations that we're missing here? Because the fact that it's so uniform and that it was in so many counties and across so many demographic groups just makes me think that it's hard to pinpoint. Like,
yeah, actually, Lady Badash, I think you're onto something here. I believe you're onto something, my dear. Now it's not checkmate. So we're talking, responding to the Podjohn saying that if the demographic trends that we've seen with Trump continue, then that's checkmate, not just for the presidency, but for being able to get sufficient senators. Because remember, there's like 2 senators for every state. That Senate is just naturally sort of weighed towards the smaller, giving a lot more representation to smaller states, and therefore more conservative states. Trump is genuinely special in that people will come out for him while almost all other Republicans can't replicate that. That is what I call the governor effect, right? And that's a reference to Arnold Schwarzenegger. And again, I want to make clear, right? Schwarzenegger's effect on California nowhere near as deleterious as Trump's effect on America. However, right, the phenomenon is the same thing, and what that is that you get low propensity voters, people that would never vote, that don't care about politics, that probably aren't even looking into the issues, but they see the guy that they saw on the movie. They see the guy that they saw on TV, and they're like, oh, I could vote for this guy? Oh, I could be part of history? Putting a movie star, putting a television star, putting a reality show star into the White House? And since he plays a boss on reality shows, maybe he'd be really good for the economy. Fucking brain rot. These people need to stay as far away from a voting booth as possible. Now, that's not me being elitist. If they want to fucking educate themselves on the issues and you take a genuine interest, be my guest. But if you're voting because you fucking saw the guy on TV or you saw the guy on the movie, you are harmful to democracy. You showing up, you're the last person we want showing up at the voting booth, right? But Trump gets this. Schwarzenegger got this. That's probably why Schwarzenegger was elected. Again, I'm not putting that evil on Arnold Schwarzenegger in terms of him being as bad or as incompetent of an executive as Donald Trump was, but it is the same effect, right? That gets them both into office.
One single issue that doesn't affect every person.
The only one is anti-establishment. We hate Washington, and that guy seems like the one who's going to burn it down.
Yeah, I think that's right. And I want to be... Yes, I believe inflation is the major driving force here, right? We're seeing it replicated all over the world. It's obviously happening here as well. There's a way to make that a crutch that allows us to avoid some of the tougher conversations, because just the mere presence of inflation does not mean that we should lose on that issue. We have better policies for it. Right. And so we have lost trust as a...
part of the problem, though, look, I do agree that the, Harris campaign had better policy proposals to deal with inflation. Some of Trump's policy proposals actually would increase inflation, right? That's true. All right. But a real problem is that people were hurting and Biden did not do anything. Even in terms of the stimulus, right? There's a lot of people that are still kind of hurting for that $600 that we feel like we were promised that Biden ended up cutting the amount of the stimulus, right? Something needed to be done, at least as a Band-Aid, right? During that time. And yeah, for those 4 years, Biden, just allowed people to bite the bullet while interest rates went up and up and up, and prices went up and up and up. Biden didn't do anything to fight price gouging, and Biden didn't do any kind of just basic, basic New Deal consensus policies. Basic Keynesian economics would have been brilliant at that time if he had just done something. Something that people can feel, something that people know is coming from Joe Biden. Just being responsive like that and recognizing when people are hurting would have been great.
across a wide
Good
swath of issues. And we have to address that part of it. Because if the idea is this, inflation has come down significantly, it will continue to come down. We can't just we can't just bet on a lower price of eggs in 2026 as our strategy to take the Senate back, right? We're going to have to confront why people found Trump such a compelling.
He did. How do you know that, right? Where did that show up? What I mean is he's got to have policies that people can feel, right? That's the difference. That's the difference between like a New Deal Democrat and a neoliberal Democrat. And I get that Biden, there is a difference between him and, in his policies and the policies of a Hillary Clinton or even a Barack Obama, that any of the post, Reagan Democrats. There's a difference in those policies, but he just wasn't able to make it known and felt and make a big enough deal and raise the profile of what he's doing.
Compelling solution to that problem. If we had just won by we lost a point here in the battleground states, points here.
I mean, look, it's a really Lena Khan spooked donors. Look, I don't care. That $1 billion that you raised, what good did that do you, Kamala Harris? What good did that do you? You got the donors, you got Mark Cuban, you got all these people. What good did that do you? What good did that do you? You fucking lost, right? You didn't need more money to buy more ads. What you needed is a president, frankly, that supported you and that didn't put you in impossible positions where you're having to defend the lack of, you're having to propose policies that Trump can then turn around and say, oh yeah, well, the policy's so great, why didn't Biden enact it? Or why didn't you enact it? That's what he would say, right? Implying that the vice president has like equal input, that they're like, we're going to make half of the decisions each. Biden, obviously it's Biden's administration. He's making the decision, but he ends up putting her in a very tough behind a rhetorical 8-ball, right? Through his failures, right? And she should have never been put in that spot.
That would have been one thing. But when you see the shift, particularly in the parts of the country where there was no campaign, we actually waged a campaign and ran ads, it moved.
I have the stats here. Yeah. In the battleground states, Harris underperformed 2020 by 1.6 points. Yeah. In the non-battleground states, she underperformed by 3.9 points on average in the state.
Right. So that
which just goes to tell you something that the campaign worked well. Didn't work well enough. No. But
well, I mean, look, I'm gonna inject a little bit of Hassan's analysis into here. As far as the problem wasn't the ground game, right? The problem wasn't the lack of people going door to door delivering the message. The problem was the message itself. The message itself that these canvassers were, going around presenting was a loser, was not a winner. And some of her intuitions early on that worked really well, that got her, literally flipped the election, right? From a Trump absolute romp against Biden to Kamala being up in the polls for a couple of months. And she didn't stick with that stuff because she got Biden's people in there and they said, we don't really like that. You're spooking Mark Cuban. Oh my God, what did I do? God, we're almost done with this chat.
After a result like last night, it is easy to feel like, did any of that matter? And I certainly feel it too. And in my darker moments, wonder if anything a campaign does matters in an environment like this. But I do think it's, again, worth pointing out that Trump did better in non-battleground states than battleground states, which suggests that this stuff matters on the margin. But more importantly, look down ballot. Because where you see Democrats winning by very small margins, like Alyssa Slotkin in Michigan or Tammy Baldwin in Wisconsin, that is where years of organizing really did matter. All of our donations to the Wisconsin Democratic Party, that really mattered. And so, I think it sucks right now. I understand people want to throw up their hands and never be a part of the political process again. But I do think that people fighting made an impact.
Yeah, and I think that's another piece of evidence that this was an economic problem, and people blame the top of the ticket for bad economic conditions, and they don't.
I'm so brain broken by Twitch. I'm like, the people blame the top of the hour ad break for the fact that they're seeing ads every 3 minutes. Oh my god! Speaking of which, chat, oh my god, I fucked up on Twitch, didn't I? I forgot about this. Does it say we're Vampire Survivor? Hey, if you're on Twitch and you ever see a bogus category, you're like, that's not what you're covering, please let me know. I want to know. Okay? Don't suffer in silence.
Don't necessarily blame their senator.
You can suffer loudly.
Their House member, their governor, because we have popular Democratic governors across the country. We had a bunch of Democratic Senate candidates who did well. We have a bunch of Democratic House candidates. Both the Senate and the House candidates outran the top of the ticket, right? And so there are definitely questions we need to answer as a party to like regain trust with people, but we have Democratic candidates in tough states who win.
Today's presenting sponsor is SimpliSafe Home Security. Election day may be over, but the tensions and fears may still remain. Thankfully, SimpliSafe's advanced protection is always on, giving you peace of mind regardless of the political climate. SimpliSafe's professional monitoring ensures that no matter the outcome, your home and family are safe.
Oh my god, no, ads. Oh my god, I missed this. Okay, here we go. Let's go to playlist.
Today's presenting sponsor is SimpliSafe.
Ooh, this is interesting. I'm gonna have to find this though. Let's see. So I promised you the Alimi thing. We'll definitely do that. I've got more content that I could do tonight. I'm not sure how much more we'll get into. Again, we're at 7% of the dono goal, and yeah, I mean it's all considered a little bit depressing. So this might be the last content. We're gonna watch this Alimi video here.
Donald Trump won the 2024 presidential election, and
I'll probably cut my losses at that point if
many people
we're still in the single digits.
want me to solely blame Kamala Harris's campaign strategy or the Democrats as a party.
Okay, now this ties into some of the bonus content that we may get tonight, possibly, right? And what I'm talking about, oh, it's winning. Look at this. It's ahead right now. All right, Alimi, Vanguard, and Emma Panel. So, I mean, most of you in chat, you know Alimi, right? Alimi was one of the original hosts of the Leftist Mafia. And, and it ended up dipping. And ended up finding some of that atmosphere to be a little bit toxic, which I don't completely understand, but apparently there were people in other chats that were threatened that had their like white fragility threatened by Alimi. It's kind of a shitty thing to see in a leftist community, but yeah, that's what was going on, and I've seen examples of it. She is not making it up. That shit's real. In fact, she even posted an example of it, you know, from the most recent panel. So anyway, she put, the long story short, she put together her own leftist mafia style, you know, panel with some, you know, some familiar faces. We got the Vanguard boys. We got Emma Vigland. We got, oh my God, why is my brain not working? Lance from the Serfs. And why is my brain not working? The Humanist Report, Mike from the Humanist Report, right? And it's a pretty interesting panel. The first part of that panel is talking about what she's talking about now, was discussing the strategy of the Kamala Harris campaign. And it's kind of interesting, right? Because some people coming from some angles maybe you wouldn't expect. Narwhal by Nature, thank you for the 10 gifted memberships. That is 10 people getting weaseled. We'll do at least one more topic here. Jamelyn Wood, you just got weaseled. Isaiah, you just got weaseled. Aromanic, you just got weaseled. Kai, you just got weaseled. Erg, you just got weaseled. Ari Bear, you just got weaseled. Welshie Jim, you just got weaseled. Dibsy, you just got weaseled. Lexi, you just got weaseled. Cartiona Divine, you just got weaseled. And that's a good thing. Narwhal by Nature, did you have like a topic that you wanted to endorse?
But frankly, you cannot convince me that a nation of people who cannot be convinced not to vote for a white supremacist, promising to destroy their rights.
Wait, Alay didn't stream it on her channel? Yeah, it wasn't streamed, it was recorded, right? Am I right?
Every marginalized community and their entire democracy is without blame.
Rudyard, gotcha.
For their choices and the consequences that will follow. I want to make this brief because frankly, it's clear to me that I have been wasting my breath trying to warn Americans of the dangers of a Trump administration because Trump himself told them what those dangers were. He didn't run on policy. He didn't promise to build anything. Instead, he promised to tear this nation apart, to break things down. He openly promised us police violence, total police immunity, not only the deportation and abuse of undocumented immigrants, but to reverse naturalization for immigrants who became U.S. citizens already. He promised to ban abortion nationwide, to dismantle the EPA, the Department of Education. He promised to ban our history, to ban books, to keep the American public even dumber than apparently more than 64 million Americans already are, because the majority of this country's voters voted for him. Understand this. Donald Trump did not just win the Electoral College. He won the popular vote. And I would argue he won it by a landslide. For years, I have listened to Americans insist that Hillary Clinton is to blame for losing the 2016 election to Donald Trump. That she was too unlikable. That she called Trump voters deplorables. That she didn't...
Okay, now I would blame Hillary Clinton, not for those reasons, though. Right? I think the deplorables thing is just like, yeah, she talks some shit. Does that fire up Trump's audience? Sure. But if you do it the right way, I think the problem with the deplorables thing is that it just like you gotta look, you can talk shit. You can talk shit. Donald Trump talks shit all the time and it works for him, right? But you gotta fire up your audience at least as much from talking shit as you do the other audience, and that was the problem with the deplorables thing. It was more of a word choice thing, right? I don't have a problem with Hillary talking shit about Trump supporters.
campaign enough in the swing
I don't have trouble with Joe Biden calling Trump supporters garbage, even though that's not what he was saying. But if he was, I don't think it's actually that big of a deal.
I have thought how ridiculous a nation must be to insist it made perfect sense to elect a white supremacist, sexist, xenophobic, racist, stupid ass bigot who told us exactly who he was because the woman he ran against wasn't likable enough, that she didn't campaign hard enough. All the while, I have thought that if it's an up...
Look, my opinion, they're both really unlikable. They're both really unlikable. They both play off of each other in the sense, and they both allow each other a free pass, right? Donald Trump doesn't have to be about shit. Donald Trump doesn't have to promise anything real because he can just be like, look at Hillary, you hate her, right? Yeah, and yeah, there's sexism motivating, his get out the vote for sure. And at the same time, Hillary Clinton was using Donald Trump as a be even more centrist and neoliberal than I normally would. Like, don't even make any pretense of doing anything for the well-being, for the financial stability of the working poor. In fact, don't even talk about the working poor. Talk about the middle class. Gesture vaguely to the middle class in the most boilerplate way possible. Yeah, they're both extreme historically, I'd say, bad candidates.
Battle for anyone to beat a white supremacist they are far more qualified than for any reason. It is an indictment on the nation. But that's never what I've said, because I have always chosen to try to be...
Did I see David's newest video? What's it about, Lady Badash?
About how I discuss U.S. elections whose results totally upend my life. And I knew, not just based on that election, or the general voting patterns of each demographic in this country, or the bigoted discourse that's been suffocating us all for 3 election cycles now, but by my lived experience as a black woman, that this deeply racist and sexist country that refused to elect a white woman would not elect a black woman. I knew that, and I voiced that the moment Joe Biden dropped out and Kamala Harris became the nominee. But I allowed people to muscle me into believing...
Look, I don't actually think that... I think that there really was a likability problem with Hillary Clinton. I don't think that that was true for Kamala Harris. And if you look at her favorable to unfavorable rating, exit polls, right? I'm talking about real numbers, or not real numbers, but, you know, numbers from the actual election, right? She did okay. She did much better than Trump did in terms of likability. That's not something you can say for Hillary Clinton, right? Hillary Clinton had likability that I don't remember, but I don't think it was that much different than Trump's. Right, so with Kamala Harris, you know, yeah, was there, you know, racism? Was there misogynoir? Was there racism and sexism? And you know, is some of Trump's like weirdness about Kamala's background reflected in his voters? Sure, 100%, 100%. But you know, it's I think I wouldn't compare the two. I really wouldn't.
America isn't who I've always known it to be, and who it continues to show me it is. I listened to people tell me that I was being too cynical to believe she would have an impossible hill to climb, to believe that white women would never vote for her no matter what they told you.
I mean, this is true. This is so important, right? So much shit gets talked about, right? And before the election, right? People were bitching about black men aren't going to vote for Kamala because they're sexist, or that, like, you know, there was all this kind of, you know, shit being talked around along demographic lines of like pre-blaming groups of voters who go by and large for the Democrats, who vote consistently for Democrats, being blamed because their margin that they had given previous candidates was not as large as their margin which they were giving the current candidate. But that being said, it is white people that are putting Trump in office. By and large, if you want to blame a fucking demographic, right, it would be white people, yes, including white women. But, you know, like, by a slight margin, voting for Donald Trump, right? So, but you never hear that. You heard all this thing of, like, white women are going to save Kamala Harris. They're going to come out and they're going to vote because they don't want to have their bodily autonomy taken away from them, and they're gonna secretly you know, vote for Kamala, and then and that, you know, behind, like with their MAGA supporting husband, and you know, keep him in the dark about that, right? There's all this shit like being talked, and it's not reflected in the numbers. You know, some of the accusations at like the Jewish community as voting for Trump based on a perception that you're, you know, that he's more pro-Israel, you know, which is true than Kamala, right? That didn't pan out. Jewish people voted by and large, as they always do, for a Democrat. So you got all these marginalized groups taking strays, when in actuality, it's fucking white people that are doing this to the country time and time again. And you never hear that blamed on them.
That this country hates black women, that it hates immigrants, and that it hates Kamala Harris not for who she is, but what she is. But people wanted her to win. We wanted her to win. They wanted to believe she could win. They wanted to feel optimistic, which required them to believe America was not America. So they convinced themselves Kamala Harris could win if she did X, Y, Z. If she ran a particular kind of campaign, if she was more left, if she was less left, if she laughed less, if she talked more, the list goes on. And people were so convinced. I let them.
Yeah, exactly, Shin. The stuff that they were saying, the stuff that they were saying about black men did not even pan out. Right? The numbers like going slightly more to Trump than in previous years, that didn't actually manifest. It was like this. And yet, yeah, you had, you know, all kinds of blame being placed on these groups.
sell me a dream I knew was a mirage. I let people muscle
Seductive Seaweed, thank you for the raid.
into forgetting the most important
Welcome, streamer. Welcome, Raiders.
truth about racism and misogyny, which is that it doesn't care about truth. It does not care about qualifications. It does not care about fair. The truth is, there is nothing Kamala Harris could have done to win that election. I knew it when she became the nominee, and I'm more sure than ever before. Many leftists want to believe and will continue to argue tooth and nail that she did not win because she wasn't left enough, because she was too centrist, because of her stance on Gaza. But the evidence simply does not reflect this. First of all, maybe if only Kamala Harris lost, you could choose to ignore all the data that explicitly told us that Americans believe.
I think that the Gaza thing, in addition to definitely harming her in certain states that she needed to win, I think it's emblematic of a conservative approach. And I don't mean conservative like capital C, I mean it like lowercase c conservative approach that Democratic candidates take too often. Sometimes people call this prevent defense.
Leave Kamala.
But it's definitely not just Kamala Harris that does this. And in terms of, you know, who I blame, you know, it's an entire apparatus, the campaign, right? Including members of Biden's campaign staff that, you know, on one hand, they were brought on, and at some point you got to say the buck stops here. You know, I'm the one that, you know, allowed, but yeah, I mean, I guess you could also understand the pressure that she was on under both pragmatically to take the team that was in place, the team that had already been working on the campaign, and in terms of, you know, the awkwardness of telling Biden thanks but no thanks. That's harder than maybe a lot of people realize.
Harris and the Democrats were too liberal, which is something they likely believed not because of Kamala Harris's actual stances or policy agenda, but simply because she's a black woman. But it wasn't just Kamala Harris who lost.
Seductive Seaweed says, I agree, but leftists need to look at their votes as their moral choice and Dems as your allies. They are our tools. I mean, they're definitely tools. That's I'll give you that. I think it's utterly useless to scold voters, right? If you're at the point where your argument to a voter sounds like you're giving them a lecture, you've probably lost that voter, right? What wins voters? Candidates, campaigns, policies, yes, to some degree, even vibes. And at the beginning of Kamala's campaign, the vibes were pretty fucking immaculate, right? People were excited to see somebody other than Joe Biden up there. And Kamala, I do think she's actually really likable. I think that she, like, the comparison of Kamala to Hillary that we heard from Olimey is one that I don't exactly buy. I think they're two very different candidates. But yeah, if you're not reaching your voters, if you're having your voters defect, right, especially like people in Michigan who don't want to vote for her because they're like utterly disgusted. Like, would I like that voter to take the strategic choice and you know, suck it up and vote to defeat Donald Trump? Do I think that that's probably in that voter's interest? Hell yeah. But I know better than to try to hammer that vote into place. You know what I mean? And at some point, you got to say that's on the campaign, right? If you're not winning the voters that you need to win an election, that's on you, whether you're Hillary Clinton, whether you're Kamala Harris, whether you're Barack Obama or whoever, whether you're Bernie Sanders. Bernie Sanders, I hold somewhat responsible for, you know, his own lack of success in 2016.
It's not even just that the Democrats are projected to lose the Senate and the House, but progressive legislation on the ballot failed all over the country. From Florida to California, failed. The entire country.
You didn't think that Kamala is that much better than Clinton? I'm not saying she did better. I'm not saying she did that much better than Clinton. I'm saying that she has a personality that is more likable than the personality of Hillary Clinton. Hillary Clinton, because of the way that the democratic system works, because of the, I call it the I got next factor, right? Hillary Clinton's able to lay claim to the presidency, which she did in 2008, and only because there was a historically charismatic and dynamic candidate. And I'm talking about his candidacy. I'm not talking about his policy necessarily, right? There's criticisms to be made of his administration, but like, yeah, Barack Obama, kind of a once in a lifetime politician, because somebody like that came along. She was just barely dislodged from having next, from being like, in the seniority of the Democratic Party, I've got next. I'm the big institutional figure that can lay claim to that campaign, because the Democrats operate in that way, and they don't properly vet candidates that have that kind of institutional power. You end up with people that are just not suited to be a presidential candidate, running against a historically unlikable candidate in the form of Donald Trump. Donald Trump, like, losing to Donald Trump is actually somewhat of a feat, and it's only because time after time the Democrats are picking their candidates. Well, I actually want to put it. I really do want to put Kamala Harris in a separate category than Hillary Clinton. I really do, right? I think that the problem with Kamala's campaign was the advice that she got from particularly the Biden officials that came over when she picked up the campaign where Biden left it. Right now, again, she's got the veto power. She can pick who she wants, but I do see that there was a lot of pressure on her to retain those people. But yeah, I think that 2024 is more of an example of Democrats not learning the lessons from 2016 and from 2020 than a problem with likability, right? If you look at Kamala's numbers at the end, once people got to know her, right, she actually turns out to be the most likable candidate in the race. What does that tell you, though? What does that tell you about her message? That might suggest that the message is the problem, not the candidate, not the ground game.
Move to the far right. Some leftists will choose to believe that the entire country moving to the far right, shooting down progressive legislation and candidates nationwide, and explicitly declaring that the Democratic candidate was too left is proof that the candidate lost because she didn't openly pander to the far left enough. Many of whom declared time and time again that they wouldn't vote for.
I'm sorry, didn't pander to the far left enough?
Democrat under any.
Didn't pander. Wait, I'm sorry. She's talking about other people. This is not her perspective, right? She's describing the perspective of others. Let me just make sure I understand this.
Right. Some leftists will choose to believe that the entire country moving to the far right, shooting down progressive legislation and candidates nationwide, and explicitly declaring that the Democratic candidate was too left is proof that the candidate lost because she didn't openly pander to the far left enough. Many of whom declared time and time again that they wouldn't vote for a Democrat.
So the who is some leftist?
Under any circumstances, because they were going to break the duopoly, get the Greens to 5%, teach the Democrats a lesson on Gaza, vote their conscience, vote their heart, not vote at all.
I don't think that look, as many problems, and I've been super critical, okay, of the Cornel West campaign, of the Jill Stein campaign. I don't know much about the Claudia de la Cruz campaign, but again, also because I'm not hearing a lot about that campaign. It hasn't been terribly successful, right? I've got plenty of criticism for a lot of the third-party candidates, right? That being said, I think that blaming the Jill Steins, blaming the Cornel Wests for the failures of the campaign, and I do say the campaign, not the candidate. I really don't have that much problem with the candidate. But yeah, I don't think it's productive. I don't think that blaming the Greens is productive. If you wanna reduce the impact of the Greens, lessen the necessity in people's minds, particularly, voters like Muslim and Arab voters, right? Particularly voters that are concerned about Gaza, lessen the necessity for a candidate like that. I don't think that Jill Stein's a good candidate. I think that that fucking campaign was a mess. Did they end up getting rid of Butch Ware after Butch Ware came out as being kind of pro-life in a weird way and like anti-trans? I don't even know if that I don't even know what happened after that.
All because both parties are the same and fascism is already here. Some leftists will choose to believe this outcome is the result of Gaza, and that this outcome proves that the Democrats would have won had they listened to the furthest left. But the data does not support this.
Yeah, Super Loco, I appreciate your contribution to my chat. However, I've got to say, leftist ideas are so away from reality. Oh my God, do you know what a leftist is? Have you heard of something called material conditions? It doesn't get much more real than that, right? It's just ironic what you're saying, right? In describing leftist ideas as being far away from reality, and what liberal ideas as being very much in touch. Very much in touch with the interest of the capitalist class, I'll say. But in terms of actually touching grass, in terms of actually being based on, material conditions, which, if you want to beat Trump, right? If you want to neutralize his appeal to people that are hurting from interest rates, from inflation, from the lack of rising wages, if you want to neutralize that, you got to start thinking a little bit more about material conditions, even as a liberal. Even if that's all you want to do is make sure that the capitalist, duopoly of parties is firmly on the side of the more lenient, the more generous, the kinder face of capitalism, as liberal, as is supposed to be the way of the Democratic Party. You got to incorporate people's real life situations. That, my friend, is detached from reality.
Jill Stein did not win 5%. She didn't even win 2%, not in Michigan or anywhere else. The exit polls indicated what many already knew, and it's that Americans care about domestic issues far more than they care about foreign policy or what happens abroad. They voted on economy and their flatly incorrect belief that Trump would be better on the economy, despite economists after
Butch Ware is still part of it. Wow.
Economists assuring us all that Trump will destroy.
Yeah, that's the other wild thing. Like I said, I got plenty of smoke for the Green Party. Right? There's a lot wrong with the Green Party. Not a lot of people know that the current Green Party is not the original Green Party started by Ralph Nader way back in the day. It's a rehash, what do you call that? Like in video games, like oh my God, I'm trying to think of the word. Remake. It's a remake of that from Howie Hawkins and Jill Stein, right? They're also not affiliated with any other. I mean, the Greens are an international movement, right? And the Green Party in the United States, not affiliated with any of that. And yeah, like, do we really need another party? Like, right? Do we really need a party to the left of the Democrats that's still unable to make a full-throated critique of capitalism? I think not.
Destroy the economy.
Like, if anything, the Greens are, the ironic thing too is I feel like I saw something on Twitter with the Greens calling, oh my God, was it Cornell West or was it the PSL? They were calling one of the other third parties like a spoiler. Like, it's ironic because that's what they get called by the Democrats. I don't like the Democrats using like third parties as an excuse. I really don't like that. I think that's bullshit, right? I've got criticism for some of the third parties, for a lot of the third parties, honestly. I wasn't impressed, with the Green Party or with the Cornell West campaign. And again, like, when you got a fucking vice presidential candidate that's all like, yeah, I think a 16-week abortion ban would be reasonable. And also, yeah, like, what did he say about, he had some kind of shit for trans women in sports. I don't know what that is. What is the purpose? Like, we've already got a party that's not particularly good on standing up for trans people. We've already got a party that's that traditionally has been a little bit wishy-washy in terms of support for bodily autonomy. Now, I will say that that's changed under the previous campaign. That's changed under Kamala. That's more of a Hillary Clinton kind of thing.
Suppress the marginalized groups they've grown sick of hearing from. Leftists will say that Democrats have no one to blame for the results of this election but themselves. But that implies that it's Democrats who lost something tonight. But it's all of us who lost. We will lose our rights. And many of us will lose our lives. You are not dunking on the Dems. You are dunking on us. The joke is on us. America is not who many leftists want to believe it is. The truth is that this country is deeply, deeply racist, sexist, homophobic, xenophobic, fundamentally hateful, and downright uneducated.
I will not disagree with that.
No one will gain any...
Remaster, says Jolly. Yeah. I think I was thinking of remake, but...
from a Trump presidency. But the losses will be crippling.
Oh, no, you're right about that, Super Loco. Trump is not going to fix inflation for sure. But I'm talking about the message. I'm not talking about the substance. Yeah, Trump's substance is toxic. Trump's going to make inflation worse, right? His policies make inflation worse. His policies amount to a national sales tax. Absolutely.
Importantly, although I think many leftists are wrong in what they'll choose to take from the results of this election, I want to be explicitly and abundantly clear that leftists, far left or otherwise, are not to blame for the results of this election. Shoots. Not even the Electoral College is to blame, because most voters did vote for Trump. But you know who didn't? Black people. If there is one solitary group in this country who is not to blame for the dark times...
And they've gotten blamed. Before the election took place, right? You've seen an analyst looking at movements, in polls that actually didn't pan out in the end, but looking at, like a rate of support of Trump at like 9%, in one election, and then, veering as high as like 17 to 20% in the numbers that they were looking at pre-election, right? And then being like, well, what's wrong with black people? It's like, no, what's wrong with white people? Who's putting Trump in the White House? It's white people. Don't plan that off. Even if like, the Democrats did manage to lose like, 10% of the black vote, right? That's still not something you should blame on. Like, do you notice how ridiculous you sound blaming a group that's still voting like 70-30 while white people are voting mostly for Trump? And you're going to blame the minority group that's a better, that's a more reliable vote for you? That's so wild. That's so wild. But you heard it over and over. I tried to point it out, but it was like, I feel like I took the crazy pill. I'm like, am I the one that's like missing something here? Because I'm seeing all these analysts, like they sound like they're blaming, black people for the failings of the Democratic Party. That's wild.
That are soon to come upon us, it's black people who voted overwhelmingly for the Democrats and to save this democracy. And despite how many thinly veiled racist attacks black people had to endure all election season, that we were only voting for Kamala because she's black, all ranging from Republicans to white leftists and even some non-white people, like the Green Party's both transphobic and anti-abortion vice presidential pick, Butch Ware, the truth is that black people always vote overwhelmingly Democrat, even when the candidates have been white as they usually are, because the alternative is a white supremacist party openly and aggressively committed to our subjugation. So do not look to black people to blame for what's to come. Look to white men, white women, and Latino voters, who I wish I could say I was surprised by, but I am not.
I heard the media talking about white women and how they're going to be the saviors of the Kamala Harris campaign. Now, as problematic as that is, right? It's not even true. It's not even true, right? If any of the previous elections were up to white women exclusively, you would have had Donald Trump for 12 years, right? That's where the votes are going.
Because I know what...
Yeah, they're not talking about like the overriding votes in any of these communities, right? They're talking about the movements of percentages and then blaming the group in question, particularly if they happen to be a minority group. I mean, like, I wonder why that would be. I wonder why that would be.
This country is. Throughout Kamala Harris's campaign, People who invested their efforts into protesting against her because their contempt is reserved for liberals, not fascists, told us that they were protesting Kamala Harris and making demands of Kamala Harris while speaking nothing of Donald Trump, asking nothing of Donald Trump, and downplaying every threat made by Donald Trump because they said that they knew they could not get anywhere with Donald Trump. And they were correct. We will not get anywhere with Donald Trump. So save your demands because he will not hear them. Hold off on your protests because you will likely be brutalized and criminalized as Donald Trump has promised police violence. Make peace with the rights that you've already lost to Trump's Supreme Court and kiss the remainders goodbye because any hope at saving the Supreme Court or any of your rights is done, at least for your lifetime. Whatever you thought the Democrats didn't do enough.
Yeah, Zero, I haven't seen FD's video yet.
Prepared to lose even that much. I don't have to wonder about the nightmare to come because Donald Trump, the Republicans, and the Christian Heritage Foundation told us exactly what they have planned and how they're going to do it. And America overwhelmingly declared that it's what they want. And who am I to lecture America about what's best for them? I have moved through so many emotions tonight, from heartbreaking disbelief to rage, and finally, I have tried to land on apathy and exhaustion. I have expended all my energy trying to convince Americans that you should take seriously a man threatening to upend your democracy and civil rights, especially when that same man already served as president and did things like incite a fucking insurrection when he lost. I have no energy to keep trying to convince Americans that their enemy is not the most oppressed, marginalized group in their society, that hurting immigrants will not bring you money, power, or resources of any kind, that immigrants are not the reason you don't have those things. I am tired of trying to explain to leftists.
Look, you're going to notice something about my analysis, right? And it's that I veer towards blaming campaigns, sometimes candidates, sometimes the messages of those campaigns, rather than blaming the people that either voted for a third party, did not show up, or, you know, a marginalized group that voted a few more percentage towards a candidate that was antithetical to their interests than they did the previous year, right? I will very often default towards the campaign, and that's because the campaign, like, that's the thing that can change. That's the thing that can move different. You can't, like, wag your finger in people's faces and expect them to, like, behave differently, right? You voted wrong. No. It's on the candidate to inspire the voters. And if that's not happening, that is a skill issue right there. That is a skill issue. There's nothing much more I can say about it.
Is that you are not going to convince the Democrats to be more left-wing by putting the far-right nut jobs in office.
I mean, that's true.
That you are not going to spite the Democratic Party or the powers that be by not electing them. That you are not going to show them shit. You're not holding them accountable. You are strapping the country and the most marginalized people in it to the fucking rails. I am tired trying to explain to people that the world they dream of cannot be accomplished with a single phone call, no matter what people who do nothing but run for president every 4 years tells you. I am tired of trying to explain anything to Americans who so desperately wanted to be able to critique Kamala Harris in a vacuum that an election is about choice. It is about choosing someone in relation to the other candidates. Couldn't possibly make sense to make these indictments of Kamala Harris in a vacuum. Meanwhile, Trump is the alternative. You know what's been on my mind all election season? Repeatedly, I hear Americans complain that every election they say this is the most important election, that democracy is in danger. Every time I hear this complaint, it leaves me at a loss as I just start firing questions at myself. Is something...
The truth of the matter is that the candidates seem to get worse every election. And I don't mean necessarily both of the candidates, right? But there is a candidate who is worse, like, every single election. You've got let's look at since 1990. All right, 1988, George H.W. Bush is elected. He has a former U.S. asset, a former U.S. ally, make aggressive moves towards a smaller nation in his vicinity. That's Saddam Hussein, right? Moving into Kuwait. George H.W. Bush declares war, attacks the Iraqis in Kuwait. And when they retreat, there may have been some human rights violations done. You know, it's definitely not great. But what he doesn't do is like try to topple the government, right? What he doesn't do is destabilize the region, right? So that's a Republican in the 90s. All right, fast forward to the 2000s, we've got George W. Bush, who believes that his father, H.W., was Jimmy Cartered unfairly, did not get his, due second term in office, and resolves not to be a loser like his daddy. How do you not be a loser? We're going to finish the job. We're going to finish the job. Saddam Hussein tried to kill my daddy, and I'm going to finish the job. Well, yeah, he finishes the job, and look at the fucking fallout, right? Iraq didn't have anything to do with 9/11, right? That was just pure fucking, opportunism. That was feeding the vampire squid that is the military-industrial complex, right? And so it gets worse. It gets worse. George W. Bush, I think we can all agree, worse than H.W. Flash forward another 10 years to Donald Trump. He's even worse. He's even worse. So yeah, I mean, she's right. This reaction where you always say that it's, that it's the most important election. Well, yeah, I mean, the stakes get continually raised. She's right about that.
Something less true because you hear it often? What does it cost you to go vote? Why are people behaving as though by being asked to vote, the bare minimum, they are being asked to build the ark and load the animals by their lonesome by end of business day? Is it absurd that democracy and your personal freedoms would be under threat in a nation where white supremacists never wanted you to have those freedoms in the first place? Is it absurd that you would be told your vote is important and that it's necessary you exercise it in a nation where you had to fight for the right in the first place because the white supremacists in charge didn't want you to have it? I don't even understand the need for this exacerbation of the concept of being told at election time, the time where power is up for grabs, that it will yet again be important to prevent your enemies from gaining power. Someone promised that because it was important to vote in one election, that it could not or would not be important to vote in the next one? Yes, you keep being
Look, the only election that's not going to be important is an election where the candidates are like mirror images of each other, right? That's the only election that's going to be like, okay, this one, not that big of stakes. And you don't get that.
That this is the most important election and the democracy is under threat because it is.
Trump was better than McCain. I'm not sure I agree with you on that, Noni Doug. I know why you're saying that. It's a common perception, but I think it's a misperception. And I really hope that I'm not proven right during this next Trump administration. All right. I am massively worried about the moves that Trump will make on the foreign policy stage. I am massively worried. But yeah, no, I have problems with both McCain and like the kind of like the filleting of the ghost of McCain's. Anyway, I shouldn't say it that way. I should say like I should have some respect. But no, people have too much respect for John McCain, and it drives me nuts. That being said, Trump's more of a piece of shit, clearly. And it was fucking epic when McCain did that shit. When McCain stopped Trump from taking our healthcare, that was fucking epic. That was a Chad move right there, right? But yeah, a lot of McCain's shit is, and it's sad. It's sad too because McCain used to oppose people like George W. Bush at some point in his career. He got the reputation for being a maverick for some. Like I guess this is all before my time, right? But this is how they would talk McCain up when he was running against Obama. And he kind of just fell right in line with the Bush foreign policy. So yeah, McCain does suck. I agree with you on that.
How many rights do we have to lose before we get it through our thick skulls that our rights are always in danger? That we will have to keep showing up and fighting for our rights. And not just by voting. That's the least of it if you can.
Wait, NYC says maybe a piece of shit. You're talking about Trump, but hopefully less money spent on blowing up families in Gaza. Oh my sweet summer child. where did you pick up that garbage? Like, oh my gosh, can we get it out of your mouth before you get food poisoning? Well, I mean, you could hope all you want, but if you are expecting Donald Trump, one of his biggest donors is oh my God, what's her name? Miriam Adelson. Yeah, Donald Trump during his previous 4 years, he allowed Israel to annex the Golan Heights from Syria, destabilizing the region. He moved the U.S. embassy from Tel Aviv to Jerusalem, right? And he allowed his failed son-in-law, Jared Kushner, guy has no business being a diplomat, to go negotiate, to go around the Palestinians in making negotiations bilateral between Israel and other, Arab countries in the Saudi alliance, right? So there's 4, I can't keep track of them. A lot of things, a plethora of things that Trump did that literally, lended themselves to the region being less stabilized, and that played exactly into the hands of Netanyahu. If Biden is Netanyahu's bitch, and Trump is like bitch squared, I don't know what else to tell you. You just heard some bullshit. Oh my God. I feel like Hassan.
50 years actively working to overturn Roe, and they always show up to vote.
I'm out here doing Hassan shit with chat. We don't usually argue this much.
You have to fight to get rights, and you have to fight to maintain them. Your ancestors did not fight for your right to vote in one election. No one told you only one election mattered. It's a right you...
Yeah, I mean, she's right about that. That is some brain rot. She's right about that.
Exercising. And honestly, you should want to. No one should have to fight you to use what power you do have. I do not know why people keep acting like because the last election they were told was the most important, that the next one can't be. Have you ever had problems? And have those problems ever gotten worse over time? Exactly.
Yeah, I mean, like, the question is, like, do you think that the creeping palingenetic ultranationalism on the right is something that is problematic? Do you think that it's deleterious? Do you think that it's a bad thing? Do you think that giving Trump the administration for 4 years, him naming 3 corrupt justices to the Supreme Court, those justices stripping away rights of bodily autonomy from pregnant people and being openly corrupt, receiving, I don't know how, what they receive from donors is much different than bribes. It certainly looks like a conflict of interest, right? Turning our judicial branch into the laughingstock internationally and into an illegitimate branch of government, right? Yeah. That's what that means. That's what 4 years of Trump means. And it's not going to stop getting worse.
Exactly. Have you ever...
Like, you had Barack Obama while he was president, right? Now he campaigns on hope and change and really, like upturning people's apple carts, right? He's going to go in there and fuck shit up. It sounds like to a lot of people. But when he gets in office, he's doing a lot of reaching across the aisle, even to the extent of compromising with the Republicans on something as important as Social Security. Now, he stretched his hand across the aisle, and they bit his hand. They said, fuck you, Barack. We don't want you achieving, anything approaching a legacy, which is how the chattering class in Washington would view Obama's grand bargain that he offered to Republicans. They don't want him having that, right? So he's, at one hand, he's trying to offer compromise. That's the kind of president Barack Obama was. And not being met in the middle, not being met anywhere close to the middle, being actively attacked and opposed by the Republicans. His phrase was, I think we need to beat them in one more election, right? We got the 2012 election against Mitt Romney. We got to beat them in one more election, and then the fever will break. Then they'll stop this Tea Party shit. They'll cut it out. We'll get down to business, the people's business. We'll do the compromise that everybody wants. No more gridlock. We got compromise. We got the consensus. Like everybody's like, fuck Social Security, right? Fuck your retirement. We could raise the cap and make rich people pay for it, but ha 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 ha. Ha 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 ha. We're all neoliberals. We're not going to do that. We're going to do austerity. We're going to do some austerity on your ass. So, yeah, that's sadly what you had. But this mentality that the fever is going to break, right? Even in defeating the Republicans, that's not what we see. Defeating Mitt Romney didn't make the fever break. Defeating Donald Trump didn't make the fever break. She's right. She's right about this.
Worked out and dieted so that you could lose weight? And when you lost that weight, how did you maintain it? By continuing to work out and eat right. But like I said, I have gone through all the emotions. Disbelief, rage, and finally apathy. Or at least
good for Gabby's right. The Tea Party got morphed into MAGA, but every time they say, like, when it's the Tea Party, you know, you're like, hey, you all look a lot like the Bush War on Terror people. And they're like, oh, no, we're not those Republicans. We hate those Republicans. Those are big spending Republicans. We're different Republicans. We're budget conscious Republicans. We're way better, right? We're not like those Republicans. And then it morphs into MAGA. And you're like, hey, aren't you the Tea Party people? No, we're not the Tea Party people. Those people are the swamp, right? We're the morally pure MAGA coalition. Yeah, they're and it's the same fuckers. It's the same fuckers every single time.
I'm trying to feel apathetic because the pain is overwhelming. I've been in America since I was 14.
Sizal says Dims haven't done shit for material conditions since like LBJ. Yeah, that's what I always harp on this, right? You've got eras, just like Taylor Swift has eras, the Democratic Party has eras, right? You've got the post-New Deal consensus era where everybody was essentially a Keynesian, right? Where the common wisdom amongst Democrats and Republicans, right? Eisenhower, look at Eisenhower's top marginal tax rates, was to do Keynesian economics. Now, while I think there's something that's lacking in there, in that it's not as empowering to the working class as it could be, as it should be, as somebody that is a leftist would try to implement, it does take care of people's material conditions better than austerity. That we should be able to agree on, right? And it was the consensus for years and years and years. And yeah, LBJ, FDR, although, you know, some of the FDR policies were a little bit tinged with racism at the time. The Democrats were still on their states' rights bullshit. But, you know, you get to LBJ, and at least on civil rights, you got a whole new Democratic Party. You got the realignment. You got this senator from Texas going around twisting people's arms, getting them to pass civil rights, getting them to pass the Voting Rights Act. And you know, as they said, losing the South for a generation that had been their base of support. And yes, in the process, also enacting the Great Society policies, which did at least, you know, attempt to take care of people's material conditions. But then you had, 8 years of Nixon? Was it 8 years? It wasn't quite. 8 years of Nixon / Ford, let's just say it that way. And the next person to get into office is Jimmy Carter. Jimmy Carter is your first neoliberal. He's not as hardcore of a neoliberal as Ronald Reagan, but he got the ball rolling as far as deindustrialization goes. So yeah, you know, you're right. Your diagnosis is correct. It was, you know, you got to look back to LBJ. We were starting to see maybe sort of a turn under Biden, at least. You know, you can find some difference in the labor policy, in some of the economic policies between Biden and somebody like Obama, somebody like Clinton. Oh yeah, sorry. Get back to our era. So we got the post-New Deal, post-New Deal era and the Great Society era Democrats, and then you flip forward to the post-Reagan Democrats. These are Democrats that are scared of their own shadow. They've gotten beaten by an actor twice, right? Badly beaten, badly burned by a freaking actor. Actually 3 times, right? Because his vice president goes into office after that. And they're like, whoa, we're not going to do any of that crazy liberal shit anymore. We're going to go strictly neoliberal. And that's when you got your Clintons and your Obamas, etc. And yeah, it's been a Democratic Party that doesn't seem to care much about the labor movement, about people's material conditions. Oh my God, chat, I yap too much, but you got me talking, Sizal. That's an interesting point you brought up.
Years old, and I am now 31 years old. That is 16 years and 5
I'm sorry, Noni Dog Doug. Nixon is in fact not Pog.
elections that I've had no say in. All have impacted me greatly. But 2016 upended my life. 2016 brought forth one of the worst times in
But you're gonna get to experience that for your own life, because I think there's a lot of parallels between the Nixon administration and the. But hey, I mean, I guess if you don't care about Trump's corruption, you probably don't care about Nixon's corruption either, right? Just break into those Democratic headquarters to steal people's medical records so that you can run against the candidate that you want to run against, not against the candidate that you think might beat you. That's the play of the game. That's the play of the game. Yeah, Nixon is Pog, I guess. I guess Nixon is a Pog champ. That was the play of the game right there. Get those burglars, get G. Gordon Liddy to slip down those tunnels and steal the medical records. That's the play of the game. I love Twitch chat. I love Twitch chat. Y'all just set me up and I knock them down. It's beautiful.
But as I sit here in 2024, coming to terms with what's in store for me again and how I avoid it, I know that America not only does not give a fuck, but it's the outcome they wanted. So there's no need for me to keep bearing my soul or trying to plead with this nation. I am going to save my breath, as I should have all election season. And as I will when Donald Trump takes hold of this country and people start to experience the fascism they insisted was already here. I am no longer in a position to advocate for Americans who advocate against immigrants like me. This is what the majority of Americans wanted, and my heart is with those of us who will not survive it.
Yeah. God damn. Crystal Saphira, thank you for the $4 super sticker. Well, oh no, we cannot watch that. We will get clapped so quickly. We will get clapped so quickly with that. Here, we'll just watch Olimey again, because it's actually a pretty good video. Look, I mean, like, I disagree with, I don't know, 33% of what she's saying. I'm agreeing with at least, more than half of what she's saying. I don't know. I like to keep it real with you, chat. I like Olimey. I think she is one of my favorite content creators. I think she is a dynamic YouTuber and has got a lot to say, and I always listen when she says it. But that doesn't mean that I'm gonna, tell you I agree when I don't. But yeah, there's a lot of what she was saying, just truth. All right, what are we looking for? There was something else that I wanted to watch with you. We watched. Oh, here we go. Zateo.
So, what went wrong?
All right, now what do we have here? We have Mehdi Hassan. We got Ryan Grimm, and we have Don Calloway. Little election post-mortem from Zateo. Are you here for this, chat? I'm here for it.
Is the question a lot of people are asking right now. Progressives, liberals, leftists, Democrats. Joining me now to talk about what went horribly wrong is Don Calloway, Democratic Party strategist, CEO of Pine Street Strategies. Ryan Grimm, progressive journalist, co-founder of Dropsite News, my former colleague at The Intercept. Don.
Oh, you think Nixon's funny? Okay. I thought you were serious. I thought you were like PogChamp Nixon. I was gonna check if you had a tattoo on your back of Roger Stone, and the Roger Stone tattoo on your back actually had Nixon. Do you know that about Roger Stone? It's one of like Nixon's dudes, and he got a tattoo. He's got a literal Richard Nixon tattoo on his back.
Democrats. What the F happened?
Who's the guy in the middle? That's Don Calloway.
We don't know. I do know a couple of things. First of all, this was the first time at 45 years old that I know that what I thought was going to happen was purely dictated by what was being fed through my algorithm. And, I fear for our kids because I certainly was not immune.
Mehdi Hassan. Apparently his editor is a fellow DaVinci Resolve user. Respect.
And it completely...
respect for those presets.
I was nose blind to the possibility. Yeah, the vibes were off. I was completely blindsided by the possibility that, it's going to be close, but the landslide in his favor was completely unbeknownst to me. I think there are some practical concerns or some things to think about how possible was it with a 120-day campaign? There's a reason these things are protracted and they're 2 years, because it takes standing up a massive special vehicle corporation with a very
SM says, have all the votes been counted? I don't think so. I think there's still votes being counted, but in terms of mathematically eliminating the possibility of Trump not controlling 270 electoral votes, that ship has sailed. No, don't get your hopes up, okay? I'm telling you seriously, because I care about you. Don't expect some kind of miracle to flip the votes the other way. That ship has sailed.
And I don't
as bad as that is, as much as that sucks, that ship has sailed.
know that was possible to do in 120 days. I also think, lastly, it's important to recognize that Donald Trump won this second administration 20 years ago when The Apprentice started. And that's where we are in terms of our collective brain space in America. Donald Trump has been the most famous man in America for a long time, and that didn't diminish, particularly even though he's been in the news every single day over the last 4 years while Biden's been president. So that name recognition is just extremely hard to penetrate, and Kamala Harris wasn't able to do it.
Ryan, incumbency is a problem across the world right now, post-pandemic. In the UK, the Conservative government got wiped out. In France, Macron got hit. In India, Modi lost his majority.
The ANC took a hit.
ANC, South Korea. How much of this was Democrats losing the election? How much of this was Trump winning the election?
I mean, I think it's some of both, and I think it's fair to put it in the global context because I have criticisms of how the Democratic Party has aligned itself with a more upper middle class, section of the electorate over the last 20 plus years, maybe 40 years, depending on when you count the realignment starting. But I have to be honest and say it's happened in every developed country around the world, and so that suggests that there's.
Noni Doug says, what Trump corruption? I'll give you a little project, all right, because I don't have time to take away from stream right now, but Google Trump and emoluments clause, all right? Google Trump and emoluments, and you will start a journey. You'll start down a very deep rabbit hole, right? Trump said he wanted to drain the swamp. Turns out he is the swamp.
There's something fundamental going on in these Western economies, including Japan.
The second half of that would be to take a look at his Supreme Court justices and look at the conflict of interest there. Look at the lavish gifts that Supreme Court justices are being given under the particularly the three that he named, right? We've got an entire branch of government now that is illegitimate, thanks to Donald Trump. And the result of that is both the the stripping away of bodily autonomy in terms of the Dobbs decision, as well as the relative power of king, the power to be above the law that they have bestowed on the executive. And so you got one corrupt branch of the government, right, the judicial, made corrupt by Donald Trump, then empowering the executive branch, his branch, to be above the law. Yeah, it's incredibly corrupt.
That pushes this kind of cultural liberalism into kind of opposition with a working class, which then moves into the center right, which is only then buttressed by a migration crisis, which you saw in Europe 10 years ago. Like we witnessed that unfold, after the war.
Also, ask yourself, what kind of presidential candidate sells gold watches? Right? What kind of presidential candidate allows an opportunity for people to literally put money in his pocket by overpaying for worthless products, right? We've covered that extensively, though. I don't want to go back to all the Trump merch.
Syria. We go ahead. You were.
No, look. If Ryan Grimm is going to get into the real shit, I'm happy to do that too. At the end of the day, I'm headed up to Howard University right now, and it is the Mecca. It is an institution which we have so much pride in. But at the end of the day, Howard is Black Harvard, right? These are two extraordinarily elite, privileged institutions that we send the best of ours to, and they're finishing schools. But for our politics to be driven by either H, the Harvards or the Howards of the world, The Democrats learned today that that's not where the majority of.
Oh, good point. I almost forgot about the Bibles. See, I don't think though the Bibles, I don't regard those as being like vectors. Well, in some way, that's an interesting question. So, what Good for Gabby's talking about there is the MAGA Bibles that Trump sells. These are Bibles that also contain the lyrics to the song "Proud to Be an American." They contain the Constitution. It's like the Bible Plus, right? Which is really weird if you've read the Bible, right? You know the last verse of the Bible is literally saying, "To he who shall add unto these verses, a curse shall be placed on him," right? In other words, they're saying, you add something to the Bible. Well, Trump added a lot to the Bible. Trump added a few things, but I think that so my initial intuition is to see the Bibles as less of a vector of bribery than like the watches, things that are like high value items that are pricey items, right? Trump's obviously going to pay a lot more attention to somebody that's putting tens of hundreds of thousands of dollars in his pocket than he has to somebody that's buying a $70 still overpriced Bible. But there is the interesting little aspect of the state of Oklahoma mandating Bibles in schools. If you got a classroom, if you're a teacher, you need a Bible. You need a Bible in that classroom, right? And they wrote the law in such a way of and you don't just need any Bible, all right? You need a specific Bible, and it's got to have these requirements, right? Leather bound, this, and this. And it just so happens that the Trump Bible is the only Bible that meets all those requirements. So what they've got in store is a massive deposit from the state of Oklahoma, putting taxpayer dollars into Donald Trump's pockets for shitty Bibles that will go in school because the state of Oklahoma wants to put God back in the classroom. Isn't it beautiful? Isn't the hypocrisy beautiful? If you know how to look for these things, you're going to notice all these little details. You're going to start seeing things, right? What I've just given you, conservatives in Twitch chat, is the glasses from They Live. All right? And I will warn you that once you put these glasses on, you're going to start to see shit all over conservative politics that is highly, highly fucking corrupt. Not that there's not a lot of problems with the Democrats as well, but the biggest problems that the Democrats have is that they're too damn similar to the Republicans. They're too close to that. And they're too willing to cave on issues, right? They get a little bit of pushback. They get a little bit of negative polls, and all of a sudden they're throwing like half of their constituency under the bus. So, yeah, Democrats suck too in their own way.
Or God forbid, poor people in this
Rowdy Roddy Piper tried to warn us.
country are, and their policies are garbage, but somehow, some way, Republicans found an algorithm to tap into that.
Was it a mistake? Was it a mistake to basically close your campaign alongside Liz Cheney and Mark Cuban?
Obviously it was. I mean, hell, sure. I don't know.
And Jonathan Smucker, this organizer out of Lancaster, I thought had a good phrase for it. He said people call that tacking to the right or tacking to the center, but it was tacking to the top. It was tacking to the elite, and it was solidifying the idea that Trump was already playing into with his right-wing populist tropes that Democrats are the party of elites, and the Cheneys are elites. Like that's
True.
Warmongering.
For some
They
bizarre,
stand in.
inexplicable reason, Donald Trump and Elon Musk are not elites.
That's populism.
We know they are, but
Right.
they're perceived.
That's-
They've been
that's right.
coded.
Right, right-wing populism.
They're working men. Donald Trump. Didn't you see him in the McDonald's outfit? Yeah, he's a working man, right? He was in the garbage truck too, remember? Like Elon Musk wears shitty t-shirts and jeans and jumps around in a dark MAGA hat. Clearly a working class guy.
Allows for certain, and that's...
Don't look at their hands though, all right? Like I said, once you put these They Live glasses on, you're going to start to see how soft Donald Trump's hands are, how soft Elon Musk's hands are, how these are people that have never known a fucking day of work in their entire life. And yet they want to put on a shitty baseball cap and say, hello, fellow working class.
The purpose of right-wing populism is to distract the attention that ought to be on all of the 0.1% and all of the 1% over to immigrants down here at the bottom or some set of other, and then stand-ins for the 1%. And the stand-ins here are Hollywood, the media,
Opinion
Howard
elites.
and Harvard,
Yeah.
like,
But
yes.
let's be
But,
clear.
and I think I will say that you're spot on. And also, there's a particularly pernicious element of those guys owning the infrastructure of information in a way that's never been.
Literally.
I mean, to purchase
Before
and
they
destroy
just had
Twitter,
Murdoch, now they've got Murdoch and Musk.
Yeah, and Twitter, and the internet, and all Bezos, all this. It's
I mean, Ryan, just to pick up on the information point, people said to me yesterday, well, 28% of the country think the country's going in the right direction. You cannot get re-election when there's that many people are negative about the direction of the country. But that negativity is not based on anything real, and maybe you'll disagree with me. Obviously, people are suffering in America, but they've always suffered in America. In terms of
Diamond mines. I thought it was emerald mines. Are there diamonds in his parents' mines too?
the big trends, we know the U.S. economy is doing very
Is he playing Minecraft over there in South Africa? What's going on?
compared to its peers. We know that crime is actually down, not up. We know that border crossings, the
Does Elon got some netherite in his mines?
issue for the right, are lower now than when Trump left office. And yet, thanks to the information environment, people don't know this or they don't believe it.
Well, prices at the grocery store got high and stayed high. Rent is high. Mortgage rates are crazy. Climate is creating all kinds of anxiety. Like it's not great. People like our kids are on like phones too much. Like there's a mental health crisis like we've never seen before. Things are not great.
Those are not partisan issues, right?
No, they're not.
That's a general.
No, they're not, but
Trump
they-
has no solutions for any of it.
but they express themselves through a type of anxiety, which then
I just want to know what kind of trades Elon's doing with the villagers, right? What is he trading those emeralds for?
Trump tries to channel it in his direction. And I think, I'm curious for your take on this. There's that famous Schumer quote where he says, for every rural vote we...
Oh my God, no. Hailology, I can hear the worms wriggling around in your brains. Well, at least Trump was better for the economy. He's better for you have Trump in office, the economy gets better. That is cargo cult thinking, my friend. That is cargo. You know why the economy was better under Trump? Because it was pre-COVID. And when COVID hit, the economy went to shit. Now, I could be really bad faith here and blame that all on Trump, but I recognize that some things, like a pandemic, might be outside the control of the president. And so, in other words, I'm not using your cargo cult logic to say, well, under Trump, we had a big old pandemic, so Trump caused the pandemic, right? I'm not going to give you that shit. I'm not going to blow that smoke up your ass, right? Because I know that's not true. I'm using my critical thinking, and I would invite you to do the same, rather than letting the worms do the thinking for you. I don't think they're helping you out that much. You sound really silly. But yeah, it's a pandemic that he mismanaged. We can definitely say that much. And the economy has not been the same since that. Now, if you were in here earlier, you know that I got some smoke for Biden, too, as far as how he handled the economy. But I'm not letting Trump off the hook on that, right? I'm not giving Trump the credit that a lot of people give him for the Obama economy. And I'm not going to fail to notice that the economy under Trump was falling off. Industrial economy was falling off even before the pandemic. All right, you got to pay a little bit more attention. All right, otherwise just play Minecraft. All right, that's the best use of your time. If you don't want to, get a little bit in depth, if you don't want to get a little bit granular, if you don't want to look into the things that instead of just repeating what you heard on Joe Rogan, then you might be better off just playing Minecraft. I don't know. It's a fun game. There's a new release. They've got new stuff. They got a new mob. They got a new mob in Minecraft. You should check it out. All right, it's pretty neat. They got a new biome and they got a new mob, and you can check it out.
In central Pennsylvania, we're going to pick up 2 in the suburbs. And what I think
This segment brought to you by Mojang.
And I understand his
Oh, I'm sorry, Microsoft now, right?
Hey, rural population of America is 18%. We could lose them all. And as long as we have the suburbs and the cities, we still win. But what he misunderstood is that there is actually a cultural through line among working class people who live in rural areas and working class people who live in suburban areas, ex-urban areas, and working class people who live in the cities. And so you picked up those suburban votes, but at the cost not just of that one guy in central Pennsylvania, but of other people who have similar lives but happen to live in the suburbs in Bucks County.
No, Lady Badash, I did not see that.
And then you see Philadelphia, Allentown, Pittsburgh, all across New Jersey, like
with this analysis.
the narrow. Like,
my worry is
so there's not enough suburbs to win.
My worry is that what does it say for us as a country that we can identify all these problems, but Donald Trump is the solution? This idea, people say to me, inflation is what drove a lot of this, right?
Yeah.
Okay, but you've just elected a man who's going to drive up prices with tariffs.
But it's not about policy. There's
that's
no
the problem.
policy space. There's no.
Yeah, Elon was definitely there at 5 years old digging for all manner of precious stones. But luckily for him, his parents gave him a diamond pickaxe, right? So it was a lot quicker. It was a lot quicker with the enchanted diamond pickaxe that he got. Some people have to start with a wooden pickaxe. Elon got to skip all that and just go straight to the enchanted. You got an efficiency 3 on there. You got an unbreaking on there.
No substantive solution that he presented that justified him as the savior for any of these very serious challenges that you've identified. And that's why we cannot diminish two things. First of all, he ran against a black woman. Even though he offered nothing, he ran against a black woman, and there's racism and sexism baked into it. Yep. Especially dangerous when you merge that with the private ownership of information vehicles. We have never faced this in our country, and it is completely wide open for some smart progressive to figure out how we're going to overcome that. But I have to imagine that the successful campaigns of the next 10 years will have to look dramatically different than Democratic infrastructure has looked like in the profession that raised Ryan and I.
And I can say, and maybe you had this experience too, as somebody who's in the independent media, our show on Breaking Points last night consistently had close to 100,000 people watching, millions of viewers. No attention from Democrats, lots of attention from Republicans. I hope that this is the last Democratic nominee who says no to Joe Rogan. Like, even if you have to go to the studio.
I would go further than that, Ryan.
Yeah.
You need.
What do you think about this, chat? What do you think about this? Supposedly, so the story that I think the story that the version of the story that I've heard is that Joe Rogan offered her a, podcast, right? But she would have had to travel out of her. I think she wanted Joe Rogan to travel, right? And he was willing to have her in his studio like he does with everyone because he's clouded up, right? He basically calls the shots a lot like Tim Pool. And so she would have had to kind of like derail her campaign to work around his schedule. She offered something like for him to travel instead and interview her, but he wasn't interested in that.
Your own Joe Rogan is the bigger point. That's the bigger problem.
Democrats had their own Joe Rogan. Joe Rogan endorsed Bernie Sanders in 2020.
Well, look where he ended up. Let me ask you.
Well, the problem is the Democrats were never on board with Bernie Sanders. The party establishment was never.
You said the racism and sexism baked in.
It is.
So, on that basis, was it a mistake to switch from Biden to Harris so late in the game? I was in favor of it. I don't know where you stood on it.
It's very difficult to say whether or not it was a mistake.
Or at least have had an open primary off the back of it.
I don't think that's the
Ryan
question.
wanted an open primary.
Well, so your second piece is the question. And in my view, once it became clear...
Is SpaceX going to replace NASA? It seems like to a large degree it has. I mean, I'm not the biggest space expert in the world, but the nether suits him. That's what Elon... okay, wait. I know NASA buys SpaceX rockets, but there's so much more going on with that. I mean, there's concerns about conflict of interest probably already, and there are likely to be more concerns about conflict of interest. But since Trump's campaign and, we can expect his administration are such a shit show, there's going to be a million things to talk about, right? And the idea that, the news media, that the news cycle is going to focus on, something like a conflict of interest involving SpaceX is just probably not going to happen. I mean, Trump, give him credit, right? Credit where credit is due. He manages the attention economy pretty fucking well. If there's any stories that are inconvenient, there's a new story up next week of him, shouting at Taylor Swift on Truth.social.
or once whatever powers that are decided Joe Biden moved on, I think you had nowhere to go but Kamala Harris. I think that the proper, if you wanted to have a liberal Hunger Games, the proper time to do that was a year ago, or maybe even 2 years ago.
Yes, and they didn't do it.
And we didn't do it. And you know, but I think Kamala Harris could have won that, possibly should have won that. But to transition to her without a contest, I don't think that was the challenge. That's what had to be done at that time when he stepped aside.
Ryan, just to wrap this up, Joe Biden, we haven't talked about, the sitting president of the United States, the guy in the building whose unpopularity clearly dragged Harris down. Incumbency was clearly a huge issue. Rightly or wrongly, people thought he did a bad job on the economy. I think people are wrong about that. But where does Biden figure today? What is his legacy? What is his role in this defeat?
I think on the economy, his big mistake was, you remember when inflation started going up we started to get some corporate earnings calls where they were saying this is an opportunity for us to raise prices and keep them high. They were saying it publicly.
He should have gone on the offensive.
And I was saying it constantly.
Okay, yeah, no, I agree.
Other people started saying it. And then the White House economists sent out a message publicly that said, we don't have the data for this. Didn't stop me from saying it, but I can't talk to the whole country. Yeah. If he had hit that, and that's the kind of left-wing populism. So his legacy is getting crushed by a pretty good.
Okay, oh my God, Sticks, I gotta agree with you. The Democrats love their corporate candidates, but I also gotta point out, Republicans have elected a literal oligarch and have put him with another. It's oligarchception, right? We're the Gilded Age with the Republicans. The innovation of Trump, right? He said drain the swamp. He just cut out the middleman. Motherfucker is the swamp. He is the swamp, right? He's just cut out the middleman instead of a oligarch like Trump or like Elon Musk, sending a lobbyist in to buy a politician for him. He's just like, well, why don't I just be the politician, or why don't I just bring Elon Musk in, right? So that's efficiency in your corruption, courtesy of MAGA.
Economy, because he couldn't actually go
but
after
doesn't that go to the point of what you said? And let's wrap up with a really good point you made earlier about tacking to the top versus tacking to the left or right. It's not about left or right or even being a socialist or Bernie. It's about Democrats being able to identify villains, enemies, opponents in the way that Republicans do, from trans kids to, Iran to liberal elites on the coasts. They're very good.
Let me rewind. I want to make sure I understand what Mehdi's saying.
So his legacy is getting crushed by a pretty good economy because he couldn't actually go after the real
But doesn't that go to the point of what you said? And let's wrap.
So Ryan's saying that Biden had more of a case to make, but he didn't do it. Like in terms of going after greedflation, in terms of going after some of the real reasons the prices were going up. Now you got a lot going on there, right? And the first thing when we're talking about inflation that you got to understand is that inflation is generally got two factors, all right? Money supply on one hand, and the availability of goods. Now you have a global pandemic, which raised inflation worldwide. And what do you have? You have, if your country's doing anything for people while they're forced to stay home and maybe not work, then you've got an increased money supply. All right, you're doing PPP loans. You got an increased money supply, right? And you've got a reduced availability of goods. You've got supply chain issues, right? Boom, inflation. There you have it. That's what happens. That's your recipe. That's your basic recipe for inflation, right? So you did have real inflation raising the prices, but in addition to that, because there's a perception of inflation, because people know that there's inflation going on, there's an incentive. I would call it a perverse incentive for people to raise prices even a little further, to raise their profit margins. And indeed, we see corporate profit margins going through the fucking roof at this time, right? And this is what we're talking about with greedflation. Biden did say something about it, but it feels like, half-hearted. And it feels like both the Biden administration and the Harris campaign are a little too worried about spooking away donors to fully go after greedflation and price gouging, right? Despite the fact that they, at least at first, paid some lip service.
We don't have the data for this. Didn't stop me from saying it, but I can't talk to the whole country. Yeah. If he had hit that, and that's the kind of left-wing populist. So his legacy is getting crushed by a pretty good economy because he couldn't actually go
But
after
doesn't
the
that
real
go to the
villains.
point of what you said? And let's wrap up with a really good point you made earlier about tacking to the top versus tacking to the left or right. It's not about left or right or even being a socialist or Bernie. It's about Democrats being able to identify villains, enemies, opponents in the way that Republicans do, from trans kids to, Iran to liberal elites on the coasts. They're very good at finding enemies. Democrats prefer to campaign with their enemies.
Yeah, the CEO of this grocery chain who just said on a call that he's going to raise your prices, not because he has to, but because he can. Yeah. And that's your enemy. And open up a case.
Last word to you, Don.
Yeah, there's a real fear of Democrats to go after capitalists, right? Because like I said, like I always say, all right, the commonality between the Democratic and Republican parties, the commonality between the ideologies of what we call in the United States liberalism and, really worldwide liberalism and conservatism, is they're both capitalist philosophies. They are both in service of capitalism. One of them says, we want a capitalism that is stable, and therefore we will pay lip service towards people's material conditions, right? We won't allow working class to get leverage, to get bargaining power, to be able to claw back some of that, that self-determination from their capitalist overlords, but we will make their lot in life slightly better. The other says, we want to maximize profits. We want to minimize the leverage of the working class. And therefore, we shall enact austerity. And, you see it flip it back and forth, depending on the needs. You got the, you got the New Deal situation where the Democrats are actually throwing out, some breadcrumbs, at least for the working class, try to make their lot in life a little bit more tolerable. And that becomes the consensus. Keynesian economics are the order of the day, both in the United States and then in the UK. And then you have the flip towards neoliberalism after, the stagflation of the 70s. In both parties, mind you, in both parties, right? And that's my biggest critique of the Democratic Party, is they're not doing enough to differentiate themselves from the Republican Party. They're just like a, kinder, gentler, face for the invisible hand of capitalism that's throttling the working poor.
What can Democrats do to recover, if anything, in the next year or two?
Well, you have to demand a ceasefire, and you have to use the leverage that you have in every level of government to show people that you are willing to demand a ceasefire, even when you didn't have the White House. To expect so many people who fully have disagreed with the treatment of Palestinians to actively participate and sign the box next to the Democratic name just because we had an exciting candidate, perhaps was a fatal mistake. So I would move immediately into trying to stop the war. And frankly, Joe Biden is still president for 2 months to try to achieve that.
Yeah, I don't think Netanyahu is going to listen to Joe Biden now. He's the happiest man in the world. And I fear that Speaker Hakeem...
Yeah, big winners from this election, Netanyahu, Putin, Orban, the entire ultra-nationalist order worldwide.
Jeffries, if they do win the House, is not someone who's known for pro-Palestinian sentiments. Let us see. Ryan Grim, Don Calloway, appreciate you joining me today.
All right, there we go. Wait, what is this one?
So, what does a Trump second term look like?
Oh, wow, he's putting out lots of content. This is 6 hours ago. Who do we have here? Olivia Troy and Norm Ornstein. That's a name I haven't heard in a long time. I don't even really remember who Norm Ornstein is. Anybody want to help me out with this? Oh, you know what I do remember, though? I am supposed to take a look at the poll and see how it's going. I just haven't been... I've been sort of focusing on the content here. All right, so when I last looked at the poll, it was a virtual tie. In fact, I think it literally was a tie, right? Now we have Olayemi, the Vanguard, and Emma, the panel, right, talking about the strategy of the Harris campaign, as well as the continuing descent of Anna Kasparian down the IDW rabbit hole, right? That's at 31%. That's winning. We got Ted Cruz getting weird about trans people. I mean, I guess I'm not surprised. That's at 29%. We have What If Alt Hiss new video on the election. If you want to hear what Rudyard the Grillin Sicilian has to say about the election, that's an option. And we got the gaming down in 4th place, right? So, oh, look at this. Look at this. The preponderance of the donos go, though, like that's that up there, right? That's the dono goal. We're at 44%. If this thing somehow finds a way to make it to 100% by the end of the stream, then we'll get to watch one of these bonus topics. If not, we'll have to wait till another time. It's at 44% right now, so we need 56% more to get it to completion. But of those things, the thing that's got the most dono money towards it is actually What If Alt Hiss video on the election with 32% extra. So that's actually winning right now, despite the poll numbers, because we add the. So if you donate, you get to add your donation as a percentage to the topic of your choice. 32% have been added to What If Alt Hissed, right? Now, if you've donated and you haven't had your dono counted, feel free to let me know in the chat which of these topics that you want to, which of these topics tickles your fancy. I will add your donation as a percentage to the topic of your choice, thus helping it possibly win. And if we hit that 100% on the dono goal by the end of the stream, then we'll get one of these topics as bonus content. And that goes for if you're doing a super chat, a super sticker, if you're getting yourself a membership, if you're gifting memberships to others. Speaking of which, did I think I think I got distracted. Yeah, thank you Morbius Dragon for the gifted membership, and thank you Crystal Saphira for the super sticker. But yeah, those all count towards the dono goal, as does signups on Patreon. If you sign up for my Patreon, if you donate to Throne, if you use a Twitch Prime to get yourself out of the ad break, which may or may not happen at the top of the hour now. I'm not even sure how Twitch does it anymore. We may be demonetized while I'm covering politics. Or you use $6 to get yourself one, or you gift subs to other people, right? All of that counts as a dono, and you have the ability to tell me what to do with that dono as far as adding it as a percentage to the topic of your choice. What topics? These topics right up here. Wait, that's wrong. Oh my God, chat. This whole time it's been on the wrong thing. There it is. I gotta change this. That's what it should be on. I didn't even realize that it was showing the wrong thing. But yeah, like I said, what topics? These topics right up here. You can vote for these topics on YouTube. No Comment Chick on YouTube. I'm also dual streaming. And how many votes do we have so far? 133 votes. Make sure that when you do vote to like the stream while you're there, because it helps me out a lot. And I appreciate it greatly.
It's no longer abstract, hypothetical speculation. It's coming very soon. Joining me now to talk about the implications of this big Trump win, Norm Ornstein, veteran DC politics watcher, emeritus scholar at the American Enterprise Institute. I think it's fair to say a long-standing Trump critic, and former Trump administration official turned long-standing Trump critic, Olivia Troy.
We got the Trump turncoats.
Who was also part of Republicans for Harris. Olivia, let me start with you. Before we
Republicans for Harris, oh my God.
Trump. What was the mood?
Look, I don't want to blame the failed election strategy on necessarily any one thing, but I think this whole concentration on flipping neocons that have no constituency, meaning that like you've got neoconservative, not neo-Confederate, right? Those are the people at Charlottesville that Trump said were good people, the neo-Confederates, but like neoconservatives we're talking about here, that got up close and personal and were in Trump's administration. And after having seen who he is on the inside and how he operates, they no longer want to support him. This includes his vice president, Mike Pence, right? But understand that these Republicans represent exactly no one, right? They are people who had, clout at one time within the Republican Party, had, high positions. But in terms of the voters that are attached to your Liz Cheney's, it's virtually no one.
Last night in the Harris camp, what was it like when those results were coming in?
I think at first, obviously, it was hopeful. But I think as the night went on, it was grim. And I think for someone like me, it was just watching my worst fears being realized. And I couldn't stop thinking about all the people that were going to be affected. It was awful.
Norm, you have watched a fair few elections in this town. A lot of people come and go into that building. Where does last night stand historically compared to previous presidential elections in your view?
I think that this is the most significant and most destructive presidential election, probably in...
Bibi congratulated Biden. Will make sure you understand he's very much glad to have Trump in there over Harris.
Our history.
Although, look, all of our politicians are extremely deferential towards not just Israel, but the far-right government of Israel.
Because while we have elected bad presidents before, we've elected incompetent presidents before, we have not...
Wait, why is Hassan in Just Chatting and I'm in politics? I just go where the numbers are, right? And there's some thought that, when you get to a certain number, it's beneficial to switch into Just Chatting. But yeah, I'll try to keep track of that. As far as I know, good question, Roosterza. As far as I know, it's like this. Just Chatting has a lot of streamers in it. Politics, not so many. So, kind of like when you're starting out, you'll rise to the top in Just Chatting if you're, in politics, if you're doing a good stream, if you're doing an interesting stream, you'll rise to the top in there and you'll get a lot more new people in there. Right. Whereas if you do it in Just Chatting, you might just be at the bottom and stay there despite, the content being fire. So, that's why we're in politics right now. But good question.
Not elected a president who has made clear.
Whereas with Hassan, the ceiling for Just Chatting, the numbers of chatters, like if you've got enough people already, if you got that snowball rolling, right, and you're in Just Chatting, you'll be near the top, and there's a lot more people in Just Chatting, like watching that overall. Does that make sense? So it's like a question of like little fish in a big fish in a little pond, versus big little fish in a big pond. That's the meta.
A dictator on day one and will destroy or shred the Constitution to whatever degree he feels it is necessary, and even worse, Mehdi, is the enablers around him from the Supreme Court through the other institutions. My fear is not just Donald Trump, it is that the guardrails we have built up over 2.5 centuries are not going to hold.
Olivia, there are people who have said to me consistently for a year, and I'm sure they've said this to you, it can't be that bad, it won't be that bad. We already had him, Trump won. He didn't do any of the stuff you're saying he's going to do in the first term. And one of the answers I give is that there were some guardrails in the first term. There were some restraints, not many. But Mike Pence, your old boss, did stand up to him on January the 6th, 2021. There were the John Kellys and Jim Mattises of this world. There were courts that blocked him in a way that the current Supreme Court has said he has criminal immunity. Talk to us about the lack of restraints in the current Trump team.
Yeah, I think you're going to have a circle of complete loyalists and enablers.
Wait, Lula congratulated Trump before Bolsonaro? That's wild.
And I think my biggest
Steve Bannon's
concern,
out of prison and back in the circle.
He's back in the picture. I think when you look at this and you think about like the Mike Flynn's of the world, I mean, they're going to be advising. I don't know whether they'll be at the table or not, but they'll certainly have a direct connection into the Oval Office. I think that's pretty frightening and appalling. And look, as someone who worked during the entire Trump administration on everything that pretty much was issued when it came to Homeland Security and the national security space, the reason the list on the travel ban wasn't larger was because of people like me who were in those meetings and other national security people who didn't bend to Stephen Miller's knee, who said, no, it's just not there. That is not.
Wait, Woody, that's an interesting comment. Oh my God, I got to bite. So wait, Hassan's content is shit, but mine is good? I wonder where you make the distinction.
How we work as a community. And my fear is, like, I'm hearing from government employees right now, this morning, they're contacting me. I'm getting messages from them saying we're worried.
I'm not used to being favorably compared with Hassan.
Scared. And when
Like,
I saw
for people being like, this is...
towards the end of the Trump administration,
Obviously, he's got the numbers on me.
people of integrity and character that I had respected early on in it, I saw them start to change. And that, I think, is the concern, is that
He's the
not
master of bringing out
guardrails.
the worst in people.
Yes.
Norm, a good friend of mine, businessman, Democratic Party donor, he said, come on, Trump can't be a dictator. The deep state in this country, the bureaucracy, the courts, the civil servants, it's very...
Yeah, everybody's against him. Here's my problem with, here's the problem for Trump, right? He's the victim of gang stalking, right? He has a persecution complex, but it's not all in his head. It's real. It's real. These deep state members, everybody that says there's a problem with Trump, there's really a problem with them. They're dirty, they're corrupt, they're the deep state. You can't listen to them. You can't trust them, right? Trump just happens to have everybody that works with him on a close personal basis come out with a fucked up story, right? But that's because they're jealous haters. That's because they're jealous haters and because they're gang stalking him. Clearly.
For one man to turn that around. What do you say?
It's weird when a narcissist like Trump's persecutory complex gets internalized by a political movement. They're like, no, he's not fucked up. He's just literally being persecuted.
To that line of argument.
It's not going to be just one man.
The most unfairly treated, right?
We already know we have a Supreme Court that gave him immunity and has basically given him a green light. And even though they've tried to restrain the executive branch in theory, they will let him do whatever he wants. We know what the Senate is like. We know what other judges are like.
Trump shouldn't be congratulated. Well, yeah, I mean, you'd expect I wouldn't. I don't know. Lula congratulating Trump is kind of
some with courage.
I guess that's the practice, though. Like when somebody gets elected, especially a United States president, that most presidents of other countries will.
But what we also know is that he's going to have a Republican Senate that will confirm anybody he picks, and that
get ready for the judicial branch to get even more corrupt.
Will include people utterly unfit for prominent jobs, from the Secretary of Defense and the Secretary of State through the head of intelligence.
Trump did a wrestling move to, I don't know about that, Wolf.
We know that he is putting in people.
I feel like somebody would have cell phone footage. If that had happened, I feel like somebody would have cell phone footage of him. You're saying he did the razor thing? I mean, I don't know. It is suspicious how quickly his ear healed, but the story, I think, is that the bullet just like whizzed like right by, maybe just cutting superficially the skin. I don't know.
Who will destroy the bureaucracy and dismantle the deep state because of Schedule F, which will enable them to fire people. And
why does Waluigi look sad? I don't know. Maybe he was coconut pilled, right?
We know that the House remains a little bit in the balance, but I just don't see the normal restraints that exist. You hate to bring up the German analogies, and after all, it was one of our prominent generals who first called him a fascist. But if you look at any of the history of Germany, it was businessmen like that who thought, we'll get lower tax rates, it's not going to be that bad, we can restrain him. They were the ones who got co-opted, and the worst happened. Maybe the worst won't happen, but it's going to be damn close, Mitty.
Norm, what's interesting is a lot of our prominent business leaders right now are not acting like they can restrain him. They're acting like they're scared of him. Jeff Bezos, Mark Zuckerberg have come out very strongly with very sycophantic statements of praise today. These are people who Trump has attacked personally, threatened with imprisonment, verbally abused. They are some of the richest people on planet Earth.
Yeah, that's the worst aspect, I think, of the Trump administration, of the Trump cult of personality, is the kiss the ring phenomenon that goes on, right? You look at some of Trump's biggest critics, Republicans like Lindsey Graham, like Chris Christie. Well, actually, not so much Chris Christie. Give Chris Christie some credit. He's a true dyed-in-the-wool Trump hater. But a lot of the Marco Rubio, Ted Cruz, right? These are people that warned us about Donald Trump and then turned around and kissed the fucking ring.
And if they're rolling over, what can the rest of us do?
You know, what's going to happen is that the government agencies that have tried to put restraints on business are going to be used as a personal weapon of Donald Trump. He will go after those who defy him, and
corruption.
Everybody will.
This is the swamp, right? He said he was going to drain the swamp. Motherfucker is Shrek.
Fall into line.
Motherfucker is biting into raw onions.
That's a history we've
He could not possibly be more Shreked.
seen before as well, and we know
And this whole country's about to get Shreked.
with the bureaucracy, if they get rid of 50,000 out of 2.7 or
By the end of it, you're all going to be saying Trump is love, Trump is life, and you will all smell strongly of onions, if you know what I'm saying.
all the rest of them are going to know that they're next in line and they'll do whatever they say. That's what dictators do, and he has the playbook.
Olivia, talk to us about, you mentioned briefly earlier about Stephen Miller and the travel ban. Like, all of that stuff is going to come back with steroids, right? And this time, as Norm says, they have the Senate. They don't have to worry about, can Michael Flynn get confirmed? Because Republican senators will fall in.
The sad thing is Democrats are such pushovers when it comes to confirming people. I mean, I guess there's a few that they didn't, but goddamn. Yeah, they Democrats practice all the senatorial manners of comedy. Not comedy like with a D, although it is kind of funny, but comma T with a T, right? They're deferential, they're polite, they're easygoing on each other. They don't get in each other's way, right? That's how the Senate usually operates. So Republicans don't give a fuck about that shit. They're like, let's get it done. Obama's got a justice to nominate. Not when we control the Senate. We are going to not hear his confirmation. Now, we're not just going to vote down his confirmation, which actually usually isn't done. You have to be a pretty big shit show of you have to be like a Robert Bork to not get confirmed as Supreme Court Justice.
In line. Judges, they confirmed some pretty bad ones last time around. There'll be even more ABA unqualified judges. What's the mood going to be like? You've been in that camp. What's the mood going to be like with the Bannons and the Millers and now Elon Musk in that inner circle, do you think, right now, today, for example, as we speak?
Oh, I mean, they're excited. I've got to tell you, I mean, these are not
They're aroused, you could say.
people that aren't vindictive, and I think that they have had a plan that they've been working on for years now. Look, Trump's press secretary today confirmed the mass deportations. There were people that said that I was like hyperbolizing the fact that this was.
Yeah, this is the weirdest response you get from Trump fans, right? When confronted with a policy of Trump's that is objectively bad, they will tend to retreat to, well, Trump says a lot of things. He's not going to really do it, though. He's not going to do that. That's bad policy. He's letting off steam. He's venting. He doesn't really mean it. You get all this shit. Don't take him literally. Just take him seriously. The fucking glaze. The glaze from Trump fans. That is some Krispy Kreme level of glaze that goes on Trump's.
People thought that no, I mean, that won't be carried out that way. I have no idea what the day after inauguration
Golf club
looks like, but I remember living it firsthand, and right out of the gate was a travel ban. And then one executive order after another, and it was chaos at the airports.
Yes.
I expect there to be chaos on the streets. I have no idea what they plan to do.
But
Will
this
they use National Guard?
time, National Guard, he's talked about Insurrection Act. Do you, and dare I ask this, do you feel personally insecure right now, given we know Trump likes vengeance?
Absolutely. Yeah, I'm concerned for myself. I'm concerned for people in the media.
GM Thikaru says, I was more worried last time, but my day-to-day didn't change. Interesting that you say that, right? What you're missing is the fact that Trump didn't deviate from the expected policy of your average Republican, right? Which I would say is not good, but is something that you're probably used to, right? You know, there's a Republican president just as often as there's a Democratic president, right? So what you had in place was what you might call guardrails. People that had worked in government before Trump, that were selected to be part of the Trump administration, and that when Trump would do something like, say, give an illegal order, hey, generals, I want to see those protesters get shot in the street, they would say, Mr. Trump, my oath, my loyalty is to the Constitution first and to you second. Mike Pence, when told to go steal the election, said, Mr. Trump, kindly, I will not obey your illegal order, right? That's who Trump was surrounded by in his first term. Since he wasn't able to do the nasty things that he wanted to do,
But now there are freaking
he's replaced those people. He's replaced those people with yes men. That's the difference between Trump 1.0 and Trump 2.0. And that's why this time you may actually notice a difference in your day-to-day. But hey, I guess you live and learn. I mean, assuming you live, not like the 4,000 people dead from COVID due to Trump's terrible management of the worst public health situation in our lifetimes.
Yeah, I'm concerned for people like you, Norm. This is very real. These people, you know, they don't forget.
No. Norm, Democrats. If you're the Democrats, what are you doing today?
400,000 pro day. You're off by an order of several orders of magnitude.
You're praying that these seats.
Right. What I'm talking about is the comparison of the death rate in the United States under Trump from COVID to the death rate of Canada. Right? Canada had less percentage of their population die of COVID. Do you maybe curious about why that is? Right? Is it just that Canada's got maple syrup? That's really healthy. They're drinking maple syrup, so they're super healthy. Is that why it is? Or might it be the leadership, right? Might it be that the leadership at the time was talking about, first of all, it's going to go away. COVID's going to solve itself. It's going to all go away and it'll be gone by March. Okay, I'm sorry. It's not gone by March. It'll be gone by April. No, it'll be gone in a second. Well, maybe ivermectin can help. Well, maybe shining sunlight up your asshole can kill the COVID. Well, maybe bleach. Maybe we could give each other bleach enemas. Maybe that'll, right? That's who you had. You had a fucking clown show as president during one of the worst fucking crises. And yeah, are you surprised that the death rate for the United States vastly outstrips the death rate for Canada?
In the House that are still up for grabs turn enough in your direction that you can have a majority. It would be a limited check, but it would be a very important one. Second, I think they are gobsmacked. They don't know what to think. You can't blame Harris and the Harris campaign, which didn't make huge mistakes. You can't say...
Can you not?
No, I don't think so. I think this is something...
She didn't break with Biden?
Look, I mean, you're right, Pro Day. Tucker is pro tanning your balls. Trump wants to tan your colon.
If she had broken with Biden, I don't think it would have made a whit of difference. Look at the breadth and depth of this. This is
But I would suggest that if a vaccination is available, that maybe you take that instead.
Wide swath of people, every category.
And hey, if you want to glaze up Trump about the Operation Warp Speed, be my guest. It's one of his best policies.
Speaking, that moved in a Republican direction. They were upset with not just Joe Biden and the Biden policies. It was a much broader rejection of the ruling class and a belief that we can just blow things up and whatever emerges will be better. I don't think a different nominee would have ended up faring any better. We missed this stuff. But there's one other thing we have to say.
I think a different campaign would have fared better. I don't look at Kamala as the kind of train wreck candidate as Hillary. In other words, I don't blame like Kamala's lack of charisma or likability or relatability or anything like that, right? I blame her campaign and how it was operated, and how when she would find something that worked tactically, she got talked out of using it, and talked into going easier on the donors, right? Don't talk about price gouging, right? Because some of our donors want to continue to price gouge.
Here, Mehdi, which is we mentioned a lot of people. Don't forget Robert F. Kennedy Jr., who will be put in charge of the healthcare process. The Centers for Disease.
That being said, she's the one that made the choice to go with the strategies that she went to with. So on some level, the buck stops with her.
Control, the FDA, the NIH vaccines are gone. It's not just vaccines, it's the next pandemic. We will have no warning, no guardrails in place.
Out of drinking water on.
And if they gain the House, the National Weather Service will be gone. There will be no warning for storms. Yeah. The people who voted for him are going to be...
Okay, now that's an interesting thought, Prode. I think if she would have done a better job on the border, she might have won. Do you really think so? Because, like, right, when you're thinking about somebody that is, like, borderline racist towards immigrants, you think about somebody that goes hard on the border, as you say. Are you ever going to think, like, well, Kamala Harris, did that, right? If Joe Biden were to finish Trump's wall, do you think that people would say, well, I know that Trump was the first one that started talking about the wall. I know that he's the one who, separated kids from their parents at the border. I know that he did all this like hard ass shit, but actually, I'm going to go with Biden because he finished the wall. Do you think that would ever happen? You can't out Pizza the Hut. I mean, actually, you probably can out Pizza the Hut. You probably can. Yeah, I feel like everybody's out pizza. Pizza Hut is not what it used to be, right? But you know what I'm saying? If somebody's brand is calling immigrants rapists, is comparing them to Hannibal Lecter, are you really going to beat that guy? And my answer is no. Biden and Harris caved to Trump on the bill that he wanted passed, that the Republicans were trying to pass, right? In other words, right-wing Republicans in the Congress, they write a bill and they say, we're going to pass this bill. It's probably going to lose in the Senate. And if it doesn't lose in the Senate, well, Biden's going to veto it, right? So it's not really going to pass. And then Biden's like, hey, Jack, give me that bill. I'll sign it today. And they're like, okay, cool. We're going to get the bill passed. That's awesome. That's up. And they get the phone call. Hello, this is Donald Trump. This is Donald Trump. You know that bill that we were all excited about when we thought that Biden was going to veto it? Yeah, kill that thing. I don't want it. I don't want that bill. I don't want that bill. So you know what that is? That's both sides being craven as fuck. That's the Democrats and the Republicans. That's the Democrats caving on an issue when it becomes inconvenient, right? And that is the Republicans refusing to take the freaking W. They could have gotten their legislation passed, but they didn't get it passed because Trump thought it was a better political issue. That's the Republicans prioritizing politics over policy, right? That's a major failure of the entire political spectrum in the United States, right? There you go. You want to see the uniparty at work? There it is. There it is.
Of a spear with an awful lot of the mayhem that will follow. And I don't have any schadenfreude. It's not that they deserve it because so many of them didn't know what they were doing.
I think that's the thing. Yeah. I think a lot of people in America are going to watch this play out, and at some point, they're going to
kick in very quickly.
Exactly.
Last question to you, Olivia. You were with the Republicans for Harris. Liz Cheney was deployed a great deal in places like
Liz Cheney. We deployed Liz Cheney. Oh my God. Don't you love how the Democrats deployed people? We're going to deploy Liz Cheney. We're going to deploy Bill Clinton. We're going to have Bill Clinton go into Michigan and explain to Arab and Muslim voters how the Israelis aren't really at fault for all the civilian casualties. It's because Hamas is using human shields, right? Great job, Democrats. Great job. Great job. I'm sure that didn't hurt you.
Michigan, I thought that was a mistake. I look at the numbers today. there's no significant gains amongst Republicans. That strategy did not work. This is a country that is still very, very partisan. People vote based on their partisanship. Trump got...
Well, Mehdi, more to the point, okay? Understand that neocons like Liz Cheney, or really anybody who goes against Trump, they don't have a constituency. When you're embracing a Republican, right? When you're embracing your Liz Cheneys or whoever, when you're trying to get Dick Cheney to endorse you, you're trying to get George W. Bush to endorse you, you got to understand these people are at zero aura. They have had the aura sucked out of them. Sucked out of them, right? So what you want is not the endorsement of Liz Cheney, because Liz Cheney is one person. Maybe Liz Cheney will vote for you, right? That doesn't fucking matter. You want the Republicans that you think are listening to Liz Cheney. You want their votes. Guess what? No Republicans are listening to Liz. Republicans in my Twitch chat. Are any of you listening to Liz Cheney? Are any of you looking to Liz Cheney? Or let me go you one further. A Nikki Haley, right? Would a Nikki Haley endorsement of and remember Nikki Haley endorsed Trump, right? But would a Nikki Haley endorsement of Kamala Harris sway your vote? I don't think so. I don't think so. If you're in my Twitch chat and you're a Trump voter, you are most likely a ride or die Trump voter. You are not going to be convinced by any former Bush, cabinet official or daughter of Dick Cheney. You're not going to be convinced by them to vote for Kamala Harris. This was a failed strategy, and anybody with a brain should be able to see that. Anybody, let's put it this way. Anybody who's not living in the past, all right? Because I think that's the problem. That's the problem with what some of the Biden campaign people that Kamala brought on board. They are living in the past. For some of them, it's still the 90s, right?
90% or more of Republican voters, as every Republican presidential candidate does.
Which speaks volumes about the Republican Party, right? I mean, that is...
But also some would say a
party is
mistaken
mega.
Democratic Party strategy.
I mean, I think what...
Wait, Channel 82 says I'm planning on moving from Maryland because of also Brooks. Are you talking about Brooks, Quarantine Collective Brooks? Is that who you're talking about?
She tried to do, I think we
The
all...
Nikki Haley voters.
Some Krispy Kreme donuts do sound pretty good right now.
kind of looked at it. You know, I think...
Is that because I said glazing?
Some were, but I think not enough. And I think, I actually talked to conservative women who were going to vote for her. But I think in the end of the day, it just wasn't enough.
Norm Ornstein, Olivia Troy, thank you both for your analysis.
See, you understand why the Democrats would prefer to win with these mythical Republican votes that they were chasing through embracing the likes of Liz Cheney. You understand why they would like to do that. And that's because the Democratic Party, just like the Republican Party, is beholden to their donors, right? We talked before about Donald Trump being beholden to Miriam Adelson in terms of his Israel policy. Anybody that thinks that Trump's gonna, be better on Gaza than Kamala's absolutely deluding themselves. That's not what the money says, right? But the Democrats are beholden to donors as well. And what they found is that their donors do not like it when they talk about greedflation, do not like it when they talk about price gouging. Some of their donors are the price gougers, right? So if you can stop talking about price gouging and start talking about Donald Trump being a threat to democracy and the fact that certain Republican figures who may have been prominent in the past, but are, like I said, have gotten the aura sucked out of them by Donald Trump at the moment, right? You might find that preferable to try to kiss their asses instead of doing something for the American people. And thus we have this failed campaign. And the Democrats likely will learn nothing. Will learn nothing. I mean, you saw this yourself, right? In the way that Bernie Sanders' candidacies were, I would say more so in 2020 than in 2016, right? We're sandbagged, right? They want to win, but they don't want to win with Bernie Sanders. They want to win with Hillary Clinton. They want to win with Joe Biden, right? They want to win in a way that does not, set them up to do things that their donors aren't going to like. And that's the difference between a candidate that wants money out of politics, which is never going to be popular with the donors. right? If Donald Trump really wants to drain the swamp, he needs to get money out of politics. There's a senator who's just been reelected who will work with him on that bill, should he choose to do that. Trump controls the Senate. Trump controls probably the House at this point. My prediction is, chat, that Trump will not do those things because he doesn't want to drain the swamp. He is the swamp, right? When you want corruption taken out, what you want is to end money in politics. Trump is money in politics, right? Trump benefits from money in politics. Why would Trump take money out of politics? Why would either side? Why would the corporate Tims do it either? Anyway, chat, wow. It's getting late. It's getting a little bit late. We're still kind of hard capped at 44% on the dono goal. Let's see what you're voting for to tell you what you're possibly missing. Look at that. As far as the vote goes, Olimey, Vanguard, and Emma doing the panel. That's at 29%. Ted Cruz being a weirdo about trans people. That's at 28%. What if Alt Hist talking about the election? That's at 22%. Oh, look at that. Gaming Frogs. I love to hear you croaking. You've almost got gaming to third place. That is quite impressive, right? And then as far as the donos goal, because, right, if you donate, you get the ability to add your donation as a percentage to the topic of your choice, right? 32% is all I have so far logged as added to What If Alt Hist. So, yeah, What If Alt Hist, talking about the election, would be winning. However, seeing as we're at 44% of the dono goal, and we're very near the end of the stream, I don't know if this one's going to happen. I'll give it a few more minutes. I haven't talked to chat very much. Am I down with MIP? Wait, MIP? Should I know what that means? Why is it not coming to mind? Democrats study charts and graphs and time-lapse? People literally believed the Democrats were bringing illegal immigrants to vote. Not even crazy MAGA normies. There's no beating them with facts. I mean, one fact that the Democrats didn't bring to bear is the person that was moving immigrants around the country, possibly to swing states, was actually Governor Greg Abbott. Now, these aren't people, these are undocumented people, right? These are not people that are going to be able to vote. These are not people that are going to, affect the election. But yeah, that was Greg Abbott. Wait, not Allison also Brooks. Wait, okay, should I know? Okay, God, sorry. Why did I think that's, the other Brooks is what, not Brooks or something? Oh my God. That name sounds really familiar. Elected to the U.S. Senate in Maryland. It's a Democrat elected to the Senate in Maryland. I have seen her name around. I'm trying to remember what I remember her from. Yeah, thank you for making me realize you're not talking about Brooks from the Quarantine Collective. I'm talking about a senator-elect from Maryland. Sorry, wait, Angela also Brooks? Wait, who told me Allison? Maybe that chatter just... Yeah, it's Angela. If that's who we're thinking of. She took down Larry Hogan. Trump fanatics warp reality to make it match what their dear leaders say. Wait, Megyn Kelly, anyone? Narwhal, are you suggesting we watch Megyn Kelly's, I'm assuming, gloating over the election results? There are good progressive Democrats. The corporate Dems hate them more than Republicans. True, Bongo Dave, true. What's up, Donald Duck? Good to see you. Wait, Donald Duck, what kind of oats do you have? What kind of oats you got? Are you talking about steel cut oats? Are you talking about quick cook oats? Are you talking about thick cut oats? Okay, Scout has an update on the Peanut the Squirrel story from earlier. They weren't using Peanut in adult content just to promote adult content, which all the far right pretended to be for Peanut. Didn't even know about it. Okay, wait, so, yeah, because the far right pretending to be for Peanut, the far right trying to use Peanut the Squirrel as a election issue. So the irony then is that you got all these right-wingers crying out Peanut without realizing that, yeah, I still don't know. Peanut's being used to promote what, somebody's OnlyFans? Is that what it is? I did not know about this. Quacker Oats. Nice. Nice. The vibes are immaculate as always, Donald Duck. Angela also Brooks, a young 53-year-old Oh, okay, yeah, Angela. Yeah, you're right. That's what I found. For some reason, when people said also Brooks, I was thinking like there's a guy named Brooks who's got a channel on YouTube, and I think his name is like not Brooks. For some reason, when you said also Brooks, I was like, wait, is that a Brooks alt? True, bad lefty. If I pretend to be a Republican, would it be easier for Zateo to request my analysis? Possibly. Anti-immigrant sentiment in this country played a major role here, especially when the Republicans connected the economy to illegal immigrants, and people bought into that BS. You just watched the What If Alt Hiss video? Well, it doesn't look like I don't know if we're getting it tonight. Like I said, also Brooks. Oh, Michael Brooks. Like I said, we're at 44% right now, so barring a small miracle, we're gonna have to hold on the What If Alt Hiss content. Sorry, chat. We are coming up with a it's starting to get late. It is starting to get late. Sorbet is incredible. I agree. I love myself some sorbet. Okay, we haven't rated Echoplex in a little while. Oh no. What is Echoplex watching? Ooh, oh god, chat. I mean, you might like this though. Some of my chat might like this. Echoplex is watching a PBD podcast. David talked to Brett Weinstein. It's a name I haven't had to hear in a while. Not sure what it's about. Let's send you over there. Kamala gave a little sister that doesn't have their life together and parents still pay for everything vibes. If she was going to be successful, she needed to drive her own path in policy. Like I said, there's a lot of sexism. There's a lot of sexism, even in Twitch chat. Twitch chat? Sexism in my Twitch chat? Never. Never. She had a campaign much better than Hillary. It doesn't matter. Nothing would have made her win. People wanted change. I feel like there was a way to make the argument that voting for the guy that was president for 8 years is not the best way to make a change. That where we're at now, economically, is in at least some part due to Trump's handling of the country under the biggest crisis of our lifetimes. Okay, looks like you're about to be value-tained in Twitch chat. Fly, my pretties, and send my love to Echoplex Media. There we go, rating in. I think. Is that gonna happen? There it goes.
Right? Like, see all those lockers? If Brett knew there was a bunch of lockers behind him, he'd be like, fuck. One of these, like,
those aren't lockers, Echoplex Media. Those are, yeah, probably.
No comment check SCC. Thank you for rating. I think we're going to have a no comment check here. Couple weeks.
You hear that, chat? We're going to do some conspiracy bingo with Echoplex Media in a couple of weeks.
What he was effectively 2 weeks, 1 week, 7 weeks. Presentation. Freems, what's up, Freems?
That we all receive is pure.
We're going to say hi to Freems as well.
And then to have CNN cut away, not able to engage in their usual level of stagecraft because they don't know what.
All right, we're going to mute this again. Let's see. What else is in my chat? Twitcheronomy? What is Twitcheronomy? As a leftist, I agree this is why Democrats lost on a lot of aspects. With his... Okay, wait, you were talking about a video, weren't you? That's PBD. Yeah, yeah. Did chat chat corrected. Echo the Dolphin. Wait. I'm trying to figure out what Cat the Vat, Cat the Vat was talking about. How does the donate stuff work? Good question. Good question. So in the chat, we've got a poll, right? Poll is bonus content, ? And that question mark means that that we got a dono goal, right? And if we hit that dono goal by the time the stream ends, then we get bonus content, right? What is the bonus content that we get? It's what wins in the poll, but then you can also augment the score of any item on the poll when you donate by just letting me know in chat that, like, hey, I'm donating and this is the topic that tickles my fancy. This is what I want to see, right? I want to see gaming. I want to see What If Alt Hist talk about the election. I want to see the panel with Olimey, the Vanguard, and Emma Vigland, or I want to see Ted Cruz get what weird about trans people, right? and then I put your donation as a percentage, as a buff to the topic of your choice. So, for instance, somebody donated, I think 30 to see 30, and then said, "What if alt hist?" Talking about the election, and that gives What if alt hist 30 extra points. But again, it only matters if we hit the dono goal, and we're still a ways away from that, and it is starting to get late here. I already rated my Twitch chat out. Into the Echoplex Media to hear about Brett Weinstein and Patrick Bet-David, which I did not cover. How are people still in my Twitch chat? I thought I rated you. Maybe that's old. Maybe that's old. Yeah. Oh, my MIP. Wait, what is MIP? Did we ever get an answer to what is MIP? But yeah, good question, Cat the Vat. Quacker oars? You know, the nice thing about oars is you get a nice back exercise, right? You train those rear delts, the rhomboids, maybe a little bit of the latissimus dorsi if you're lucky, if your form is correct. You might get a little lat activation in there. Bernie Barbie says, now I want sorbet. Starting to get laid. I mean, God. That might get me banned on Twitch if I started to get laid. I think somebody got banned for that, right? Oh, you disagree with him. You're talking about What if alt hist. I was trying to figure out who you were talking about, Cat the Vat, but I think I know now. Yeah, What if alt hist. I disagree with him politically on a lot of aspects, but he nailed the analysis on the election. Hey, you know, a broken clock is right once or twice. Sure. But I haven't seen the video. And it looks like I may not be able to, I mean, I don't know if we're going to see it tonight. Like I said, we're still 56% of the way away from the bonus goal, from the dono goal. Value shamement, nice. Oh my God, that sucks, CJ. Yeah, I already rated out. I was just talking to YouTube chat, but nice to have you here. Do dono goals stay the same every time? No, if we hit the dono goal and cover a topic, it leaves, right? Also, if a topic doesn't get chosen for a few times, it leaves, or if a more interesting topic comes up, then that leaves. Yeah, it's not always the same. But like gaming is like I've had gaming on there for a while. So yeah, in other words, if we don't hit the dono goal, the items on it may or may not be back next time, right? Money in politics. Thank you, Randall Smith. I'm so sorry. I guess yeah, down with money in politics. I got it. I was like, what is MIP? Is this like some band I don't know about? A show that I don't know about? So degree, master's in philosophy. No, that wouldn't be. Master's in philosophy. Yes, MIP. It would be cruel to have Oh yeah, Bongo Dave is right. Now, can somebody find me the source on this? I think I was like chatting with somebody from Shorts Chat the other day, and I mentioned that Elon Musk had basically said this, that there would be like a lot of pain from the economic programs that they intend to enact, right? You know, this is something that you'd expect from austerity. It's something that you'd expect from, you know, the tariffs are going to raise prices. There's a lot of the Trump economic policy that's gonna, you know, essentially hurt people's material conditions. But they're banking on that they can get away with it.
Because it was so peaceful up here, but now there are freaking communist invading radicals.
Oh, you're trying to figure out who the guy talking was. Oh yeah, I should probably put that up. The only thing is I just don't have a window on that, but that was Echoplex Media on Twitch. We just rated on Twitch, so. But yeah, don't worry. I may be doing content with them in a few weeks. Uh, 44 plus 32, yeah, 76. Yeah, it's a high number, but wait, 44 plus 32. No. That's almost how it works, right? But it'd be more like this. What if all it has got 22% right now in the poll, right? It's got 52 or 32% in the dono as far as donos. So it would get 54%, right? And it would be the highest scoring thing. It would be the Rudyard, what the? Out of nowhere.
Chatted $28. Rudyard.
Out of nowhere, Narwhal by Nature with the 28. Why do people say Somalians? That sounds weird, right? What's that old school phrase that people say instead of dollars? Is it Somalians? Or it sounds like it almost sounds like a. It sounds weird. That sounds not right. But I swear to God, I've heard boomers say as much. This is 72. It gets us to 72%. Thank you for the super chat, Narwhal by Nature. And then that adds what? 28 to this. Oh, I see. So this goes to a clean 50. Does that make sense though? Of Cat the Vat, like, right? So since it's got 22%, it'd be like 50 plus 22. You know, everything else is at 0, right? So gaming would be plus what, 22? 20 plus 22. Right, so this would be plus 29, and this would be plus 27. Do you get it? Because I'm getting these numbers from the poll, right? from the poll on the YouTube stream. And so if we added these all together, this one would be at 72, and everything else would be in the 20s. So this would win. But we're at 72% of the dono goal right now. Simoleons is from The Sims? Really? I thought it was like a boomerism. What? Let me look it up now. I'm curious. Right, because I know I've heard this. Samolians? S-A-M-O-L-E-N? Samolians. Why, ever wonder why US dollars are sometimes called Samolians?
cat_the_VA. Super chatted $28. Rudyard, I just watched this, but I'm gonna watch it again.
You want me to
talk slow, so maybe 1.5 or at X.
Oh, did you say I talk slow or he talks slow? You might be right about both of us, actually. I think you said he talks slow. Ever wonder why US dollars are sometimes called Samolians? According to the Oxford English Dictionary, the origin of simoleon, okay, so it's simoleon, S-I-M, is obscure. What? Nobody knows? Which is a polite way of saying we don't know. The Oxford folks do specify that simoleon means dollar. It seems U.S. slang that first appeared in 1896. Yo! What the fuck? Wait, I never would have thought it was a portmanteau. What would it be a portmanteau of? I don't know. You know what a portmanteau is, chat? Like, right, when you combine two words, it's called a portmanteau. But how is simoleons? What would it be a portmanteau of? What two words are we deriving that from? Our etymology. What the fuck is this? This is a bit of slang, of US slang for $1 or money in general. Now sounds rather dated. Yeah, it does. It's boomer. Though it still turns up from time to time, especially in humorous journalistic writing. One example, today, I make a respectable mound of simoleons at my business job, but they pale, evaporate, and dribble down the side of the countertop when compared with Mr. Simoleon's Mr. Grasso has accrued, with the Simoleon's Mr. Grasso has accrued. That is a weird sentence. That's a weird phrase. That's a weird paragraph, whatever the fuck that is, right? The word has been giving a huge boost in public knowledge when it was chosen in 2000 as a name for the currency in the computer game featuring The Sims. However, I'd guess a few players realize the name was borrowed from 19th century slang. As to the origin, what follows is a bit of speculation, but fits what evidence we have. In the early 18th century Britain, small silver coins, whose proper name was sixpence, was often called in slang Simon. So you had a sixpence, that's a Simon, I guess. We're not sure why, but a plausible origin lies in the name Thomas Simon, a famous 17th century engraver at the London Mint, who designed some of the new coins in the Restoration after the Restoration in 1660, including the sixpence. So Simon may be the engraver of the sixpence, which is called a Simon. A New Testament reference, Acts 10:6, to St. Peter lodging with one Simon the tanner led to the sixpence later becoming known as a tanner instead. What? A colloquial description that survived until sixpence was abolished as a currency decimation in 1971. So sixpence no longer exists. Simon may have been taken to the U.S. and transferred to another coin. However, this assertion rests on just one known appearance of the slang term for money in Harper's Magazine in September 1858. "Quote unquote, I was the first in say and bet a Simon." I was first in say and bet a Simon. Whether the term was even ever common or not, it seems that some wit familiar with the word slang since, and with the valuable French gold coins called Napoleons. Okay, I get it. So you got a Simon, Sim, you got a Napoleon, Olean. You combine the two together, the French gold coin Napoleon, the British sixpence coin, maybe called a Simon because of the engraver, and you portmanteau that shit together, Sim-Olean, Simon Napoleon, Sim-Olean, Simoleon. That's where it comes from. What the fuck? Well, we don't know, chat. This is not confirmed. This is just speculation. First example of the snippet of mock Bible whimsy, and thereupon he goeth downtown with the Nassau Street auctioneer, scoopeth him with 3 trade shekel chromo and a genuine old master for 7 simoleons. Curiously, the second oldest example, that's 1881, and record is at the same style. The doctor spoke unto Mr. Theed and did offer him many fat simoleons and talents of gold and shekels of goodly silver, and Mr. Thade hearkened unto his voice, and the tones thereof were too canny for him. Wow. Okay, that's what a simoleon is. That being said, we have enough simoleons now in the kitty to justify a little dalliance with Mr. Rudyard, the Grillin Sicilian, Mr. Whatifalt Hist himself, to see what take he might have, what take he might offer on the election. Oh my god.
Hello, everybody. I know we've just entered a genuinely historic moment, and I thought rather than make a video, I'll just make a live stream where I talk.
Look at this chat. Same microphone. Me and Rudyard. Same microphone. Only difference, he doesn't have a Waluigi.
A camera and tell you folks about what my take about.
Oh, wait, this is him talking to camera. We never get this.
And what I think just happened, because there's a lot to cover here, and it's interesting that you can look back on a single day, and that single day gives you so much wisdom about how the total situation works. And this is why I tell people, don't plan everything out. I apologize for the background noise. I apologize if it's annoying to all of you, but I don't control what my neighbors do. And so, single day can convey so much wisdom about what is going on, because when you look at an election, we talk about ideas and we talk about zeitgeist.
So chat, this is a long ass video. I don't know if I can do the whole thing, but I'll stick with it as long as I can. I do have to get to sleep at some point. It is rather late at night, but
and themes and all that stuff. But when pedal hits the metal, is your state going to vote right or left? And it's a real determinant. And this is why I tell people, don't plan too far out, and you have to adjust. And it's why for all of my theories, I say I don't know the long-term answer, and I give probabilistic assessments where a series of dominoes could fall, and it's unclear which domino will fall. And that's what I really see with this election. And there's a lot of stuff for us to break down. And for the first thing, and I'm going to start here and then leave you guys on a cliffhanger and then come back to this point, is that this election is checkmate for the left. This is the best thing that could have possibly happened for the right, where the right is put in a place of complete de jure power. Because when you look at, so I'm going to get the microphone right. If you look at
de jure power,
civil wars or revolutions, there's definitely the.
I'm sorry, why is it de jure?
There's definitely the chaos and the brute force.
Look at this, we're building up another Twitch chat. What's up, Twitch chat?
But whenever you look at revolutions or civil wars or political crises, little stuff relating to legality.
I just read it out, but I guess we're gonna watch some Whatifalt Hist. All right, I hope you're here for it, because. But yeah, Zero PE telling me simoleons is from The Sims. Actually, it's not. The Sims took this from a portmanteau of, we think, the word Simon, which meant a sixpence. Some guy named Simon was the engraver of one of the sixpence, and Napoleon, which is a French coin, right? A golden French coin was called a Napoleon at some point, right? So you take Simon, and Napoleon, and you mash them together, and you get simoleon. That's what we think. That's why we think that boomerism came about, right? Again, this is an antiquated word. It first appears in the 1800s, right? If you watch old movies, old shows, you know, boomer era stuff, you'll see it. You know, sometimes people will refer to dollars or money as simoleons. And I got paid some simoleons to watch this video and react to it, so that's what we're doing.
Which side has the Supreme Court's mandate? Which side won the election? That determines where things fall apart. And I'm will ask the question to me, Rudyard, do you believe that we will still have a civil war by April? And the short answer is yes, and I will explain why later.
Oh, okay. So he's down for he's ready for the. We got a Tim Pool take.
It's really shocking to see what happens.
What do you think, Chad? Do you think there will be a civil war? Do you think that do you think the Western powers will split off from the rest of the United States, a la the movie Civil War?
This last election, and I'm really happy. Where I think you folks
I probably shouldn't be joking about this, but
a few days ago asking the people of Pennsylvania, my home state, to vote Republican for Donald Trump, and I gave a variety of reasons. And if you folks are interested, watch the video. But what I basically said is that the Democrats would push a lot of
yeah, I'm sorry we missed that one, Rudyard.
That would hurt national freedom, and that Trump is the anti-authoritarian candidate because he fundamentally is not allied.
Yeah, that's who you want for your anti-authoritarian candidate, a narcissist. Like, right, a malignant narcissist with a persecution complex. I'm sure no propensity for authoritarianism there, right? The guy that says dictator on day one, no authoritarianism. The guy that talks about the enemy within, definitely not an authoritarian. And I'm sure that his palingenetic ultranationalism will not drive him towards authoritarians. So wait, what part of this is good, Cat the Vat? Like, so we're not starting off very promisingly.
With the deep
but you're saying more about his analysis of the election, why it went the way that it went. Yeah, I guess he's more talking about his Pennsylvania video.
Or the entrenched authorities. And thus Trump...
Goddamn deep state.
...to push an anti-authoritarian agenda, while the left has every incentive to push authoritarianism, because the left is in a Thucydides trap moment, and we'll get into this more later. But for those that don't know, Thucydides trap is from the ancient Greek writer Thucydides. And Thucydides...
Thucydides trap?
...said that the reason the horrible Peloponnesian Wars happened, and for those that don't know, the Peloponnesian Wars were wars fought, I believe, in the 5th or 4th century BC between Athens and Sparta. And Athens was a much more commercial country that was expanding vastly faster than Sparta was. And what happened?
Sparta
had to attack Athens because they were in
and when they attacked, they yelled Sparta!
Position where they had to gain a positional advantage before the Athenians got too powerful. And this is where the left is controlled society for the last century. And part of the reason why I believe that we'll have a war is that due to the internet and AI and the public generally getting sick of their insanity, the left is in a fundamentally weak position. And so they're trying to enforce totalitarian measures upon either the government, the society.
Totalitarian measures like not having a president close down media organizations. Totalitarian measures like standing up against a president giving illegal orders to the army to shoot protesters, right? Totalitarian measures. Tell me more.
Or any of that before the right can destroy them. But before I get into more Doomcast...
The right can destroy them? Jesus Christ, dude. You're a straight up Nazi, aren't you?
I just want to say, thank you, God. I am eternally grateful for what you've just gifted us, especially my home state of Pennsylvania. We've really cleaned our honor where we can say at this point that we as Pennsylvanians did not stand for this crap. And this was the second time Pennsylvania has voted red in the course of my lifetime. And it's funny, Pennsylvania was always considered to be a swing state, but it went blue for a long time. So we as Pennsylvanians have done the right thing, and the nation has done the right thing. And it's such a stunning victory between the right has a majority in the Senate, it has the president, it has the Supreme Court, and it has the largest faction in the House of Representatives. And what that means for the right is that they have a near total control of the government. An important thing to keep in mind, though, is that a lot of that exists.
No propensity for authoritarianism, though, right?
In 2016, where Trump won the presidency, as well as I believe the right had control of Congress, while the Supreme Court was still hung, where all of the boomers dying off during Trump's presidency hadn't made the Supreme Court hard red. And I do want to stress, 2016, 2020 was better than the 4 years that came after that. I'm going to say that by a landslide. I had to live through both. I had to change the course of my life due to those 4-year periods. And I dislike the cynics who say that politics doesn't really matter, because there were definitely...
Are we getting hit back by a raid from the person I just raided? Welcome, Raiders. Welcome, streamer. You caught us watching a little bit of bonus content. We're enjoying some bonus content. I don't know if enjoying is the right word, though. I mean, this is pretty cursed. You know who this guy is, right? This is the Grillin' Sicilian, right? If you're coming in from Echoplex Media, I think you were just watching some Patrick Bet David content. Again, exquisite agony. Exquisite agony. I gotta ask you, Raiders, are you not value-tained? I believe that you would have to be value-tained. Oh my God. So yeah, Rudyard's telling us about how excited he is about the outcome of the election, given that the left, not the right, not Donald Trump, is kind of given to flights of authoritarianism, right? The guy that says he would be a dictator on day one, that's not the authoritarian, right? The malignant narcissist with a persecutory complex, That's not the authoritarian. It's Kamala Harris that you got to worry about being authoritarian. Oh my God. Oh my God. You are back indeed.
Whites won the Russian Civil War. Russia would be so much better.
Well, we're still we got this content to try to consume as much as we can.
I'm so glad the parliamentarians won the English Civil War. So politics does matter, but 2016 did not solve the underlying issues that percolate under America.
Yeah, the guy that told his fucking generals, go out and have your soldiers shoot protesters in the street. That's not an authoritarian. And I've literally got people in Twitch chat trying to argue, yeah, like the authoritarians are the protesters. Your brain has been eaten by worms. I don't know how else to tell you this. Your brain has been consumed by a fucking RFK brainworm. Have you been eating any exotic meats? I must know. I must know. Because that kind of fucking take is only a brainworm. Only a brainworm would come up with a take like that.
And even with total control of the government, as the conservatives have, I don't actually believe the conservatives will be able to solve the underlying issues that plague America, which is why I believe we'll have a civil war. And I say that for a variety of reasons. And just to talk to the chat, do you guys want me to make an analysis of the map and what states won first, or do you want me to make an analysis of whether or not we'll still have the civil war? I'll pick whichever one the chat wants.
Oh, he's talking to chat. He's just like me, for real, for real.
People want the civil war. That's pretty clear. You guys really started spamming. So there's a couple points I want to convey with the Civil War. I ultimately still believe that we will have a Civil War. And people, first of all, don't...
Yeah, because we got to destroy the left, right? That's important. We got to have a Civil War so we can destroy the left. Not that we're authoritarians. They're the authoritarians, though. They're the authoritarians. But we got to destroy them. We got to make sure that the enemy within has been completely decimated, right?
Realize how long it takes for wars to start.
And it's just funny because he's the kind of guy that will say something totally Hitlerian without having the historical wherewithal to understand how Hitlerian it actually is.
Secondarily, once they start, how fast they happen. And this is...
But he likes history. He reads books apparently, right? He's curious. He just like somehow gets the exact wrong lesson from it.
Betting against God because there's a million ways to be wrong, and I like making probabilistic assessments.
He thinks that we are the warring ones. We are the authoritarians. That's right. That's why we have to be killed and destroyed and eliminated.
About the big things, because you can't predict the little things. And with that, you have...
Look at that, chat. Same microphone. Do you see that?
I do believe it will, and this changes my...
Do you see that? Same XLR.
Let's be very careful and look at Kamala Harris's language. Because Kamala Harris... I tried to do some research, and I don't trust the news anymore, but what the news says is that Kamala Harris...
Yeah, quote-unquote Kamala Harris. I love civil wars. Let's totally have one.
Said keep fighting. And
oh, there we go. Now Trump saying fight, fight, fight. That's not wanting a civil war, right? That's just based. But Kamala Harris saying we're gonna keep fighting. It's like that's a civil war. We're gonna keep.
She called Trump and said that she conceded the election to Trump privately, but she hasn't made a public statement yet. This might change in the next day.
It did.
I don't know.
We watched the concession. She went to bed early, right? I stayed up until the election was basically called, right? I think we had all but four electoral votes accounted for, and those 4 votes we knew was right, because I don't bullshit you, okay? Like, right, I told you there's technically a path where Kamala, wins this election, but she wins it by winning every single state that's left on the map, including Alaska, which we know she probably won't win, and somehow picking up the upper district of Maine. That's what she would have had to do to win the election. And I told you that like it's technically not over, but it's basically over. But I stayed up till really late my time, Pacific time, right? Kamala Harris ostensibly on Eastern time. I mean, I don't know. I mean, yeah, she would be, right? She's from California, but she's the vice president, right? So she's on Eastern time. So she went to bed before the, numbers were all in, and he's giving her shit of like, well, she didn't want to concede to Trump, I guess. She didn't want to concede to Trump.
From what I can see, it appears as if the left is trying.
But of course, this guy's watching Fox News, right? So he saw the he probably saw the election called before it was really in.
choose their words carefully. Because
What's up, Cat the Vat?
They're in a rough position now where they have basically zero plausible deniability. And I've said before, I think plausible deniability is one of the most important things politically, where plausible deniability is basically, we're in a social interaction. When I look at said social interaction, there's a variety of motives that could be seen. So, for example, if you text someone cool, cool can mean 100 things. So you can text them cool and leave it purposely ambiguous.
That's a good point, Vanguard Supreme.
If you tell someone you're busy, that's ambiguous. That's plausible deniability. And so I believe the left was desperate because the left operates through plausible deniability. Oh, the crowd tells me that she just conceded. Okay, I was wrong then. I only checked this I didn't check this right now, relatively recently. It's good that she conceded. That makes it more difficult for them to have a war.
Oh, wait, so she did concede before. Oh my God, no. The guy that did January 6th, right? The guy that did January 6th, but we're worried that Kamala Harris might try to start a civil war. Oh my God, mind fucking blown. Mind fucking blown.
To start a crisis like a war like this, or the historic crises I've spoken about before, you need to have a legalistic sense that both sides have plausible deniability that they could be in the right. What happened is that this election was such a landslide that there was no such plausible deniability. And the left strategy is ultimately feminine, in that they look for plausible deniability to protect themselves.
We got the feminine masculine thing. Are we gonna start talking about sigmas and omegas?
Warfare. And this election didn't offer them that. And
the right is fundamentally sigma, while the left is fundamentally omega. The pheromones, never mind.
It's funny. The election is fair when your side wins, and it's not fair when the other side loses. I do not think this election was fair. I think there was.
It's not fair. You think even when the other side wins.
A lot of cheating. I still think the public was enough behind Trump that
there was a lot of cheating. Okay, so there was still the steal, but they just it was too big to rig. Oh my God, this guy just glazes Trump the fuck up. Right? He's got the Trump lump in his throat. Right? Damn.
That Trump still won. So I think there was wide-scale cheating, but at the same time, Trump still was.
Yeah, we have to analyze the left's posture to decide if it's feminine or not.
And
we have to analyze the Q angle.
I ultimately believe we will still have a war because you can't.
Because you want one. Because your fucking dick is hard for a war. Because you're a little sweaty-ass fascist and you want to destroy your enemy, right? You want to destroy the enemy within.
That would push America to a war. And I've said many times before in many previous videos why I believe America will have a war. And it's a variety of different reasons stemming back historically between the historical precedent of previous crises like the fall of the Roman Republic, the French Revolution, the English Civil War, and the American Civil War, where we have reached a point in our nation where we can't not have a war. And that's for a variety of reasons. The biggest is elite overproduction. And as I'll explain later, the left is being ripped apart by elite overproduction. And the average American exists in near poverty. Whereas I've said in many previous videos, the average American doesn't have $500 in their bank account, and our birth rate's crashing, and there's too many Americans are poor. And the problem, and this is why I've studied these long historic crises, where these crises play out, and they happen over a multi-century trend. So if the year's 1340, and the Black Death hasn't hit Europe yet, Europe's still overpopulated, Europe still has mass inequality, Europe still has massive systemic issues, and this election isn't going to solve that. And
Chad, I legit think I could turn him up to 2.0. Are we okay with that? Would he be talking too fast if I make him a little bit faster?
Part of the reason I say that is that although, as I said before, the Trump presidency was better than the Biden presidency.
He's got a neck goatee. Yeah, he kind of does.
Trump wasn't able to solve these issues, and there's a handful of things that
you watched it in 2.0. That's a good idea. I mean, as long as chat's okay with it.
For example, are destroying America that you can't fix with the presidency, so you would end up with a war.
I actually had one professor whose speech pattern was so slow. We're talking about Sam Cedars, maybe slower than Sam Cedars, right? And I could listen to her in 2.0.
An example of that is the healthcare system. Every major American president has struggled against the healthcare system or been co-opted by it for decades. Obamacare was an attempt to deal with it. Trump basically gave up after he got into office. And the healthcare system, I believe America spends 3 to 4 times as much per person on healthcare as the next most expensive country, France, because we've built our medical industry to be this bizarre guild system where the doctors get paid a lot, and then there's this huge arbitrage where, and we all know that insulin's way more expensive here and other medications than around the world because one of the biggest lobbyists to the government is the medical industry. And the medical industry, the doctors, the manufacturers of pharmaceuticals, and insurance companies work together to increase the prices to ridiculous levels for mutual corruption. Or you have to spend 10 years in med school, which is not the case in any other developed country. And that's just one example. Another is zoning laws. Another is
oh my God. So wait, so far we're getting an argument for med school being shorter. Does that make you happy, chat? You want a doctor who studied less? Now 10 years, what are we talking about? No, I mean Like, I mean, what are we throwing in resident? I guess we're throwing in residency. I guess we're throwing in like the 2 years of residency as
things between.
Is it 2 years, Chad?
Is it's like the l'ancien regime, which is a term I love, where France before the French Revolution had all these corrupt dealings between special interests who used the government in order to be.
It's 1.75 now.
Able to have their people maintain power, and so most of America's economy operates like this. We're not a capitalist society anymore. We're a society in which people make deals with the government, and then through those deals, they shut down competition. And neither the Republicans nor the Democrats can really go after that in a serious way because they're too.
So that's not like regulation to make sure that you have a competent doctor, right? That's not regulation to make sure that one of the most important jobs that like is life or death for people is practiced by, you know, professionals who know their shit, right? That is med students trying to undercut the competition?
Too dependent off them for funding.
And we got to keep those chiropractors out of, like, I don't know what he's saying.
This alongside inequality. And
sorry, I think a chiropractic is actually a pretty long degree too. I don't even know.
Are two of many things that are reasons why America can't delay a conflict like this. And in 2010, Peter Turchin said when he wrote his book on the topic, predicting America would have a crisis in the 2020s. And as I've said before many times, Peter Turchin has computer models to predict these crises based off inequality, average wages, and competition for elite jobs. These three variables have predicted all the crises we've discussed before. These happen roughly every 250 years, going back as far as we have records. An easiest example is the fall of Chinese dynasties, which happens on a very periodic basis. And so we've reached the point in which both sides need war.
I mean, he really has taken all the lessons, all the important lessons from Ben Shapiro and Jordan Peterson. If you can talk fast, if you can use language that's slightly over the head of your audience, you will be perceived. If you can cite historical events, books that your audience doesn't know about, things like this, right? You will be perceived as being very intelligent, and everything that you say will be accepted with no scrutiny, because this offers the audience the chance to have a pseudo-intellectual experience, by which I mean it feels intellectual to them. It is the closest thing they will ever experience to, you know, to intellectual undertaking, right? And yet it is not prohibitive. It does not force them to read, to learn, to expand their vocabulary, because you're only just a little bit beyond their reach.
And the right is in a position of strength due to this election, which it would not be if it lost, because the right has the power that comes from de jure legal right, where the right is in the right because it won the election. And so every single thing the left...
He also talks about elitism in the left, which I kind of agree with. Well, I mean, like, is it elitist to know what you're talking about?
Does past this point will have to be some shade of illegal. And the left has already talked about this, but the question is, what will they do? And there's really two questions going on here. The first question is
it elitist to want a doctor who's done a residency? I don't know.
Am I wrong about whether or not America will have a civil war? And am I wrong about the timing? And those are very different questions. I put a much higher probability bet that America will have a civil war. And many people know about my bet that I have with my friend Andrew Keaton, that there will be 1,000 deaths by the end of April. Politically motivated deaths in the streets of America. 1,000 is a pretty low.
I'm telling you, this guy, he gets way too excited for deaths, for mass casualty events. Way too into this.
Number two, if you know how bloody these wars get. And if I'm wrong by April, I accept that. I will take complete responsibility. I will say that I was wrong. But if it doesn't happen, I will say that it will happen in the next 4 years. If there isn't any war in the next 5 years, I don't know, man. I'm just wrong. I can just be wrong. I don't know what to tell you. You choose to listen to me. And so the reason I think this is going to happen sooner rather than later is a handful of things. The first is that the left is in a position of fundamental weakness. They have to move their hand. And Orrin McIntyre does a really good job of talking about the incentives of the leftist elite, where his book, The Total State's really good, where, for example, he says cancel culture is an effect of the internet. And the reasoning for that is that the left is able to dominate in a world where basically small technocratic elites were able to completely control the shipping of information, as well as...
Oh, here we got the elites. We got the elitism.
The heights of power. When bureaucracy had to run everything in the 20th century. As Babaji says, 19th century God held society together, 20th century the state did, 21st century the network did. And the left is threatened by the network because the network means that we don't need them anymore. Because you could completely get rid of the leftist bureaucracy now. You could...
Just like Rudyard doesn't need the educational system anymore. He's doing just fine.
This is what I believe Trump is trying to do.
His word salad is equivalent to, like, you know, Shakespeare's dissertation, right? They're the same. It's the same. It's the same.
With artificial intelligence, the internet, and wokeness. These three things mean that if the right wanted to completely wipe out the managerial class, it would be really easy because you replace all of the bureaucrats with AI codes that could do the task. You decentralize.
Yeah, we replace doctors with AI codes too.
A variety of things through the internet, where there's lots of government services that you could just turn into Yelp. For example, food reviewers, where you could get rid of a Department of Education, you could get rid of the Department of, I don't know, food inspection, and have private services use online.
This is Elon level brain rot.
Way to mediate, and I know this would work. This is what the pre-industrial.
I like look, Elon, you can get rid of like 90% of your employees, and then you'll only suffer by having a code which, when something's trending, let's say Molly's trending. Let's say the word Molly is trending, and the reason that it's trending is because it's a drug reference. But when I look at trending, I see first tweets from people named Molly. I see, I don't know, 50, right? There's random people named Molly. They're tweeting. They're getting 0 likes. They're getting 1 like, right? And I see all those tweets first because, yeah, we didn't lose anything. We didn't lose anything, right? Twitter used to know what the trend was about and give you the tweets that were about the trend. But now all it's got to have is the word. And if the word is like a proper name, well, you're just going to get a whole bunch of tweets from people with that proper name.
World was. In the pre-industrial world, there was no government, or the government was super, super weak in the pre-industrial world, but everything was done through the social network where, John the Smith is a good man, and everyone in our village knows John the Smith makes good quality products. And if John the Smith gives you an axe that doesn't work, he will be chastised by everyone else. The internet allows the recreation of that, which puts the government in a threatened position. And so it's why the government's so desperately trying to control digital information, because they need to very quickly gain control of the internet before the internet inevitably outcompetes them.
Yes, we can. Thank you for the resubscribe.
It's funny where almost all of the mainstream news sources, except Fox News, are left-leaning. And you look at the biggest podcasts, they're predominantly right-leaning. And you can see this with Trump leaning into internet strategy. And I know Barron invented Trump's media.
Barron invented? I'm sorry, what did Barron invent?
Strategy, and Barron has very good taste because he went on. If Trump would have hired me, I would have told him to go on the exact same podcast that Barron recommended he go on. And I was really, this is a tangent.
This is a tangent. Yes, it is.
I really admired Trump's media strategy here, where I predicted about a month in advance that Trump would win this election because when people get stuck in these political zeitgeists, everyone gets stuck in individual moments. And this is what I try to avoid, where when you watch political commentators, they're obsessed with each day's news and they pretend it matters, but it often doesn't. And the wise man can look at the news of months and then pinpoint the details that matter and create a narrative backwards. And,
the wise man.
And like one of my best friends, he predicted at the time that the Bud Light crisis would be the downturn of wokeness. And I didn't believe him at the time, but he was totally right. And what I saw was that every single new piece of information fed into Trump's advantage. So I knew that there was an underlying current of Trump doing better. And I knew that replacing Biden meant the Democrats were completely desperate. And so I was able to predict that Trump would win. I thought he would win by a pretty big landslide.
Because the Bud Light?
And I'm happy that I was correct. And Trump did a good job. And I'm really impressed by the new coalition Trump's establishing on the right, because it's exactly what I was hoping for.
Wait, does Barron torture cats? I don't know about this. Is this a thing?
JD Vance.
I've never heard this.
And JD Vance is a very important character to study because he's from the Peter Thiel crew.
Yes, he is. Yes, he is.
And funnily enough, I knew about JD Vance before he got into politics because he was known as the Scots-Irish and Rust Belt Pride guy. And I'm ethnically really close to being Scots-Irish, and I'm from the Rust Belt. So I read his book. I've been aware of him because I'm of my family's from that part of the world, and I'm from deindustrialized Pennsylvania. He's from deindustrialized Ohio. But the thing with the Peter Thiel crew is they operate in a completely different vector to the old conservative. For the Peter Thiel crew, they study a lot of René Girard's philosophy, and it's this very interesting political subset that I think is going to end up becoming more decisive. And I call them formists because the tech right, it pulls on a lot of esoteric religious concepts, and it pulls on
Bud Light ushered the end of democracy.
Advanced technology with this idea.
He's saying formist, or is that like some kind of variation of formalist?
Of unifying religion with innovation. And I'm always down to talk about the synthesis of science and religion because I believe that that's what we have to do to survive as a civilization. And so Trump, through picking JD Vance, he was basically saying, I want to ally with this faction of the right. And I think that's the faction that's going to grow. I think if he allied with insane schizos, if he allied with
schizos? You can't even be ableist correctly.
Like uber rednecks, or Trump could have done a couple bad directions. He could have doubled down on basically low-class behavior. He could have doubled down on
could have
country club old school Republicans, and he could have doubled down on basically pandering to rich people, and he didn't choose to do any of that. And I see the Republicans.
He didn't do any of that. He's letting Elon control like huge swaths of the government. He's not pandering to rich people. That's the richest person in the world, Rudyard. Who are the rich people? Does Elon not count somehow?
Building this broad form coalition that I think could crush the left and become a new ruling.
Oh my God!
And it's got JD Vance, Elon Musk, another figure on that tech right that's forming that I've described. Then you have RFK, who's libertarian health bent. Then you have Tulsi Gabbard. So what we've seen here is Trump has an ability to form new coalitions out of things that don't exist yet. And that's very impressive because it's something you very rarely see in leadership. And I'm impressed Trump is doing this because we all know he's probably not going to live for that much longer. And so it's good that he's establishing a new sort of coalition that has the capability to lead past his life. And I could see the figures who we currently see in this coalition predominating for decades. And if the right is capable of actively forming new ideas, new vehicles of power, new bureaucracies to carry this new coalition forward, the right can dominate the next 60 years in the same way the Democrats dominated the post-New Deal era, the Republicans dominated the post-Civil War era. Keep in mind, in the 60 years from the U.S. Civil War until World War I, we only had one Democrat president, and all of our presidents were from the Midwest because post-Civil War, the Republicans gained a big enough cultural dominance.
And he still thinks of the Republican Party as being emblematic of the Republicans that were the North in the Civil War, right? He still thinks of it as the same thing. He's completely like stuff like realignments. It's not important. It's yada yada. It doesn't matter. It doesn't matter, right? Why read boring history? We just skipped the years between 1960 and 1978. We just skipped. It was boring. It was Vietnam War. I don't know. So a bunch of shit. Doesn't matter. Doesn't matter. We skip the details, right? We get to the important stuff. That's right.
Dominance because the Democrats were the party of slavery in the South, that the Republicans could rule America as basically a one-party state. And I think that with the events we're seeing now, if the Republicans play their cards right, they could have that. They could rule America for the next 60 years because they've already done it, especially if there's a civil war, which destroys the Democrats' reliability. And I went on a bunch of tangents there, but I should have talked about why it's in the incentive of the Democrats to act. Because the Democrats, it's been really fun for me to watch.
You know, when I turn him up like this, it makes him sound like he's like on too much ADHD meds.
The Democrats eat their own fate. Because I knew this would happen 10 years ago when I was a teenager. Because when I was a teenager and I moved from rural Pennsylvania to Philly, I went from like level 3 wokeness to level 8 wokeness overnight. So it was like I was entering a foreign country. And I realized, wait, this ideology will immensely backfire. And I realized that even at that age, because they can't control the people. They created this racial caste system. And racial caste systems generally aren't good in general because you can't.
They created the racial caste system. And by racial caste system, we mean a system that the more marginalized you are, somehow the more privileged you are, the more power that you have, the more woke points that you get, right? They created a racial caste system, not racism is a real thing. And that created, not like, you know, oh my God, this guy, it's like, you can't even.
People accountable because the people who are high caste do whatever they want. People who are low caste, you have no interest to cooperate. And I saw this and I thought, if you're a straight white male, like
yes, you're super oppressed. You're super fucking oppressed. Yes.
You have no reason not to fight to the death against the wokes. And if you're a black Muslim trans person, you can be as horrible a person as
you get a easy life, right? Black Muslim trans person, super easy mode. It's
a fundamentally anti-meritocratic movement, which means it will fail in competition, and it's also a fundamentally unmasculine, unhierarchical, unaggressive.
So we're proving the racial caste system goes in reverse by being racist against the supposed top of the woke racial caste. I get it. Wow.
And that's got to be one of the worst combinations ever in history for actually winning and for actually just like surviving. The left is actively designed, because it is, to fail, because it's an ideology of losers, which is what they openly say. They openly say we are the losers, we're the people who lost in the previous system.
Yeah, that's what I read in my big book of leftism by Saul Alinsky.
And it's also an ideology that propounds complete anti-practicality. And so I knew that what's happening with Kamala would eventually happen because, first of all, the left burned through all of its free thinkers, and the free thinkers are both the people who can redirect when things get bad, and secondarily, they created a racial caste system where they inevitably had to appoint a black woman as president because in their racial caste system, they had to basically go to the top of their caste system for applicants. And I find the left's racial politics so stupid because America is 3/4 genetically white. We think that statistically it's like 60% non-Hispanic white, but keep in mind 2/3 of Hispanic ancestry is European. So 3/4 of American ancestry, even today, is of European origin. And a big reason the left lost so many swing states is, for example, Pennsylvania.
The new right has become so cringe. I agree.
Non-Hispanic white. Pennsylvania is probably 90% European ancestry, and the areas outside Philadelphia, even Philly's suburbs, are 95% white. And so what I see with a lot of these racial agendas is Californians or New Yorkers pushing their racial demographics without the realization of how big the rest of the country is. Because this stuff makes sense in California, which is like 1/3 white, or in New York, which is like 40% white, but the rest of the country is that doesn't really work. And the left lost their ability to coordinate, they lost their ability to plan, and thus they are bearing fruit of this. And I'm going to read some of the super chats. You guys have been gracious enough to drop these, and then I'll get back to my analysis. Damn.
Your analysis, yes.
Thank you, Josephus YouTube.
Should we read this? Should we listen to the super chats? I mean, I gotta. It's getting late. It's getting late. Aw. I want to give you as much of this as I can.
Hey man, love your vids. Greetings from Panama. Are you going to talk about the rising Republican support among Latinos? It's been a big change since 2016. Yeah, I've seen it's happened really rapidly. And I noticed it in Texas because Latinos still Hispanic add to the Americans because they're not as assimilable. You're a middle-class black person or an upper-class black person.
Oh my God.
Really like to stress.
Oh my God. This is so cursed.
Normal people from ethnic minorities that much. Where what the left did is it pandered to the ruling class of ethnic minorities because if you're a middle-class black person or an upper-class black person, DEI is going to get you really far.
The ruling class of ethnic minorities.
If you work with the left,
the ruling class of ethnic minorities. That's what bro is talking about.
Vastly past your competency. However,
does Hassan ever watch this guy?
For lower class minorities, which is most minority people, you're working at a small business, you work at Walmart, DEI has no effect for you. And especially keep in mind, these are more masculine cultures than a lot of white people. And I see this change with blacks especially, where the left is so condescending to men of all races that it's just, you can't. I've heard stories of black men making fun of other black men for voting for Harris because it's so effeminate and unmasculine. I've heard it's become a meme in the black community. What video of yours would you recommend to a Harris voter or supporter?
You know what a meme was this election? A meme was that like all black men are voting for Trump, right? And when we actually look at the exit polls, you don't see a movement. You hear like left-leaning analysts saying that this is happening. You hear right-leaning analysts saying this is happening. And what you don't see is the actual disparity in the demographics. Now, we weren't even talking about like, yeah, most black dudes are voting for Trump, right? What they were talking about is they were hypothesizing a movement from like 9% support for Trump to like 17% support for Trump, right? Which is like an increase in support, but it's not representative of the majority of the demographic group we're talking about. And yet you heard the demographic group, you heard the demographic group spoken as if they were predominantly conservative and they hate wokeness. And they like, right? It's,
I believe the left is suffering needlessly already. That's hard. I would recommend the anthropology of the left. They might not, the anthropology of the left and the anthropology of the right. Those might not be the best choices, but
they're terrible videos. I've watched them both.
It explains, because I find the thing leftists need to know the best is how conservatives think, because leftists have no idea what conservatives think, and so when they deal with us, they're dealing with this ghost they made up that has very little relation.
I mean, look, I'm literally watching your video, bro. I think I have a little bit better idea of what you think than you have. I've seen what you think that I think. All right. And it doesn't comport. It doesn't comport at all, right? I'm actually watching what you think as some kind of morbid curiosity, or because for some reason people are always paying me to watch this guy's videos, right? This is of all of the bonus goal content, I feel like this is the one that people put the most money behind. This is the one that people donate to see me react to.
Actual conservatives. I've once talked to a leftist where he said, how can you support a movement that's against gay people? And what I said is that I know lots of people in conservative politics, and basically no one's ever said anything homophobic. We don't really care.
No one ever.
Keep in mind, gay people are 2% of the population. They're not statistically significant. And conservatives don't hang out just drinking together saying, oh yeah, I dislike gay people. They're not something that really registers in our worldview. Or most conservatives aren't really racist.
I think that number is wrong, right?
And if they are racist, it's the left's bizarre definition of racism. You people flatter me, but thank you.
They flatter him. Why did they flatter him? Why is anybody in here? Why is anybody flattering this guy?
We are all responsible for keeping the tent open. No gloating, pinged my deranged or willful blind Kamala voting friend. Detach emotions, just reflection. The entrance to the rabbit hole. It's coincidental that J6 is also known as the Epiphany. I mean, you shouldn't gloat in victory.
J6, also known as the Epiphany. Great stuff.
I'm all down to get some drinks, have some fun, take the day off from work.
Great stuff.
But when all said and
you're going to take the day off? It's a holiday?
We have to actually win. And the left lost, gloated way too hard. The left turned all of Hollywood and every single cultural vector once they won into their complete just humiliation of white men.
A ritual humiliation, maybe? See, I know your shit, bro. I know your shit. I know your shit way better than you know my shit.
And a lot of stuff. Interesting.
He tips the fedora to himself. Yes, he does.
Reading through all of these. I apologize if I didn't get your comment. There's 10,000 people watching simultaneously. So I might not see the thing you texted me because there's just so much going on. I'm blessed that the channel actually got this big. It's hard to believe when I started it when I was 13 out of boredom. There's this comment back here you're trying to find. Oh yeah.
Seriously, can you go back and see this guy's 13-year-old? I would feel weird about watching videos of of this guy when he was 13.
Okay, so as I was trying to convey, all the left's issues.
Why is it wrong, Strong Dad?
Stem from their elite overproduction.
Why do you like you watching me react to this and you're like, what's the problem? I don't see the problem. I just described how this guy works, right? I just described that to a certain kind of person, this is the closest thing they'll ever have to an intellectual experience. Why is it an intellectual experience? Because he's talking quickly and he's using words that are slightly beyond your level of reading comprehension, right? He's quoting books that you haven't read before. He's citing historical events with which you're unfamiliar. And so you see this, you take this in and you're like, oh, that's a pretty smart guy. And he's on our side. Ha ha. Take that, woke professor. We have our own intellectual here with Rudyard. I'm sorry, but if you think that this guy's an intellectual, that is the biggest fucking self-report. That is the biggest self-report. And it also shows that you're like, on some level, you're hungry, right? Intellectually, you're hungry. Intellectually, maybe you're starved. If you're a right-winger, I don't doubt that. And you're looking for something with a little bit of crunch to it, a little bit of bite to it, like a little bit challenging, right? And but you don't want to learn it from the blue-haired professor of the college that you dropped out of. So instead, you're going to learn it from this guy. Only problem is he doesn't know what he's talking about, and to anybody who does, this is word salad. But you are gobbling it up. You are gobbling it up with fucking ranch. You are tossing the ranch in there and you are eating this because you love it. You love it so much. And it's just so funny that you would deprive yourself intellectually out of ideological rigor, out of a sense that, well, I don't want to learn that woke stuff, but this stuff right here, this is the shit right here. While he tosses your intellectual salad, like, I mean, it's just like, I'm trying to not to be mean. It's not my intention to be mean. It's not my intention to use anybody as a cautionary tale or a object lesson of any sort, but you just come up and you're like, cook me, please. No comment, chick. Cook me. Can you please cook me? I will pour the oil and the vinegar all over myself. I will salt and pepper myself up. Can you cook me? Could you please cook me in front of your chat, in front of everyone? Would you please cook me? Would you like to cook me? Can I be cooked, right? Do you have a vor fetish? I don't understand. Not that there's anything wrong with that, but...
issue. This is a Turchin term where elite overproduction is too many people trying to be CEOs, too many people trying to get a lot of college degrees. And I'm part of that demographic. I am an elite aspirant. But at the same time, it happens due to mass inequality, because if you're going to be poor and you can't support a family, and most of human life stems from how do I support a family? And if you view greed in terms of people selflessly trying to help their family line and their progeny, it looks different. But with the left, they became completely captured by the college-educated demographic, and they've completely thrown the working classes out, which was a terrible...
Which is threatening to this guy, because this is the demographic that knows he's full of shit. This is the demographic that listens to his word salad and correctly identifies it as word salad. This is his biggest fear, is that somebody in one of the fields that he's talking about with no fucking knowledge, with absolute dilettantes, take on, is going to come, in and point out his obvious mistakes.
Decision that I knew would backfire, and they have zero awareness of that because they view the lower classes with complete contempt. And it's ridiculously shocking how classist America, leftist politics are. I was reading this meme by Destiny, and...
I'm sorry, this meme by Destiny? Oh, Destiny is elitist. Destiny! Speaking of pseudo-intellectuals, now we're talking about Destiny. Hey, not that I ever said that the left doesn't have these people too. They do. Their names are Vosh and Destiny. Yeah, there's two great examples. There's two great examples of people that use that Ben Shapiro, Jordan Peterson formula for puffing themselves up intellectually and presenting themselves as some kind of a fucking wise man to a audience of people that just don't know any better.
It was a plane with people in the flight, and then they were raising their hands saying, we want to fly the plane, we want to fly the plane. And the joke is that the masses can't self-govern, they must pick the elites. And I was thinking to myself as I was reading this is what some nobleman would say 400 years ago. I found that hilarious from a historic perspective.
I'm sorry, but with the plane thing, okay, look, Rudyard, I fancy myself as being anti-hierarchical, all right? It's part of my ideology to be against hierarchies, but not all hierarchies, Rudyard. am I against? I am against hierarchies which are unjustified, right? So the hierarchy of like, I am the capitalist, you are the laborer, therefore you do most of the work, and I take most of the profit, right? That's an unjustified hierarchy. That's bullshit. But when you're talking about flying a plane, the hierarchy of I have a pilot's license and you do not is not exactly what I'd call an unjustified hierarchy. In fact, that's a great example of a justified hierarchy. Here's another example. Your kid reaches for the stove and starts to touch a hot pot, and you slap that kid's hand away. Now, that's not a nice thing to do. You shouldn't slap somebody. You shouldn't tell somebody what they can and can't touch. But there's a little bit of a justified hierarchy there. There's a little bit of a justified... You literally just let Destiny own you, didn't you? The guy that I just called a pseudo-intellectual on the left, right? He is intellectually owning you because you're like, cook me. Fucking cook. Destiny's not even here. And his meme is owning you in absentia. How wild. How fucking wild is that? Destiny's not even aware that you are talking about him, and yet he is vicariously owning you through his fucking meme that you're now going to push back on. Oh yeah, Destiny made a meme. There's a bunch of people in the back of the plane saying, why can't I be the pilot? Why can't I fly the plane, right? You're literally illustrating the point, the difference between a justified hierarchy and an unjustified hierarchy. The hierarchy between parent and child, when the parent is telling the child not to do things that might hurt the child, is a great example of a justified hierarchy, as is the example of the pilot, the one with the pilot's license, being the one to fly the plane, rather than just being like, hey, Joe, I think you could probably fly the plane. Here you go. You wanna try to figure out what these controllers do? Here, let me put the wheel in your hand. Whoa, whoa, whoa. Like that's, oh my God, are you fucking kidding me?
Because the left is immediately crashed into just the horrifying classism that they built their entire movement supposedly to.
It's classism. It's classism is what it is.
I look at my home state of Pennsylvania, and I've noticed this for Pennsylvania because Pennsylvania is not.
But no, capitalism, not classism. That's bueno.
At woke estate. I lived in some woke circles when I was in high school, but Pennsylvania itself, it's a swing state due to black voters, some woke people, some country club Republicans who tilted Democrat because Trump is uncouth.
Trump is uncouth.
And no, literally, my home county of Chester County went from Republican to Democrat. And when I was growing up, Chester County was known as God, Guns, and Horses, that county. And what happened is that it was Republican because it was all these country club rhino types, and then Trump was too uncouth and too impolite, and they didn't like that. And so Pennsylvania doesn't have that many actual woke people, and what they fail to understand, because something you have to know is that the leftist elite is based out of very small social groups of people. I read this really interesting and really black-pilling article of studying the social opinions of very wealthy left-wing people. This is like people in the top 1% of income who are on the left, and they unironically think you should get rid of cars and air conditioning and stoves and gas stoves.
Yeah, I'm hanging out with a lot of left people too, and there are a lot of woke people. They're constantly saying to get rid of cars.
For people due to climate reasons, and I literally know people who believe.
Are they saying they want to have mass transit? Is that what you're interpreting as getting rid of cars?
This is a real demographic.
Like as in getting rid of the need for cars?
It's just ridiculous, and you know that this is really mate suppression. And Rob Henderson has a thing called
mate suppression. Did he say mate suppression?
Beliefs, I think, is brilliant, where everything the left is benefits the upper classes against the lower classes in a form of class warfare. You kill the family, you kill religion, you kill the society, and then those with means have a positional advantage because you've destroyed the shared culture that enables the lower classes to do better against the elites. And that's clearly the case. And when you look at the left's policies, keep in mind they're captured by, one of the comments here said 2%. I think that's accurate, because keep in mind, America, 1/3.
And he's literally got that Reddit voice thing going on where there's like this saliva rolling in the back of his mouth. You know what I'm talking about? It's like the Reddit voice. Chat, do you know what I mean when I say the Reddit voice? Do we all understand? Is it classist of me to identify him as having the Reddit voice?
1/3 left, 1/3 basically politically inactive. They're not centrists. They tend to just be normies. That's what we found from the studies. And then inside the 1/3 leftist, 10% are woke people, and 20% are more moderate. And so only about 10, at most 20% of people believe in wokeness. And inside that, the WEF types, the World Economic Forum types, are even less.
The WEF types. Yeah, I know the WEF type. Whenever I'm hanging around woke people, there's always some WEF fans. There, you can tell them because they wear like a WEF World Economic Forum sweatshirt, right? They're big fans. They have the WEF copy mugs.
It's you're dealing with a very small imperial court that dictates terms across the country, and it's places like Los Angeles or San Francisco or New York or DC that determine.
I'm sorry, but this is just a guy with a huge inferiority complex. And the sad thing is, he chooses to be inferior in his mentality. Now, I'm not trying to have a go at the guy's class, or I'm not trying to be classist or anything like that. I'm just saying that he has the means. He has a pretty damn successful YouTube channel. If he wanted to get educated, he could. But to him, you know, any education that's not self-directed to the point of absurdism is, I don't know, the woke mind virus entering, right?
And that determine the left social policies. And
if he actually learns a concept, studies a field from somebody who's an actual expert in that field, from somebody who's knowledgeable in that, then it somehow makes him less pure. His word salad will be less pure.
Like Shuan Head or Russell Brand, the left ejects.
Oh my
two
God.
types of leftists that we need to take in as the right, and what I really want to work on. And
okay, so they're not leftists, right? Shuan Head was a right winger. Some would say is still a right winger. If there's any ejection of Shu, it's from the right to the left. Now, I don't know. I feel like a lot of the shit I hear from Shuan Head is pretty reactionary. So, is he aware of this? Is he aware of the trajectory of Shuan Head's career, starting as a anti-SJW channel, and then becoming a social democrat, I think is what she calls herself now?
If anyone in conservative politics wants to hit me up, I want to establish.
Who the fuck is that, and why is he talking about the election? He is the culinary genius behind the most sublime word salad that you've ever tasted. That is who he is.
Basically, intellectual stuff and various. The right needs to establish an intellectual tradition and its actual ability to maintain, to wield power, because the right completely lacks the ability to either have ideas to unify themselves around or shared concepts that they could rally their people around. And so that's what I'd like to work on for the near future. And if we develop a new intellectual idea, and I've been thinking about this a lot with the videos I'm about to release, is you could unify the hippie types, the working class types, the old school.
This is the whitest guy I've ever known, says Nautical. What's up, Solar 360?
The nationalists, the religious people. You could unify all of these people with a shared ideas and shared broad tent coalitions. And
wait, was Shuan Head banned? I think he's saying that Shuan Head was canceled, right? I think that's what he's saying.
Shuan Head's like a working class old school leftist, and Russell Brand's more of a hippie type, as is Joe Rogan. There's millions of these people. I'm just using them as some.
Shuan Head, yeah, that's what I think of when I think of Shuan Head. Somebody that's career is the internet, working class, definitely.
They have been. I put Anna Kasparian. I think she's a third demographic. I don't really.
Oh my God.
These people have left.
Oh my God, Anna, they picked up on you.
Because the left has become this vehicle of class oppression, and it's become completely attached to the deep state. And so one of the
deep state.
Meehan, he's got Deanan, Irish last name. He calls it aristopopulism, or a concept in the future of conservative populism built around reciprocal relationships across society based off medieval or ancient models of political philosophy. Of basically, you have
Destiny's gonna become a full-on Trumper. Wait, what have you seen from Destiny?
You have multiple social roles in society and social classes with different.
Look, for the record, what I said about Destiny is he is like the left-wing version of this guy. I feel like that's insulting to Destiny, and I don't like Destiny, so it's kind of hard for me to feel like, is that too insulting to Destiny? Destiny's less word salady than this guy. I'll give him that, right? But he does a good job of appearing to be an intellectual to those who are more ignorant than him, and he somewhat predates them, right? You know, his content creation is a predation of people who I guess have some kind of intellectual curiosity, but an inability or a lack of confidence to engage with that field on a academic level, and thus are easy prey to fast talking guys that have a slightly larger vocabulary than they do, who can present a topic with authority and confidence without really even understanding that topic, right? Destiny, like, just so I'm being clear, and you don't think that I'm just picking on right-wingers, I'm not ideologically driven in identifying these people. Destiny, I said, is one such person. Vosh is another such person, right? not on the same level maybe as Rudyard, but the same principle, right? I call it the Ben Shapiro effect. The person who's able to emulate a less intelligent person's idea of what a more intelligent person sounds like. That's the phenomenon that's at work here.
With different responsibilities to each other. I think that's a useful and a vital idea. I just don't want it to descend in like the 1300s again. We already did the Middle Ages. We know what's good and bad about that paradigm, although I love the Middle Ages. So the left has this small group of insane people, and the problem with the left's mental feedback loop is they can't actually—
Come on, tell me more about Anna Kasparian.
They can't change strategy because they don't believe in reality, literally, in their worldview. They say that the power determines reality, which is postmodern. And thus, you have to develop a system through which— so if power determines reality—
I love how many of these assholes like to talk about postmodernism versus the number of these assholes who actually understand it.
Helping the oppressed is the ultimate moral good. So you get stuck in these ridiculous virtue signaling cycles where you can't reset. And so this is what's killed the left, and it's why they can't adjust strategically. And they've made their own doom. And they remind me actually of Imperial Japan, because I read a lot on the anthropology of Japan. I made a civilization video on it that you guys should watch. My civilization videos are the best videos, but you guys don't watch them. If you watch them more, I'd be incentivized to read the 10 books, the 10 independent books for each civilization video. And Imperial Japan had a social structure where you weren't allowed to deviate from social norms. So these far-right Japanese kept virtue signaling. So Japan would make insane decisions where they attacked countries with 20 times their population because you weren't allowed to say no to these far-right people. And the left—
Solar 36,000. Do you want me to help you with your math there? All right, so not to be intellectually, what do you call it? Elitist, right? But when we deal with adding to— oh my God. You know what? I need more data, actually. I just feel like you need to rethink adding a percentage of black women to a percentage of black men, and assuming that the total of black people voting in a certain way is the first number plus the second number. That's not how that works. You kind of got to weight it by the number of people in each of the sample sizes, and then what you're doing is you're averaging. It's a weighted average that you need to do rather than a simple addition. All right, just so, yeah. Does that make sense? I mean, look, no, that's true. Adding numbers is not hard, right? But it's not right. That's not how you get a total number. You need to do something called a weighted average. We don't really have time to go. I thought I could like maybe show it to you, but then I realized I was assuming that the number of in each cohort was the same, and that's not an assumption that I can make. So yeah.
Left is the same, where what I see with the left is they have very serious—
you poor soul, me poor soul. I'm not the one that doesn't know how to math.
Overproduction. And the other problem—
I'm trying to help you. I'm trying to throw you a bone here.
The left does not assort for people who are meritocratically successful. And this is one of the things I say to my friends, that we will win because almost every single young, capable white man is on our shade of conservative. Where I think this faction of the right will win because the right has— if you're an engineer, if you're in the army, if you know about ideas, if you study—
if you know about ideas, do you know about ideas, chat?
Philosophy, if you're the kind of person who has leadership potential, you're not going to be on the left because the left tells you to go to hell all the time if you're under the age of 30. And so the right has an entire generation of—
yeah, we check if you're under the age of 30, and if you are, we say go to hell. That's right.
Basically, young white men who are incredibly—
we actually have a flow chart for that.
Capable, that if the right can wield them, it can do anything. And it really, the sky's the limit. But what was I on before this again? I was talking about— oh yeah, so the left has to force their hand because they're stuck in a fundamentally bad situation where the right could very fatally weaken them because they do not actually provide useful services. And the left is so aggressive because they don't— the managerial class is a parasite that sucks from the population. And even left-wing authors like David Graeber or James Scott have figured this out.
But you haven't correctly understood their ideas. Yeah, I've read some David Graeber, and I can see kind of how you're misconstruing that, and you're oversimplifying the idea of the professional managerial class, which is a real phenomenon. But the funny thing about the professional managerial class is that unless you're talking about like a doctor that owns their practice, you were not actually talking about a separate class. You were talking about a high tier of the working class, right? Even if they themselves may not view themselves as such, even if they might see their class interest as being more aligned with the capitalist class than with the working class, assuming that they are working for a wage, they are in fact, they may be professional, right? They may have degrees, they may have lanyards, but they're still, working class, and their interests, are in alignment with the interest of the working class. Anyway, chat.
And
like, it's interesting stuff to talk about, but when you've got a guy like this that thinks that he's God's gift to knowledge, there's not really a lot to talk about. There's not really a lot of, there's not a conversation to be had. He cannot be taught anything. He grasps the most simplified version of the concept, right or wrong, and then insists that anyone trying to correct or add to his understanding of said knowledge is being an intellectual elitist.
It's, for example, the reason the left went so overdrive with Obama is that a reasonable American would think that once we elected a black president, then we could make race not our top priority. The left realized that, so they thought we have to seize total control of society so that people don't have the ability to realize that
Strong Dad, I would encourage you to think of intelligence as a multi-splendored thing. Do you get me? Right? So rather than thinking of intelligence as like, if you're playing like a role-playing game, then you've got like Fallout, right? You've got intelligence. Your character has like a number that represents their intelligence. That's a quantifiable number that is supposedly applied to, a variety of subjects, right? This is not how it works in real life. Your propensity to understand knowledge probably varies by the specific field of knowledge. So rather than regarding intelligence as a primarily quantitative quality, or primarily quantitative field, I would look more into, I would try to open my mind to the qualitative aspect of intelligence as well. Does that make sense to you?
race is not the biggest issue in America anymore. And keep in mind, and this is one of the very interesting parts of this, where the left belongs to the second American Empire, and the right belongs to the first American Empire.
Nautical says I play Fallout with maximum luck and agility. Did you gamble? That's the one thing I haven't done in Fallout yet. I've been playing New Vegas. I haven't gambled yet.
And this is something my friend Catgirl Kulak explained to me very well. The first American Empire is that which was built from the 1600s until the end of the 1800s. It was popular.
Wait, is it possible that the Democrats could put Obama back in play in 2028? Are you asking me as far as how the government works, the rules of the U.S. Constitution as they stand? No, once a president has served 2 terms, and this applies to Obama, who served 2 terms, as well as to Trump, who is just gotten elected for a 2nd term, even though Trump's terms are not consecutive, right? As the Constitution stands right now, you're term limited. Now, that could change. There were not always term limits on a president, and certainly with somebody who's got no guardrails, as we can expect from Trump in his second administration. I don't know. Does he change those guardrails? Does he change the law to make himself emperor for life? Does he get the corrupt Supreme Court to do some home cooking for him? Does he you know what I mean? Does he use authoritarian means to take that limit of term limits off of him? Or does he even survive? Here's a better question. Does he even survive for his remaining term? Because he's not looking good, right? Cognitively or physically. He is an octogenarian, much like Biden, and I think it's fairly likely that we may see President Vance become the 48th president of the United States before there's even an election, right? I'm not convinced that Trump will serve out his entire term. So, yeah. But I hope that clears things up.
Populated by Anglo-Americans who are clearing the frontier.
It's a little weird. American law, especially around government, is a little bit overly complex.
Who built the states. The second American empire was built in the 20th.
Does the ban cross over between wides and shorts? Yeah, I would say if you've got something to justify a ban in one, then
century through the world wars, and they're very different. And the Republicans, they pander to the first American empire, and the Democrats to the second American empire. And
you only played 4, but the Mysterious Stranger. Oh, that's a perk, right? Mysterious Stranger. It's basically an extra party member.
First American Empire's incentive is to not go abroad because it doesn't need abroad. And Peter Zeihan talks about this. America could be self-sufficient. The second American Empire demands a.
Oh, wait. Sorry. I didn't realize what you were asking me. Narwhal by nature. Yeah. So if they're banned on my YouTube channel, right? And that means banned in comments, banned in shorts chat, or banned in the full scale stream, right? If they're banned on the channel, they're banned on the channel. Does that make sense? I didn't realize what you were asking at first.
This comment's so good. I think having a rigorous definition and production mechanism for competence would catapult the right into the stratosphere because the left advocates the hierarchy of reality. It's the one thing a unified right and broader unify under. Yes, whatever that guy said, we need to do that now as hard as possible. Thank you.
Yeah, I should have gotten that. What did I get as my perks? I think I have, what is it? Black Widow is one of them. And the other one is, what's there? I have the one where guys are attracted to you, and I have the one where girls are attracted to you. Femme Fatale, is that the other one?
And so the left needs to convince the American public to give us their stuff when they don't really offer us that much, because we don't need the managerial bureaucracy. And so they get us involved. And the reason why we're so obsessed with these foreign wars is that
oh my God, chat, I'm staying up way too late. I need to call it. We are halfway through this video. If there's an interest in watching the rest of it, I guess I can put it up again. But yeah, that's just like okay, look, I never want to short you on a dono goal, right? Even if it's, the content ends up being excessively long. I usually try to watch the whole thing. However, if we get started, if we hit the dono goal super late on stream, like, it's gotta be bounds of reason, because I need to get to sleep. Probably you need to get to sleep. And I guess we need to do another raid on Twitch, right? That's like the first thing, being first, right? Who can we raid? On Twitch. I think we'll go with USA Hull once again. This is a good streamer. Give them my love and support and everything. You may see a very old clip of mine once you're rated in. Try not to judge me too harshly. I might be it might be back when I did cosplay as a regular part of my stream, and I might say something cringe. I don't know. Yeah, they've got like a the last time I rated in, they had this this plugin or whatever, this extension that basically when somebody raids them, it shows a random clip. And I've got a bunch of old clips, right? So and some of them may be cringe. I don't know. Some of them are, you're like, wait, what the fuck is that even about? But I guess we'll see. So we're raiding into USA Hull. Once again, give them my support. Much love, chat. I will see you all tomorrow on Twitch. Until then, Moe Kyun. So, raiding in.
Fucking shit! No comment shit!
I'm gonna type in raid music.
What up, bro? It's not that they want to get rid of Social Security, they want to privatize the machinery behind it. Yeah. Listen, man, I'm not against illegal American immigrants coming here. Do what you have to do.
Anyway, that's USA Hull on Twitch. We got the... Oh, thank you for the shout out, USA Hull.
Borders, so... But, that's a whole...
Yeah, so we raided for the second time tonight. I'm gonna have to go to sleep. It's super late. thank you for hanging out. Thank you for supporting the stream. I guess let me thank my Patreons once again. I'm on Patreon. No Comment Chick on Patreon if you want me to support me over there. And I give shout outs to all of my members at the $5 or greater level. So let me give them the shout out right now. Shouts out to Temporal Insanity. Shouts out to Funky Monkey. Shouts out to Moe Noeb. Shouts out to Just Julie. Shouts out to Jules K. Shouts out to JR. Shouts out to Good for Gabby. And a fancy shout out to Zarazarix, Rachel K, and to Omega Star. And yeah, if you want to support me on Patreon at the $5 or greater level, you will get a fancy shout out as well. Everybody gets access to my videos when they come out. We need to do a video. I need to do a video. I've just been streaming too much. But yeah, there we go. Patreons. I will see you all tomorrow.